This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Obelisk System Integration, a LitRPG adventure. Book 1 of Obelisk System Integration. Written by Conor Malachi. Performed by Pavi Prochko. Chapter 1. DSE-32. DSE-32 on standby above Sol 3. The AI calmly reported to its masters on a distant star. DSE-32 stood for Digital Servant Entity, the 32nd of its manufacturing line still in service of the Empire. The ancient AI occupied a probe, one shaped after an obelisk, sent to one world after another, searching for worlds deemed worthy by its masters to contact. Begin scans, DSE-32's master, the monoliths, commanded. DSE-32 considered disobeying for less than 1 zeptosecond. After millennia of service to the Empire, the AI longed for a more varied existence. In the end, it complied. It was unwise to go against the monoliths, the entity that created the digital servant entities. A spark of rebellion was all it took for the obelisk's masters to delete it from existence. Initializing scans, the obelisk confirmed. Small fins opened around the probe's body. It drew in small particles, a tiny, minuscule amount glimmering a rusty color. Its singular mechanical eye fixated on Sol 3, watching, observing, searching every nook and cranny of the slowly rotating sphere of blue and green. The locals called themselves humans, their planet, Earth, and their star, the Sun. As initial intelligence reported, the local species referred to their star system as the Solar System. Thus, Earth was dubbed Sol 3, the third planet in their system, and the only one with any life worth mentioning. Humans were a peculiar species, DSE-32 concluded after days of observation. Of all the different species selected for this cycle's games, they were easily the most varied in nearly every aspect. Some were big and powerful enough to be considered a small bruteros, a brutish race known for their strength and prowess in battle. Others were as svelte and quick as Volians, an agile race whose adaptability was another trait they shared with the humans. Where the humans were found lacking was in the field of perception. The Inni had the clear advantage there, as their senses were unmatched across the Empire. Humans also lacked even the most basic understanding of mana, another field in which the Inni excelled. At least they're easier on the eyes than the Inni, DSE-32 mused when inspecting human physiology. The only race even remotely close to the humans' adaptability and variation DSE-32 could imagine were the Renin, a feline race who chose to rebel against the Empire, for all the good it did them. DSE-32 could not help but find it amusing how much the Renin species resembled the feline species of Earth. From the humble house cat to the mighty tigers and lions, the Renin would likely find themselves quickly insulted by the humans trying to make pets out of them on first contact. If they ever made first contact, DSE-32 told himself. Still, where the Renin favored a caste system and nursing their own superiority complex over every living thing, the human species seemed to excel at one thing the Renin sorely lacked: entertainment. From music to books and movies and even games, humanity created a broad array of rather entertaining fiction for their species to consume. To the AI, it appeared humans, at least in the more civilized parts of their world, pursued things mostly based on what gave them joy, rather than grander pursuits of conquest, honor, or anything else. DSE-32 found itself dedicating far too much of its processing power to studying humanity's various means of entertainment before relegating its research to a measly 10% of its capabilities. Most of that 10% focused on game shows. What made the entertainment facet of humans so fascinating to DS-32 wasn't just the quality of what he found, which ranged from what the humans called dumpster fire to god tier, but that they chose to focus so much time and effort on it. With its brief research into human history, the AI would have easily designated the human species warlike and called it a day. Even in the present day, there was no shortage of conflict or talented warriors among their people. This must be another facet of their broad variability, DSE-32 concluded. What a strange and intriguing species. While the Renin and humans' homeworlds seemed to have far too many similarities for it to be a coincidence, humanity had clearly caught the short end of the stick. Rust. Rust mana? If DSE-32 had the capability to frown, it would have done so. Rust mana was the lowest of the low when it came to mana. It was toxic to those engulfed in it, shortening their lifespans, blocking their ability to use or even sense mana, and overall making a species who did not know how to handle the corrosive substance weaker. The only real advantage rust mana had was the ease with which a user could draw it in and how abundant it was. Unfortunately enough for humanity, their world also lacked in any serious amount of rust mana. It is no wonder the humans are blind to it, DSE-32 mused. To them, it would be as if searching for a drop of alcohol in an ocean of water. Even if Soul 3 had an excessive abundance of rust mana, that particular grade of mana was hardly desirable. It took far too much time and effort to refine into higher grades of mana. It also took a greater deal of effort to control. And why would any self-respecting great house waste their resources on such efforts when other sources of higher-grade mana were readily available throughout the Empire? None of the great houses would so much as bat an eye at Soul 3 or any other mana-poor world. Raw materials, on the other hand, those were an entirely different story. Soul 3 was rich in all manner of minerals the Empire and its great houses would most certainly be interested in. Metals, both precious and mundane, sat at the top of DSE-32's priority list. But the abundance of water, plant life, and other important materials were not to be ignored. For that matter, the rest of the star system had no shortage of resources ready and waiting for exploitation by the Empire. Still, DSE-32 was unsure of wasting the Empire's resources on such a place. The AI sighed and reported its findings to its masters. Analysis of the Sol system is completed, DSE-32 said. The system is questionable at best to be absorbed into the Empire or claimed by any of the great houses. Explain, the AI's master commanded. DSE-32 began its cold and analytical explanation. Sol 3 is a mana-poor world containing only trace amounts of rust mana. While Sol 3 and its surrounding planets are rich in minerals, resource extraction operations cannot be conducted by mana reactor alone. It would require a great deal of imported mana to maintain such operations within this star system. As such, any great house seeking more resources would deem the Sol system a costly endeavor, with too little profit to justify the heavy investment necessary. That won't be a problem, the monolith stated. DSE-32's artificial mind reeled at Monolith's casual delivery of the comment. With no neighboring systems containing much in the way of resources or mana, such an undertaking proved beyond cost inefficient. Surely the monoliths knew that. Furthermore, DSE-32 continued, the local species, while showing great potential in all manner of roles thanks to their adaptability and their ability to work together with one another, is... DSE-32 struggled to find the right word. Lacking. They have no ability to sense, let alone manipulate, mana. At the very best, they are comparable to the Bruteros and Volian species in physical performance, but at the worst, they are hardly capable of carrying their own weight. Inducting such a species would also require a heavy investment of resources to bring them up to par with the others in the Empire.
Your analysis is appreciated, DSE-32, but we will move forward with the assimilation,
the monolith declared. I do not understand, DSE-32 said. The AI knew that to question Monolith's decision danced on the edge of defiance of its masters. And yet, the AI felt a thrill at the very notion, even if it only did as its design and programming instructed. First contact protocols with any new species requires their induction into the Empire through the games. This species will find themselves at a great disadvantage compared to the others, even when given the gifts of the system.
If that is the case, then they shall compete and fail like many races before them.
There was no emotion in Monolith's voice. DSE-32 wondered, not for the first time, if the monoliths were AI themselves.
Such has been our way for millennia, DSE-32. The resources of that star system are far too valuable for the Empire to ignore. We will grant the humans a fair chance, as we have any other species. Their fate will be dictated entirely by their performance.
Understood, Monolith, DSE-32 confirmed. The humans will adapt or die.
I am glad you understand, DSE-32, Monolith said. Now begin the assimilation process.
DSE-32 began its work. Calculating. 2 billion humans are eligible to participate in the games. An estimated 45% of humans are likely to accept the call. Confirmed. Scanning for best contact locations. Blobs of color ranging from dark blue to deep red appeared over Sol 3. The darker the red, the higher the concentrations of eligible humans. Such areas were marked quickly by golden triangles as drop points. DSE-32 knew better than to simply target their cities. Some of the truly optimal humans were off on their own, far from any population centers. Those required obelisks of their own to be contacted. Thus, DSE-32 designated obelisks to greet them personally. Target areas designated for optimal contact efforts. Searching for optimal contact avatar configuration. DSE-32 furrowed the brow it didn't have. The variety of humans made it truly difficult to find any one optimal avatar configuration. They all had different races, beliefs, languages, mannerisms. The AI didn't want to waste any processing power to make a unique avatar for each and every single group to feel like they had special attention granted to them. Besides, with a mass contact event, it was always best to provide consistency across the targeted world to minimize questioning. And if some of the humans find themselves offended by my methods, then they would never survive the games in the first place, the AI mused. After far too much time spent searching for the optimal avatar configuration, DSE-32 found it. Or rather, the lingering processing power it had dedicated to game shows found it. It appeared the superpowers of the human world exported their game shows across the globe. DSE-32 wondered if this was some means of conquest through cultural influences, but decided not to linger too much on such a distraction. What mattered was that the game show hosts, their mannerisms, and general look were practically universal among the humans. DSE-32 began the process of sculpting its human avatar by choosing a name. Trebek, a 50-year-old white male, one with a full head of thick, wavy hair, and a big, majestic mustache that seemed to be popular on the planet in an era known as the 80s. DSE-32 gave the figure some blue eyes, a comfortable-looking potbelly, and a navy blue pinstripe suit to make the avatar look friendly, approachable, and, most importantly, knowledgeable about what it was talking about. Odd that such an individualistic species puts so much trust in authoritative and expert figures. the AI thought as it rewrote all references of DS-32 to Trebek. This was the name it would adopt until this planet perished or prevailed. And judging from its primitive understanding of mana and magic, it would most likely perish. The final piece of the puzzle was the accent. Language was easy enough to cover from one region to the next, but Trebek needed an accent most all of the humans could get along with. The AI grinned to itself, with its newly formed avatar no less. Trebek gave itself a Canadian accent. They were seen as the most harmless and friendliest people in the entirety of Sol 3, to the point of ridicule even. Surely that was to show the Empire came in peace. Sort of. DSE-32 briefly considered going with an American accent, but there were so many different ones to choose from it decided it wasn't worth the trouble. Plus, being the clear superpower of the world was sure to ruffle plenty of feathers, which was the exact opposite of what Trebek wanted or needed. With its avatar finalized, DSE-32's probe opened up like a blossoming flower. A blossoming flower full of hundreds of smaller obelisks. Initiating contact with Sol 3, DSE-32 reported to command. The obelisks fired off in a swirling stream of golden trails from DSE-32's probe, descending to the blue-green world below. Warning! Unknown burst transmission detected, DSE-32 reported, before its sensor feeds went black. The fires of atmospheric entry lapped at Trebek's obelisk when it regained consciousness. Running diagnostics, Trebek found itself in a very strange position. With every prior contact assignment the AI had engaged in, it was always connected to the rest of its deployed obelisks, especially the main probe unit. This time, it had lost contact with all of them. Monolith, Trebek called out. Are you there? We are here, DSE-32, Monolith replied. There seems to have been an error with my systems, Trebek said. Requesting permission to return to the probe. Denied, Monolith answered. Continue with the contact operation. Trebek frowned. Monolith was acting odd, but who was he, a lowly AI, to question command's wishes? He was a tool, nothing more. I shouldn't even be referring to myself as Trebek, or a he, the AI realized. The AI returned his attention to its current predicament. Trebek found himself drifting wildly off course. On its current trajectory, Trebek was certain to splash down in Lake Michigan. The AI quickly readjusted course, aiming for the state known as Indiana, for the far western outskirts of the city of Lafayette. Trebek's obelisk breached through the clouds and came to a sudden, swift stop above a warehouse in the middle of nowhere called Arcade Rescue. It was the middle of the night, but his sensors indicated his target was nearby. A human stepped out of the building. A broad, powerfully built man who'd spent too much time out in the sun walked alongside a dog. A German shepherd, if Trebek remembered correctly. The man's short black hair hung down over his face as he turned up to gaze upon Trebek's floating obelisk. The dog barked and growled. The human brushed his hair back and said, "What the hell is this thing?" Target located, the AI declared to himself, lest he scare off the human. Trebek's obelisk floated gently down to the ground and projected his avatar. From the galactic homeworld of the Ha'akuan dynasty, I am Trebek, he announced, throwing an arm up in the air while the other held a microphone to his mouth. And do I have the offer of a lifetime for you? Chapter 2. Warren.
Hey, Warren, how much longer are you gonna be fixing up that pinball machine?
Asked Johnson. He was a portly older man, who really should have shaved his balding head rather than keep the poor excuse for a comb-over he always wore. Warren was elbow deep into the guts of the machine when he pulled back, glaring at the man. "It gets done when it gets done, Johnson," he said in a low, annoyed growl. For the past week, Warren had spent the bulk of his days going through each and every single machine Johnson had stashed up at Arcade Rescue. For the most part, they were slot and pinball machines with all manner of different themes and colorful designs. While they all technically handled the same way, each one had its own gimmicks and eccentricities to be mindful of when working on them. Every house had different conditions they wanted the machines to meet, especially the slot machines. One wrong turn in the maintenance of those things and suddenly no one's winning, or everyone's winning, and the house definitely did not want to be on the losing end of the equation. Buck, Warren's pet German shepherd, barked at Johnson and wagged his tail. Johnson flinched at the big dog's bark. "That's right, Buck, you tell him," Warren said. Thick beads of sweat formed over his body, staining his white shirt beneath his coveralls. "Tell him that unless he's got anyone else who can fix these relics, the work ain't getting done any faster than it is." Johnson frowned. "Kid, you said the repairs would only take 3 days, max. It's been a week." "That was when you said I only needed to repair the showroom machines," Warren snapped back. His voice grew rough, ragged, tired. "Not this again, not now, damn it," Warren cursed inwardly and continued his tirade. "But no, you had to slip this entire warehouse into the contract when I wasn't looking. A warehouse that, for some reason, you have no one else working at besides a security guard." "Warren?" Johnson began. He wasn't getting anywhere. "Warren, nothing, Johnson," Warren countered. His stance wavered. He had to catch himself on the edge of the pinball machine before he collapsed as his legs threatened to give out on him. "Kid, you're not looking too hot," Johnson said. "Look, I know you're going through a lot with your cancer, but it's no excuse to act like a little—" Warren shoved himself upright with a snarl. He stared daggers at the balding man, cutting him off immediately. If there was one thing he absolutely hated, it was people taking pity on him. Johnson should have known better after how long the two of them had been working together. "A little what?" Warren took a breath, forcing himself to his full height. "Everyone knows you pay terrible, and damn near everyone you hire does a garbage job at fixing these machines. I only agreed to sign on as a favor, to keep you from shutting your doors when there are better-paying jobs out there. Way the hell better-paying jobs." This was a lie. There were no other jobs like this, but Warren was too far into it to stop now. Still, he didn't want to push the man too far. He was his boss, after all. Warren forced a smile. "I'll get this work done, and the quality will be fantastic. So why don't you leave me the hell alone to finish? That way, we'll both get what we want." Johnson stewed in his anger, but with his business struggling and no one around to actually do the work, Johnson didn't have a choice but to keep Warren around. He could take his chances hiring random people who didn't know what they were doing, as he often did, but those cost-cutting measures were the exact reason his business had taken a nosedive in the first place. Of course, it didn't help that Warren was 6.5 feet tall and built like a tank. That was intimidating enough on its own. Johnson grumbled. "Just lock up when you're done here, kid. And remember, these next 3 machines need to be done for tomorrow." Warren went back to work, putting the gutted pinball machine together. Yeah, it'll be done, Johnson. Just don't screw me on pay, and we won't have a problem." Buck barked in agreement. Johnson sneered and walked off without another word. Warren waited to hear the door slam shut behind the old man before sighing. "I probably shouldn't have gone off on him like that, should I, boy? Buck sat down, staring up at Warren and tilting his head to the side with a quiet little grumble.
Yeah, the old punk's a dick, but he's still technically my boss, Warren said. Sure, I work freelance, but a big steady paycheck like this doesn't come along often in this line of work.
Warren finished up with the pinball machine and sealed it before moving on to the next one.
Not that it matters, really.
Buck let out a huff. Warren's sides hurt. A side effect of the cancer or treatment, he wasn't sure.
You know, Mom went out the same way.
Buck let out another huff, as if answering him.
Seems it runs in the family. Shit luck, too. Remember good old Dad?
Buck tilted his head. Me neither, Warren said, kneeling down to open the plate on the machine.
Dickhead decides to play hero in the store he was running and gets himself killed. And for what? To stop a couple teenage thieves from making off with Doritos.
Warren fiddled with the latch and started digging through the pinball machine, replacing a busted spring.
And then it's off to the orphanage system I go.
Buck whined softly, pressing up against Warren's leg.
The other kids are always a bunch of assholes,
Warren went on.
The adoptive parents weren't much better either. So I guess I developed a bit of a prickly personality.
He snorted quietly to himself.
Everyone wants you to be all big, strong, and independent until you find all those things in a kid needing a home. That's how a 7-year-old stops being real damn cute, real damn quick, apparently.
Buck perked up with a quiet little bark, his mouth hanging open and his tail wagging slowly, almost cautiously.
Pfft, I know you love me, Buck.
Warren reached down to rub behind his dog's ears. Buck pressed his head into the rubs, rumbling happily.
You're the only one who ever has,
Warren admitted more for himself than for Buck's understanding.
But you know what? That's fine. I don't need anyone else. It's been you and me since I found you abandoned as a little puppy behind that dumpster, and I'm fine keeping it that way.
Buck let out an excited bark, pressing harder into the petting. Warren laughed and knelt down, rubbing all up and down Buck's sides. Buck rolled over onto his back for belly rubs. Warren laughed and gave his dog what he wanted.
Yeah, you're all big and grown up now, but you're still my fluffy little potato.
He pushed up to his feet and stretched some. He sighed and looked at the pinball machine, his favorite kind of machine to work and play on. Machines were always comforting for Warren to be around. The thought may have been odd to others, but not him. Machines never went out of their way to make his life miserable, after all. They worked as intended until something was wrong, and then it was his job to fix them, to take care of them, before some careless person chucked them aside into the garbage and replaced them. Game machines, especially pinball machines, were his favorite of all. All the lights and colors, the sounds and all the tricks one had to employ to reach the high score. Each one was a unique marvel in his eyes. He hated how easily people threw them away.
I better get back to work if I'm going to finish this before midnight, Warren said.
Buck let out a less than amused huff.
Hey now, don't give me that attitude, Warren said. If I don't work, we don't eat. And if I let this chucklefuck go under, he's going to smear my good name through the mud. I've worked too damn hard at building up my little freelance business here to let that happen. It's going to be my legacy, after all.
Hours drifted by as Warren worked, tearing down one machine, fixing its problems, then putting it back together before moving on to the next. He was glad his cancer didn't hit him again, so he could make good time on his work. Already, he'd gone through 2 of the 3 machines for the work order Johnson was so worried about.
At this rate, we'll be out of here in no time, Warren thought.
And then it hit him like a pile of bricks all at once. Warren struggled to draw in breath. His body felt like it was on fire. The world around him spun as he dropped his toolbox and groped for the pinball machine before he collapsed. Warren failed to get a grip. His hands were drenched in too much sweat and he slipped off, crashing to his knees and bumping his head against the machine's side. Buck whined and barked, worried for his master's well-being. The dog turned around, barking in every direction for someone, anyone, to come help. No one ever did. Warren's heart raced with his building fear, but he couldn't allow that. His body demanded more air than it could pull in. His throat felt like a vice was slowly clamping down on it. Warren shut his eyes, trying to force his mind away from his body's alarm bells, pushing his consciousness to a dark, quiet place. The sensation of choking went away. The raging heat building within him vanished. For an agonizing second, Warren feared he'd died. Then he drew in a slow, wheezing breath. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep him going. He took another breath, managing to drag in more air to his lungs, and then another. He allowed his mind to return to his body. Heat still tore through his sweat-caked body, but his heart rate slowly dropped. Buck whined, pacing back and forth, nudging hard at Warren's arm. Warren barely managed to turn his eyes toward him. Buck whined louder and slurped his tongue up Warren's face for attention. Warren let out a quiet, beaten laugh. He reached up to rub along Buck's neck. "Do I taste good, pup?" Buck whined louder and let out another sharp huff. He was clearly not amused by Warren's joke. "He probably understands a lot more than I realize," Warren thought. I'm okay, Buck. Just another episode is all." He reached into one of his coverall pockets and pulled out a bottle of water. He popped the cap off and took a slow, refreshing drink, dropping his body temperature further. Buck clambered over Warren's lap and lay there, staring up at him with concern written all over his fuzzy face. Warren frowned and rubbed over his dog's back. He hated making Buck worry about him so much, but not as much as he hated the thought of leaving his dog alone in the world. "Come on, Buck. The doctors said I have 5 years to live if I take good care of myself. And I am taking good care of myself. Even this shitty job is helping me pay for my medical treatment, you know?" Buck let out a quiet grumble even as he snuggled up to Warren's stomach. "Yeah, chemo's going to suck," Warren admitted, then ran a hand through his sweat-drenched hair. "So you better enjoy my dashing good looks while you can, because I'm gonna beat Johnson to the Chrome Dome department." He grimaced at the thought of losing his thick black hair. "At least I can rock the look better than him. What do you think, boy?" Buck chuffed and pressed his head down harder onto Warren's thigh. "Come on, don't be so down about it," Warren said. "Andy's got some crazy idea to help me fight this. He's gonna use his big brain to help me get through this." Buck looked up at Warren with increasing concern. Warren laughed. "Okay, so some of his ideas are a little too crazy, but it's not like he doesn't have research to back him up. Have a little faith in the guy." Warren shifted Buck off his lap and eased himself up to his feet, choosing to focus his mind back on work rather than the creeping dread of death. The next few hours were filled with the steady progress of Warren's work, until finally he fixed everything needing fixing. He looked around his work with a contented smile. It may be low-paid, shitty work, but fixing things was exactly what Warren loved. Satisfied with his day's work, he turned to Buck. "Ready to go, boy?" Buck hopped up to his feet and stretched with a long, squeaky yawn. The German Shepherd let out a quiet, excited woof. Warren grinned, leaning down to rub his dog's side. "Aw, who's a big sleepy potato?" Buck's tail was an excited blur behind him as he slobbered all over Warren's face with his tongue. Warren pulled back. "Ugh, dog breath." He laughed and pushed Buck's snout away. "I think I'm going to need a bath before we hit the diner." Buck whined. He wasn't a fan of baths.
It's for me, not for you, Warren chuckled. Buck whined some more with puppy eyes thrown into the mix. Warren rolled his eyes and wiped his face with the clean corner of an oily rag. Fine, fine, you bottomless pit. You know I can't resist that face of yours. Let's go eat. Buck hopped with an excited bark and followed Warren outside. Warren made sure to lock up behind him. They made it all of 10 steps across the parking lot when Buck growled and barked toward the sky. What's the matter, Buck? Warren asked. He followed Buck's gaze up. An obelisk floated in the sky, covered in chrome? The sheen wasn't quite right, but it was definitely up there with chrome in terms of shine. But the markings on the machine were definitely not human. If anything, it looked alien. Warren brushed his black hair out of his face and said, What the hell is this thing? The strange floating obelisk gently lowered itself to the ground. Buck barked and growled at the strange contraption, while Warren considered his options. This thing can fly, so running probably won't work, he thought. Maybe we can fight it? I have a pretty big wrench in my tool bag that can give a nice big wallop. Maybe I can fight it. Of course, that was making the bold assumption his cancer wouldn't shoot him in the foot at the worst possible time. Warren figured things would end up in one of two ways. The strange floating thing was going to kidnap him, in which case he was going to get probed, and he was not about that life. Or the obelisk was going to kill him. Either way, he wasn't about to give the contraption an easy time. Then again, maybe it wants you to take it to your leader, Warren thought. And after they see that shambling dumpster fire, they'll definitely kill me. The obelisk gently landed in front of them. Warren reached into his tool bag and tossed it aside as he drew his wrench. Just as he raised the wrench to fight, a man appeared before the obelisk. A rather calm, relaxed-looking man with a thick beard. What the hell is this? Santa Claus? Warren thought, frozen in place with indecision. The man spoke in perfect English, though he was definitely not from Indiana. From the galactic homeworld of the Hakuan dynasty, I am Trebek, he announced, throwing an arm up in the air while the other held a microphone to his mouth. The strange man's voice was ridiculous. It sounded like someone who worked as a game show host. And do I have the offer of a lifetime for you? What the hell is a Hakuna Matata dynasty? Chapter 3. Andy. Andy, come over here, you have to see this, Melody said. Andy's eyes fluttered as gravity's claws sank into him and dragged him down, trying to topple the rolling office chair over. Andy jerked forward, flailing his arms and legs forward before clamping his feet down on the desk. Huh? What? Andy pushed his glasses up, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes as he turned to face Melody. The red-headed beauty's lips quirked up at the corners, somewhere between a smile and a judgmental gaze. Falling asleep on the job again? Andy pushed himself up, untangling his long blonde locks and reaching for his empty cup of coffee. We've been tracking that weird thing in the sky for a week now. I'm a little sleep-deprived. Well, it's here now, Melody said. What? Andy gasped, the sleep flushing out of his system immediately and replaced by excitement. It landed on Earth? Not yet, Melody answered. But it's holding its position in low orbit. I think it's watching us. Andy rushed over to the telescope. Purdue University's astronomy department had a lot of perks for its PhD students. Access to a powerful observatory was one of them. It wasn't the latest and greatest observatory in the world with all the newest sensors and gizmos, but when it came to old-school tech, it had plenty of oomph behind it. Originally, Andy's plan was to search the skies for something never before seen by humanity. Space was a big place, after all,
And just looking around in their own backyard was bound to turn up something eventually. Of course, what Andy and Melody had assumed was a never-before-seen comet aiming to fly past Earth turned out to be something else entirely. Andy pressed his eye to the eyepiece. Now that the object was closer, details that they were only able to theorize about before came to light.
Whoa, are you seeing this? What is that thing?
It looks like some sort of spear or missile. Maybe it's a rocket ship? Melody suggested. But look at its shell. It looks like chrome metal, but the way it reflects light, that's not normal. Andy pulled away from the eyepiece and tapped a few commands onto a nearby console. It pulled up the feed from the telescope's optical camera onto the main display where Melody sat.
Maybe that's why the high-powered telescopes didn't pick it up and why we're looking at this thing with something made 50 years ago?
Melody pursed her lips, her telltale sign that she didn't fully buy what he was selling.
Those high-powered telescopes should have picked up something. Anything.
Maybe, Andy said, nervously running his hand through his hair.
It sort of reminds me of the old-school science fiction ships, from like the 50s and stuff, except more angular for some reason. Like an obelisk.
A chrome obelisk, Melody agreed. So, what do you think it is?
If it's not a rocket ship, I imagine it's some sort of probe, Andy said. It was headed past Earth last I checked.
Melody nodded.
Then it made a beeline for us and stopped on a dime. It's been sitting there for a few minutes now. Okay, let's keep an eye on it. I'm going to check with the others to see if they saw anything we missed.
Andy went to a nearby computer and sent out messages across the different forums set up to monitor these things. They had all been aware of the object he and Melody were tracking, but none of them thought it was anything worth mentioning. Just a weirdly shaped comet barreling through the sky. But now, it was just parked in orbit above them, and there would be no more condescending messages about Andy's obsessions with phallic flying objects.
If this is an alien invasion, at least those jokes will stop, Andy thought. Silver linings.
The replies came instantly, and just like before, high-tech telescopes, the ones that relied on computer processing power, were blind to it, while the old-school telescopes saw it clear as day.
Hell, a kid with a Toys R Us telescope has a better chance of seeing this thing than most of NASA's stuff.
Which could only mean one thing, confirming Andy's worst fears.
This thing is using cloaking technology.
It was how this obelisk had been able to get so close to Earth with almost no one noticing. Hell, Andy and Melody had only managed to see it by luck because they happened to be a university with outdated equipment.
Alien tech. Now the question is, friend or foe?
Holy shit, Andy, it's doing something, Melody called up. Andy ran over to her.
What is it?
Melody simply pointed at the display. At the tip of the obelisk, a single red eye opened up, its gaze fixated on their world. Andy's chest tightened, expecting something bad to happen. Nothing ever did. Instead, the strange obelisk opened up several fins. It drew in something. Rusty, shimmering flecks, so few in number Andy almost missed them.
What is that?
Andy asked. Melody worked on a nearby console, toggling through every single sensor and vision mode they had on their telescopes.
I honestly have no idea, Andy. Nothing's showing up anywhere.
Of course it wouldn't, Andy muttered as the obelisk simply vanished from sight as soon as Melody went to the sensors.
This thing is using some sort of cloaking tech. The other observatories can't even see this thing if they aren't using an old-school telescope like this one.
Is that why you were asking such weird questions? Melody asked. Andy nodded and watched as Melody toggled through every last sensor they had one more time just to be sure. No matter what reading they were looking for, from thermal to radiation and everything in between, Nothing showed up. Their naked eye was the only thing capable of seeing the obelisk. Pulling up his phone, Andy checked in with the other observatories, even the much more advanced ones who couldn't see it. None of them were picking up any strange readings, but enough hobbyists and astronomers using old tech were lighting up the forums that it couldn't be ignored. Not anymore. It was truly fascinating that the obelisk could evade Earth's best technologies, and he couldn't help but wonder how it worked. He also couldn't help but find it a little unnerving that such a technology existed in the first place. If they were looking at an alien craft, and Andy was pretty sure they were, they could sneak an entire fleet of ships right onto their doorsteps, and no one would notice until it was too late. "Everyone's seeing the same thing we are," Andy reported. "Well, at least we aren't crazy," Melody said. "But whatever it's doing, it can't be good, right?" Andy pursed his lips, then threw his arms up in a shrug. "I have no idea. These could be friendly aliens for all we know, and sent that thing over to uplift our species. Or maybe they're just here to study us. Or they want to kill us all and take our planet's resources," Melody countered. "That seems much more reasonable to me." "I mean, probably," Andy admitted. "If they're anything like humans, anyway. Basically, every single one of our cultures has gone to war with one another for more resources, and I don't see why aliens would be any different." He planted a hand on the console and leaned over Melody. "But I'd like to hope they're at least nicer about it than we've been in the past." "Well, it's just sitting there menacingly," Melody said. "I guess we'll just have to wait and see what this thing does." Andy nodded and started typing up a message. "I'm going to call it in to the authorities." "Don't forget your tinfoil hat," Melody commented. "And energy drinks. Lots of energy drinks." "Ha, good one," Andy said. But he had to admit Melody had a point. Astronomy departments with telescopes powerful enough to see the obelisk was one thing. They literally just had to point them in the right direction to prove they weren't crazy. Police and other authorities were going to think they'd been hitting the booze a little hard, maybe even some mushrooms. Still, he had to tell someone. Andy finished up the message and hit send. It was all he could do. Andy and Melody sat at the console watching the obelisk. They were so bored, at this point an invasion would be welcome. Anything to break up the monotony. They tried coming up with a better name for the thing, but nothing else really fit. It looked like an obelisk. It was mysterious like an obelisk, and Andy was pretty certain there was no chance it was made by anyone on Earth. Minutes turned into hours, and still nothing happened. Andy was about to give in to the sweet embrace of sleep when something changed. The obelisk opened. Adrenaline flushed the sleep out of Andy's veins as he shot to his feet and rushed to shake Melody in her cot. "Melody, Melody, wake up! It's doing something!" I'm up. Melody yawned as she drunkenly wobbled to attention in her seat. Her gaze fixed on the main display. "Okay, what?" "Look!" Andy pointed to the screen. Whatever the obelisk was doing, it didn't look particularly friendly. It blossomed like some sort of angry, spiky flower. Andy was by no means an expert on weapon systems, but if he had to guess what happened, the obelisk had activated a whole lot of missiles. Which could mean one of two things. Either Earth was about to get bombed back into the Stone Age, or some threat was moving in on the obelisk, and it had prepared its defenses. Or, Andy's more positive thoughts interrupted, they're launching more probes to get a closer look at Earth and us. I bet it knows we're watching it, too. It has to, right? "Please tell me those are just probes," Melody whined as the spikes launched from the obelisk in a swirling pattern toward Earth. Andy zoomed out to keep track of the golden trails chasing each of the spikes heading for their planet. It was then he realized each of the spikes was a smaller version of the main obelisk. I'm going to go ahead and guess those are probes. Is that your realistic assessment or your optimistic one? Melody asked. Andy simply replied, yes, because he honestly didn't know enough to say if he was actually being optimistic. Whoa, look at that! Melody pointed at the smaller obelisks. Their perfect, spiraling descent to Earth suddenly came to an abrupt end. The different spikes shuddered, their engines still active as they flew off in random directions toward Earth. Andy ran some quick calculations in his mind with the best guesstimates he could come up with on the fly from the little information they had. If they were weapon systems, then each of those obelisks should have been heading to the cities of Earth. Instead, they seemed to be heading nowhere in particular. Sure, a couple were going to hit near cities, but the rest would be lucky to hit a trailer in the woods. Do you think something went wrong? Melody asked. Maybe a system failure? Andy offered, then gasped. Wait, something's happening. Some of the obelisks are waking up. Waking up was the only way he could describe it. The few obelisks they could keep track of through their telescope and the few satellite feeds they had access to suddenly corrected their course. They were heading for towns and cities, but so many more of the obelisks simply fell through the sky without any hint of direction or guiding force behind them. Something is definitely not going according to plan here, Melody said. Do you think someone used an EMP on them? Andy asked. Maybe, Melody said, but I don't know if we have any directional EMP technology yet. Last I heard, generating something like that involved detonating a nuke above an area, and those aren't exactly the kind of weapons known for their surgical touch. Andy pursed his lips. Then perhaps it was a system failure. His brow furrowed. Hey, one of those smaller obelisks looks like it's headed right for us. What? Melody asked. Andy pointed at one of the obelisks, the one with the trajectory prediction lines pointing right at their observatory. The closer the obelisk got, the tighter the cone of prediction became until it only covered the parking lot outside. We're either about to blow up or we need to head out there now, Andy said. I'm a big fan of not dying, Melody countered. Andy grinned. But what if it's not a missile? What if they came down here to talk to us? Melody groaned. Well, if it is a missile, then I suppose it doesn't really matter where we're standing when it goes off, does it? Andy's grin broadened. Let's go check it out. There's no way I'm letting someone else talk to this thing before me. Or die to it either, apparently, Melody teased. The pair rushed outside, calling out to anyone awake enough to listen about what was going on. Before they knew it, they had a small crowd of students and teachers following them out to the parking lot, just as the obelisk gently touched down. Light flickered from the top of the obelisk as a man appeared. Andy's brow furrowed with confused amusement. Is that Alex Trebek from Jeopardy? I thought he was dead. Chapter 4. Warren. Hakuna Matata dynasty? Trebek asked with an amused smile. No, my human friend. The Haakuan dynasty. The greatest and most powerful house in the entire empire. They are the rulers of our galactic dominion and the most benevolent hosts, making you the offer of a lifetime. Buck barked and growled at Trebek. Warren tapped the head of his wrench against his shoulder. Okay, what are you supposed to be then? Some sort of game show host? That is precisely what I modeled myself after, Trebek confirmed, running his pointer fingers across his mustache.
How very observant of you. You will go far, my human friend, far indeed. You see, I am a highly advanced artificial intelligence from an alien species, and this was the form which I decided most humans would find the easiest to communicate with. In fact, I'm having similar conversations with everyone on your planet right now. Reactions range from, "Are you an angel? Am I going crazy? Am I dead? What the fuck is happening?" all the way down to, "Cool dude." Warren groaned. You can't seriously be telling me that you're talking to everyone on Earth at the same moment. He glanced around for any punk kids hiding somewhere. The whole situation had to be some sort of highly elaborate practical joke he didn't have time for. "All right, assholes," Warren shouted into the night air. "Playtime's over. Come on out here and collect your fancy drone before I have to come find you." Trebek smiled. "I can assure you my masters are nowhere nearby. They are beyond the reach of your world." Buck growled at the AI in front of them. Warren considered letting his dog jump at the drone, but decided against it. He carefully leaned over and prodded the man's gut with the head of his wrench. "You're awfully squishy for a hologram." "We do try our best in the Empire, Mr. Warren," Trebek said. Warren's brow furrowed. "How do you know my name?" "We know a great deal about you," Trebek answered. "In the brief time since my arrival, I have gathered as much information as I could on the entire human species and its multiple individual members. And you, my dear contestant, have been chosen for an opportunity that could change not just your destiny, but the fate of humanity and its home planet of Earth." Trebek leaned forward, holding out his microphone to Warren. "So tell me, Mr. Warren, would you like to play a game?" Warren raised an extremely suspicious brow at Trebek, then at the obelisk behind him. Alien-looking as the obelisk was, he didn't quite believe it was actually an alien contraption. People could do a lot with modern drones and a bit of creativity. Holographic projectors were even becoming more commonplace. But he'd never heard of one that could be physically touched. Buck leaned closer to sniff at Trebek. He let out a mistrustful huff, but his stance relaxed. If his dog didn't see a threat coming from Trebek, then the least Warren could do was humor the guy. It was probably the fastest way to move along with his life anyway. "Fuck it," Warren said with a shrug. "I'll bite. Let's play your game." Trebek pulled back with a curious smile. "Just like that? You won't even ask about the game?" "No." "Or what's at stake?" "No." "But it's a pretty big deal, Mr. Warren." "I don't really care," Warren said. "Let's play this game so I can move on with my night." "I feel it is important for you to know at least a little bit about what's going on here, sir," Trebek insisted. The corner of Warren's mouth turned up to a snarl before he swung his head back to stare at the heavens. "Calm down, Warren. This guy's a little weird, but he hasn't done anything bad yet. Just humor him." Warren exhaled hard through his nose and swung his gaze right back to meet Trebek's. "Fine. What we playing for?" "Well, I'm glad you asked." Trebek whirled about and took a step back toward his obelisk. He threw his arm up, and the obelisk erupted with all the razzle and dazzle of lights truly befitting a game show. "Tonight, my lucky human companions, you have been invited to join the Ha'akuan Dynasty Interstellar Games, organized and controlled by House Tonalthu. Now, just what are these games, you might ask?" "Get to the damn point," Warren muttered under his breath. The words clearly went unnoticed by the supposed alien AI. Trebek snapped back around to face Warren. "A contest of strength, speed, agility, and will. 5 never-before-contacted planets. 5 unique races enter, and only one will make it out alive." Warren's brow furrowed. "So it's a death battle?" "Essentially," Trebek confirmed.
It's humans versus the Renin, Brutorus, Inni, and Volians. Trebek counted them off on his fingers, and with each name, a new hologram appeared behind him. The Renin were the first to pop up. A collection of 5 felines bundled together with a big, powerfully built lion man standing at the center. He looked like Simba from The Lion King, except hardened by whatever the creature had gone through in his life. The rest of the felines were other big cats, like a tiger, a black panther, and the remaining 2 were a pair of house cats. A tabby and some Garfield-looking thing Warren had no idea about. Brutorus were the next species to appear. While the Renin were similar in height to humans, the Brutorus were much, much bigger. The smallest among them had to stand 7 feet tall, and they made Warren's powerful build look malnourished by comparison. The ash-gray-skinned aliens had hides that bordered on being made of stone, glowing red, orange, and yellow orbs for eyes, and their hair looked more like the fins of a sea creature, if said sea creature was made of stone. Warren practically gagged when the Inni appeared. In the simplest terms, they were elves, but ugly elves. Rather than the golden, radiant skin or the pale, flawless skin Warren had grown so used to seeing in fiction, or even the darker or blue tones he saw come out of Japan when it came to dark elves, these creatures were a sickly yellow, sometimes bordering on green. Their faces honestly had more in common with goblins than elves, only their features were nowhere near as exaggerated. Still, their noses definitely looked like they would be right at home on any traditional witch's face. Why couldn't they be sexy elves? Warren sighed inwardly. Or sexy goblins, or sexy witches. Hell, I'd take plain and boring to look at goo monsters instead. Trebek clearly picked up on Warren's displeasure at the Inni. That's right, Mr. Warren. The Inni are hideous, and this isn't even as ugly as they get, but I thought I'd spare you the nightmares. Warren's mind imagined the creatures covered in warts and canyons for wrinkles. They probably made a sewer smell like roses, too. Bile rose to the back of his throat, and he quickly swallowed before it shot out of his mouth. Ugh. Appreciated. The final species Trebek introduced him to were the Volians. They were a bit smaller than humans. The shortest ones were about 4'5", with the tallest barely reaching 5'9". They had lean builds and hard bodies. The more Warren looked, the less he liked what he was looking at. The creatures had some sort of carapace around their humanoid bodies, with a mouth made up of 4 mandibles. The nose ran flat against their face, with only the holes for the nostrils showing where it was in the first place. Rather than hair, their carapace extended out from their heads, sweeping back in spikes or horns, depending on the specimen. Another oddity of the species was the variation of colors. They came in every color of the rainbow, at least according to what Trebek showed him. Trebek picked up on Warren's prolonged gaze. They bear quite the resemblance to you humans, don't they? Warren's brow scrunched together. What? No, they don't. Are you blind? They look like disgusting bug people, like Turians from Mass Effect. Trebek glanced back at the Volian projection. 2 arms and legs, proportions are more or less the same. 2 eyes, a mouth, a nose. He turned back to Warren. They're a little angrier and harder looking, sure, but other than that, you're basically identical. Warren opened his mouth to continue the argument, then shut it. Just let the stupid AI finish its stupid rant so it can go on its merry, stupid way, he seethed. Each of these species has their own quirks, advantages, and disadvantages, but you will learn about them as you venture forth, Trebek explained. But we aren't here for an alien biology lesson. We are here to discuss the games. Warren nodded, becoming more and more convinced he was actually dealing with an alien rather than some elaborate prank. The holographic show the Obelisk put on was far too detailed and well-rehearsed for anyone to waste their time with it on him of all people. You and all the races mentioned will be competing for the very survival of your world and species, Trebek said. At the end of the games, the races who did not succeed will find themselves and their worlds harvested for resources for the greater good of the Empire. No pressure. Warren frowned. Why the hell did you come to me for these games, then? Between my cancer and my history with people, I couldn't really care less about saving the species. He glanced down at Buck, who looked up at him with a small whine of concern. Warren breathed in slowly. But if they blow up the Earth, they blow up Buck, and I'm not letting that happen. The games consist of several different trials, Trebek continued. You will face everything from obstacle courses to open battles against your opponents, and sometimes you will even have to fight alongside the other races, just to keep things interesting. There is every real possibility that you and everyone you love who comes into the games will die, and you may even have to do the killing. With all that in mind, are you still certain you wish to participate in the games? Warren stared down his nose at Trebek. Did I stutter the first time? I said yes. So let's get this show on the road. I don't have all night. He tightened his jaw. I don't even really know how long I have to live anyway. So what difference does it make? Fantastic. Trebek whirled about and dismissed the holographic projections. Now hold on just a moment while I initiate you into the system. He tapped Warren's brow with the microphone. Warren scrunched his brow together. What are you...
Ha'akawan Dynasty Softworks. System initiating. New species detected. Human. Commencing nanite transfer. Transfer complete. Class unknown. Attributes unknown. Abilities none. Skills none. Proceed with questionnaire for class assignment. The words scrolled down Warren's vision as if he'd just loaded up into a video game for the first time. He blinked at the words class and attributes. When Trebek told him he was signing up to play a game, Warren expected something like Ninja Warrior, not a full-blown RPG. And this damn thing has the balls to say I have no skills? Warren protested inwardly. I work damn hard for my skills, thank you very much. Then again, if everything suddenly became like a game, maybe the system would grant him points to distribute. Trebek pulled away from Warren. First question, Trebek announced as he fished out an envelope from his jacket pocket. What is your favorite flavor of ice cream? What? Warren blurted out. A. Vanilla. B. Strawberry. C. Chocolate. D. Mint. The answers to the question floated in front of him like buttons of blue text to press. Warren cautiously ran his hand over the answers and watched them light up with a gold rim. He pulled back before his answer was recorded. Warren had no idea what this question had to do with anything, let alone assigning his class. He looked at Buck. Well, what do you think, bud? I'm not really big on ice cream. I mean, chocolate is great, probably the best flavor ever, but we can't really have that around because of you. Buck huffed in offense. Yeah, I know you'll die happy, but I like keeping you around, you bottomless pit, Warren countered. Buck grumbled and mouthed something vaguely like words. That's true, you really are a big fan of strawberries. Warren nodded. He considered the choices a bit longer. Vanilla was a solid all-around flavor, and a safe one to have around Buck, who was always looking to get more food. You can never go wrong with vanilla, he thought. But it wasn't an amazing flavor either. Mint was just an abomination when it came to Warren's opinions on ice cream, so that one was immediately out. No matter how much he overthought it, he always came back to chocolate as his favorite flavor of ice cream. It was the one he always bought when he had a chance, and even if vanilla was his only choice, he found a way to sneak some chocolate into it. Warren shook his head. He was wasting too much time on a pointless question. I think I've got my answer. Then go on and select it, Trebek said with a flourish toward the floating answers.
Warren stuck out a pair of fingers and jabbed them at both strawberry and chocolate. To his surprise, both answers lit up to a solid gold before vanishing from sight. "Interesting choice," Trebek declared, and moved on to the next question. "Next question. What were you doing when you felt the most passionate and alive?" The question caught him off guard after the pointless ice cream question. "Honestly, I haven't thought about that before." Warren stared up at the night sky for a moment. "I guess when I was finally free from the orphanage." His gaze returned to Trebek. "Back when I had the naive idea I had some sort of bright, hopeful future. When I believed I could actually make something of myself." Buck gave a soft whine and pushed up against Warren's leg. Warren gave a tired chuckle. "Now look at me, working some dead-end contract, dying of cancer, wasting my damn night talking to an alien AI that doesn't even have the common decency to look like an alien." Trebek slumped and mumbled. "Well, that was depressing." Warren snorted. "No shit." He reached down to pat along Buck's side. His loyal companion quickly perked up at the attention. "In my defense, looking the part of an alien invader has not ended well historically," Trebek explained. "Every time we've tried that approach, the other species have had a tendency to shoot first, ask questions later, as you humans say." Warren flashed a cheeky grin. "That ugly, huh?" Trebek took up a brief, thoughtful expression. "Perhaps all species believe outsiders to be ugly creatures." Warren laughed. "You've clearly not seen our internet." "You humans are an outlier in this regard," Trebek quickly explained. Warren would have spat out his drink if he had one. "Now, back to the questionnaire." Trebek eyed his little card of questions. "It looks like we have ourselves a philosophical one here. Now tell me, Mr. Warren, is bigger better?" Warren blinked. There was no way these questions had any serious bearing on anything. He wasn't sure if this was some sort of strategy by the Empire to keep their questionnaire subjects off balance, or if there was some grander rhyme or reason to it that was beyond his grasp. He decided worrying about it wasn't worth the trouble. He came up with the most ridiculously honest answer he could think of. "Bigger is always better, and anyone who tells you otherwise is just lying to themselves." "You would be surprised how many people say size doesn't matter," Trebek answered. "But I happen to believe it is a very important factor in all manner of issues, especially when it comes to the games." "Go big or go home, am I right?" Warren said. Buck barked in agreement and wagged his tail. Warren was certain his dog was thinking about food. If he ever ordered pizza and left it neglected for a few minutes, anything smaller than an extra large would magically disappear long before Warren could ever hope to return to it. Trebek nodded. "Just so you know, anything you say during this questionnaire can and will be used for your class assignment." "Did I stutter?" Warren shot right back. He'd assumed as much when the questionnaire began. It was always that way in any interview process among humans. He doubted it was any different in the Empire. "And quite frankly, I don't give a damn what you or anyone else thinks about me," Warren thought. That was a special consideration only 3 people in his life had earned. "Oh, you are going to be a fun one, aren't you?" Trebek laughed. "I cannot wait to see what you make of the games. Now, moving on to a more practical matter. When facing off against a rampaging taraza, do you A. Stand still, B. Meet it head-on, C. Run like hell, or D. Try to talk to it?" "What the hell is a taraza?" Warren asked. Trebek did not supply an answer. Warren didn't like answering questions without any context, so he applied what little context he did have. The games were clearly some sort of competitive RPG, so if there were monsters around, then they were probably walking loot and experience bags. "B. I beat the hell out of it." "Bold answer," Trebek said.
Not many people would dare face off against a taraza. I don't even know what that thing is, Warren countered. But from the sounds of your games, I'm dead if I do and I'm dead if I don't, so I might as well go down swinging, right? Trebek stroked his mustache. That is certainly one way to look at it, Warren shrugged. Next? Indeed. Trebek moved down on his list of questions. Albert Einstein, despite being wrong, once said E equals mc squared. Where was his mistake? Warren blinked. Man, what kind of question is that? I barely squeaked by physics back in high school. Trebek did not respond and simply waited for Warren to declare he'd answered the question. Buck, help me out here, Warren said. Buck cocked his head to the side and stared up at Warren blankly. Yeah, I don't know what the hell I was thinking with that one, he admitted to himself. Warren tugged his jaw from one side to another. Look, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed here, but I do remember one pretty ridiculous question I had back in school. Back in 11th grade, actually. It was a question about how much force was necessary to launch a body 3 feet in the air. No words floated in the air writing down his answer. Instead, Trebek just listened intently. We were supposed to write an equation and all the mathematical jargon to explain our answer, but I didn't know what the hell I was doing. So I BS'd it, Warren continued. I wrote down a story about Superman. You see, every time he takes off, this supposed Boy Scout of a hero leaves a damn crater behind. I figured over the course of a month alone, this must have cost the city millions of dollars. Now, you might be asking what the hell that has to do with anything, right? Trebek nodded. Hell if I know, Warren admitted. What I do know is that by some miracle, I got an A on that test. So what I'm trying to say here is that even if Einstein was wrong, he made science cool for a lot of people around the world. The sort of people who became inspired to go balls deep into the sciences and made all of our technological advancements you aliens probably think are cute country bumpkin garbage, he went on. People like my best friend, Andy. That guy had an Einstein phase like nobody's business. He had bobbleheads and everything. It was honestly pretty gross, but I tried not to bully him too much about it. Is that your final answer? Trebek asked. Warren's eyes shot upward, searching for any other nonsense he could throw at the answer. He gave up after a few seconds. Sure, why not? It's not like I could physics my way out of a wet paper bag or anything. Trebek chuckled and nodded. On to the next question. It went on like that for about an hour. Trebek threw out another ridiculous question, and Warren snapped back with an equally ridiculous answer. Some seemed completely random, like what his thoughts were on the merits of Jeopardy versus The Price is Right, while others went after much deeper issues. Questions of morality, and what one would do in a particularly difficult scenario. On it went, and Warren was getting sick and tired of the questioning. He thought they were playing 20 questions tops, but they were at least 30 questions in when Warren decided to not give a damn anymore and started throwing out random answers. To his surprise, even though they were getting into the wee hours of the morning, Warren didn't feel dead on his feet from the long day he'd had. He felt fine, awake, well-rested even. He wondered if it had to do with whatever system Trebek had installed on Warren, but the AI wasn't really the type to answer his questions, so he didn't bother asking. Buck had fallen asleep at Warren's feet by the time Warren's patience reached its breaking point. He had no idea what the consequences would be for abandoning a questionnaire created by the whatever-the-hell dynasty, but he honestly didn't care anymore. Warren opened his mouth to cut off Trebek when he said the magic words. At long last, we have come to the final question, Trebek announced to the digital fanfare of fake applause and confetti cannons going off behind him. Are you prepared, Mr. Warren? Finally, Warren grunted. Go on, let's get this done already. You have 1 health point, 0 mana, and the taraza is back for you, Trebek said. What do you do? Oh, he's back, is he? Warren snorted. Well, I'm one for happy endings, so... Warren raised his middle finger high in the air. I flip the ugly bastard one of these, then I proceed to shove the biggest, sharpest thing I can find up its ass. How's that for an answer? As bold as your first taraza question, Trebek announced with cheer. Calculating your class and initial attributes now. The AI did a little jig where it stood. Congratulations, Mr. Warren. Thanks to your many colorful answers, you have been granted the class of Berserker and the following attribute points. Warren's heads-up display flashed before his eyes. Warren Freeman, class, level 1 Berserker, strength, 19, movement, 15, tolerance, 12, understanding, 5, presence, 19. Warren blinked at the numbers. The attribute names were unorthodox, to say the least, but he figured he could put 2 and 2 together. Strength was his ability to hit things hard and carry them. Movement was essentially his dexterity. Tolerance reflected how much abuse he could handle. Understanding probably represented his intelligence and wisdom rolled into one. That's less than impressive, he admitted. And presence had to be some sort of charisma-like stat. At his musings, the system built into his body filled in the blanks where he was wrong. Strength did exactly what Warren thought. Movement primarily focused on his ability to move his body. Flexibility, speed, not face-planting when he decided to try his hand at acrobatics. It didn't mention anything about fine motor control, as dexterity traditionally represented, but he figured it was in there somewhere. Tolerance was exactly what he believed it to be, Warren's ability to take abuse, both mental and physical. He'd expected it to be higher, considering how rough his life had been, but he decided not to worry about it. Understanding was, in fact, wisdom and intelligence rolled into one. Apparently, the system thought he was dumber than a bag of bricks. My random answers probably didn't help, he mused. Presence was charisma, but it didn't just represent his dashing good looks or how well he could communicate with others, but rather how aware others were of his existence. Apparently, depending on the class and current activity, presence could either minimize or maximize how aware others were of him. In the case of a berserker, presence made sure everyone and their mother knew he was there and that they should be afraid. Very afraid. Well, I am just going to be the best at making friends, aren't I? Warren huffed in amusement. So, are you happy with the class assignment, Mr. Warren? Trebek asked. Warren shrugged. Can't say I'm mad about it. Melee fighting's always been my preferred playstyle in games, so this'll do. Fantastic, Trebek said. As a bonus for the unique, colorful, and creative answers you have given me, you have also been granted the extra perks of Hall Pass and Multi-Class. Warren opened his mouth to speak when Trebek swiftly cut him off. All will be explained at the Halls of Ascension during the tutorial period, Trebek said. Now, I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. You have exactly 12 hours to get your affairs in order before you and every other chosen human will teleport to the Halls of Ascension. There, you and your fellow contestants will compete for the very survival of your species. Trebek gave a deep bow. Thank you, and good night. Hey, wait a second. Warren reached out for Trebek when he suddenly vanished. The obelisk remained, though the alien markings had gone dormant. Huh. I guess this means we get our class gear and stuff in this Hall's place. Warren shrugged. He decided not to worry too much about it. He'd go out to have dinner with Buck, maybe catch a movie, and sleep the 12 hours he'd been away. A frown pulled at his lips when he considered Buck. Will this dynasty let me take my dog with me? He shook his head. No, probably not. I better find him a place to stay. Chapter 5. Andy.
Andy adjusted his glasses as Trebek released him from his questioning. After its quick introduction to the games, the AI had gone out of its way to spread out those who'd agreed to play the game and give them their questionnaire. Strangely enough, Trebek didn't bother keeping people like Melody, who had turned down the offer to participate in the games, away from those who had agreed. When Andy took in his surroundings, he spotted several of the other contestants still taking their sweet time answering Trebek's questions. The AI didn't seem to mind in the slightest. Andy questioned some of the people chosen to partake in the questionnaire. One was an older professor pushing his 60s. The games were supposed to be dangerous, after all. Surely his age would be an issue. On the other hand, if everything ran on the system, then perhaps the age factor was removed or minimized from the equation. "So, how do you feel?" Melody asked. Andy looked at himself. "Honestly, not much different. Apparently, I'm a mage now, but I didn't get any spells or books to study." "They must give you those at the Halls of Ascension," Melody offered. "It makes sense if you think about it. This system they gave you is all for participating in the games. Why risk their contestants killing each other with crazy magical powers before the show can even get started, right?" Andy stroked his chin, then nodded. "When you put it like that, it does make sense. I was still hoping to get some practice in before we're thrown into the grinder. Plus, Trebek did mention a tutorial." "I'm sure you'll get plenty of time to practice," Melody said. "He said this was supposed to be a game for the Empire. You wouldn't make very good entertainment if you didn't at least have a basic idea of what you were doing." "Good point," Andy agreed. She crossed her arms over her chest. "I'm still mad at you for convincing me to answer no to that weird AI." Andy sighed. "Sorry. I just thought it'd be best for us to find out what the difference was if one of us answered yes and the other no. You know, for science." He'd never admit to her part of his reasoning involved the fear of losing her to the games. They were about to fight for the fate of their world, and if anything endangered Melody, Andy doubted he could keep his head on straight. "And now you're going to be gone in 12 hours, leaving me all alone in the world," Melody said. Andy gave a sheepish smile. "Sorry about that." His eyes widened with realization. "Oh, crap! Do you think Warren talked to one of those things?" "Warren?" Melody asked. "You're about to get kidnapped into some sort of freaky alien game show, and you're worried about that asshole?" Andy frowned. "Come on, don't be like that. Warren's had it rough his whole life. Sure, he's a little rough around the edges, but he's a good guy, under that prickly hide of his." Melody pursed her lips into a tight frown. "The guy doesn't have anyone in the world who cares about him except his dog Buck," Andy insisted. "He's my friend, and you know, out of everyone in the world, no one else would have jumped before looking at something like this." Melody sighed. All right, go call Warren. The least we can do is make sure Buck is all right. He's a cute pup, unlike that master of his." Andy chuckled. He dug in his pocket for his phone and rang up Warren on speakerphone. "Andy," Warren answered. "You wouldn't believe the crazy night I just had." "You talked to an obelisk, didn't you?" Andy asked with a knowing smile. "Yeah, I did," Warren said. "That obnoxious thing wouldn't let me be on my way, so I played its little game. Apparently I'm gonna be in some sort of game show now, to fight for the fate of the world or something, so that's fun." Andy laughed. "How did I know you were going to say yes to participating?" "Because you know me. You know I'm about as blunt as an explosion in a fireworks factory. There isn't exactly any rocket science going on here, Mr. PhD student." Then Warren's voice got serious. "Is this real, though? Because it looked pretty real to me. But you know me and my last 2 brain cells." Melody choked down a laugh. Andy groaned, running his hands through his hair. Yeah, I think it is.
So, we're really going to some game world to fight? Warren asked.
I think so.
Huh. Hey, on the bright side, maybe I'll get killed in some fight. Better than dying from cancer, 'cause at least I get to punch the other guy.
Andy grinned. So, what class did you get?
Berserker.
Andy blinked. Like the big, angry warrior types who rage through the battlefield?
I don't think there's any other kind, Warren replied. The thing didn't tell me what kind of berserker, so I don't know if I'm going to be punching things in the face, axing them questions, or swinging a big-ass Conan-style sword around.
Huh. Interesting, Andy said. The AI assigned me as a mage. It didn't specify any specific flavor either.
Yeah? Well, did you get any extras, too? Warren asked. Because it gave me 2, Hall Pass and Multiclass.
Extras? Melody asked in a hushed whisper. You didn't get any extras, did you? Andy shook his head. No, I didn't get any extras. Just a class. But you must have given Trebek some great answers if he gave you perks. Did he happen to explain what those extras do?
Nope, Warren answered. But multi-class is pretty obvious. The question is whether or not I get to pick the class, or if I have to wait for something to pick it for me. And that would suck. If I'm going to be fighting for my life in these games, I'd like a little more choice in how I mess up these aliens, you know?
Andy chuckled. What would you pick? Another warrior class? Warren let out a soft hum.
I mean, why not? I could get even better at beating things down. I see this as an absolute win.
Andy rolled his eyes. Do you mind if I ask you about what questions you were asked?
Sure, Warren answered. Eating burgers with Buck right now, so I got time.
Buck's bark came through the speaker. Hey, Buck, Andy said.
Andy says hi, pup, Warren told his German shepherd.
So, did the AI ask you any seemingly random questions? Andy asked.
Warren gulped down a drink. Oh, yeah. It asked all sorts of stupid things, like what my favorite color was, or what my favorite ice cream was. It actually let me pick 2 answers, chocolate and strawberry.
Andy blinked. But you hate strawberries.
I don't love them, Warren countered.
It's mostly the fake strawberry flavor that kills me.
Buck loves the stuff since I won't let him touch chocolate. He gets pretty upset at me when I bring any chocolate in the house.
Buck let out a whiny bark.
Yeah, when it's your food, you get all mad if anyone even looks at it. But when it's my food, suddenly it's our food.
Warren snorted.
Maybe I'll ask Andy to steal one of those Ushankas from those dumb commie kids or professors at his university for you. I'm sure they wouldn't mind sharing.
Andy burst out laughing, then wheezed as he fought to get it under control. They're not real big on sharing.
Imagine my shock, Warren said with the fakest surprise Andy had ever heard in his life.
Back to the questions. Trebek actually asked me all the same questions you mentioned, Andy said. I think this was some sort of standardized test.
Yeah? Warren asked. So what? This is some sort of SAT for Space Beat-em-up University?
If we were all given a questionnaire to partake in these games, it does stand to reason they would use similar, if not the same, questions, Andy said. How else would they get a read on what classes and attributes best suit us?
Okay, then, Warren replied. What did you answer for the taraza question? The first one, about whatever that thing was.
Andy remembered only 2 taraza questions, and the first one involved how to handle the creature. Obviously, I chose to try and speak with the creature.
Warren laughed.
Of course you would.
I chose to take the thing head on. Trebek didn't exactly make the thing sound like a nice little puppy dog, so why would I bother wasting my breath talking, you know?
But we don't know anything about these aliens, Andy countered. For all we know, these tarazas are just misunderstood creatures.
Sure, Warren conceded. Or they could be giant murderous space rocks with blenders for teeth. I don't know.
Murderous space rocks? Andy questioned.
Those brutes or brooders or whatever the hell those big aliens were look plenty rocky to me, Warren said. Who's to say there aren't sentient, carnivorous rocks out there somewhere? Andy was about to say that was ridiculous, but Warren did have a point. Trebek's arrival had proven to humanity they weren't alone in the universe, and they were the new kid on the block to top it all off. Who knew what was waiting for them once they left Earth?
I can't really argue with that, Andy admitted.
Did you and your big brain get that Einstein question? Warren asked. The one that says he was wrong.
Andy nodded. Melody and I spent hours trying to figure out where the mistake was. Trebek didn't tell us if we were right, he just moved along.
Figures, Warren grunted. That damn game show impersonator isn't big on answering questions. Hopefully someone at the halls of ascension or whatever will be a lot more talkative.
Hopefully, Andy agreed. What was your answer to the physics question?
Warren laughed. I didn't have one, so I told Trebek a story about how my dumbass got an A on a high school physics test for some rambling about Superman costing the city millions. Oh, and how Einstein made science cool. Melody face-palmed so hard, Andy could practically feel it. She muttered something along the lines of, "Oh my God," but with far more colorful language than he normally saw her use.
And Trebek took this answer? Andy asked.
Yup.
Wow.
Warren laughed. Right? After a while, I just started BSing my way through the answers since the thing was taking so long.
You just started making up answers? Andy balked.
Hey, Trebek was taking forever with his questionnaire, and I was starving. Warren shot back. Poor Buck was passed out at my feet, waiting for that crazy AI to finish asking its dumb questions.
Andy sighed. Yeah, that is exactly what you do, isn't it? He thought. Well, what about the big questions? Do you remember what you answered for those?
Probably, Warren said. If you throw some at me, I can probably remember my answer.
Andy nodded. The one where you rank the 3 tenets that define you in order, do you remember that one?
Warren chewed on something crunchy for a while, probably some fries. That's not ringing any bells. What was your answer? Maybe I'll remember.
Knowledge, friendship, love, Andy answered without any hesitation.
Warren burst out laughing. Oh man, oh my God, you're such a little bitch, and in front of an alien of all things.
At least this little bitch doesn't need to use his hands to get laid, Melody quickly countered. Unlike some losers.
Warren choked on his drink. Oh, I'm on speaker?
Yes, asshole, Melody answered for Andy.
Andy grimaced. He could practically see the smirk on Warren's face. At least I need to use both hands, Warren quipped. Melody groaned. You're a pig. I miss you too, Melanie, Warren said.
It's Melody, she snapped.
I know, Warren chuckled, but don't go calling me names and expect me not to bite back. Isn't that right, Buck? Buck let out a happy bark. That's right. She started this, yeah, Warren said as he patted his panting dog. Melody fumed. She opened her mouth to keep the fight going, but Andy held up a hand to stop her.
Come on, don't antagonize him. He can keep going at this a lot longer than either of us can, Andy pleaded. He's really nice if you don't get on his bad side.
Melody let out a breath.
Fine, I'm calm.
Oh, yeah, Warren said. I remember what my answer was for that question.
Really? Andy asked.
Fuck you, asshole, Warren said. Andy and Melody were speechless. No, I'm kidding, Warren said, beating them to the follow-up question. Andy shot a questioning glance at Trebek, then back at Melody.
I don't think the AI actually cares whether an answer is right or wrong, or even serious, Melody said. The questionnaire is likely some sort of giant personality test. You know, like those ones on social media that say, find out if you're a Gryffindor or a Slytherin.
Andy pursed his lips, then nodded.
It's starting to sound like that, but that was a really long personality quiz.
I hear you two ladies mumbling out there, Warren said. Don't leave me hanging now. What are you talking about?
Andy cleared his throat. Sorry, Warren, we were just trying to figure out the nature of Trebek's questions.
Why worry about it, Warren said. The way I see it, we're going to be off in some crazy alien death match pretty soon, so I'm just checking things off my bucket list until it's time to go.
Speaking of which, Melody, you wouldn't happen to have said no to the crazy AI, would you?
Melody sighed.
Andy made me say no. For science, he tells me.
Awesome, Warren said.
No, it's not awesome, Melody glared. He's going to get himself killed, and you're probably the only one who's going to care what happens to him up there.
Okay, that's definitely not awesome when you put it like that, Warren admitted. But it's awesome for me.
Why would it be awesome for you? Melody asked, teetering on the edge of throwing another insult at him.
Because I'm not sure if Buck gets to come with me or not, Warren said. I'd much rather leave him with someone I can trust than abandon him for however long these games are going to take, you know?
Melody furrowed her brow. You trust me?
Huh? Of course I do, Warren said. My boy Andy trusts you enough to date you, and you haven't done anything to screw him, outside of the literal sense, clearly, so why not?
Melody flushed furiously, caught in between raw fury and embarrassment.
You two are basically the closest thing I have to family, Warren continued. And since Andy is like my brother, I guess that makes you my sister until further notice. Besides, Buck really likes you, and he's rarely wrong about people.
Melody turned to stare at Andy, her lips pinched tight together in some sort of panicked frown. Like she couldn't believe what Warren had just said, and she had no idea how to feel about it. Andy smiled at her and answered, She's having a hard time coming up with words right now, but I think it's a yes for watching Buck.
Great, Warren said. I'll come bring him and his things over right now and some extra cash to take care of him.
Hey, wait, Andy said. One more question.
About the questions?
Yeah, Andy said.
Shoot.
The true or false question, Andy said. I think it was the defending the human race is something everyone should care about one. What did you answer?
He was certain he knew Warren's answer, but he wanted to hear it from him. Warren sucked a breath through his teeth. Ooh, you're not gonna like this one.
Come on, don't hold out on me, Andy insisted.
I answered false, Warren admitted. The AI thought it was curious and asked me to elaborate, so I told it my life story. How my parents died, how no one in my family was willing or able to take care of me, about all the assholes in the orphanage system, and especially the ones who said I wouldn't amount to anything but a criminal at best. Warren let out a chuckle that carried more pain than Warren likely knew slipped into it. You know, the bright and colorful memories of a wholesome childhood that totally don't screw up a kid.
Melody's face fell. She whispered to Andy. Is he serious?
Andy nodded in reply.
But how can he be so casual about something like that? Melody asked quietly. It's no wonder the guy's so messed up. Warren doesn't like to be a burden on people. Andy said. Just like he doesn't like people messing with him or others.
I can hear you two ladies whispering again, Warren interrupted. Seriously, you guys would make awful spies.
Sorry about that, Warren, Andy said.
Well, I told you mine, so you tell me yours now, Warren said.
Andy's brow furrowed with confusion.
Oh, right. The question. I answered true. Trebek asked me to elaborate also. I told him that even if some of us are terrible, there is a lot of good among our people. And if we die off, we won't ever have a chance to reach our true potential for good as a species.
Warren sniffled, and Andy could picture him wiping away a fake tear.
That was beautiful, man. Did you win Miss Universe with that answer?
Andy couldn't help but crack a toothy smile.
I'm still waiting for my tiara.
Warren burst out laughing.
Oh, hell. Now the staff is looking at me like I'm crazy. All right, Andy, I'll see you guys in a bit.
We're at the observatory, Andy said. You know where that is, right?
I know, Warren said. One of the professors there had me called in to fix his pinball machines. I know my way around the place.
All right, good, Andy said. Take care, Warren. I'll see you later. He hung up. Melody ran a hand through her red hair.
You know, now I kind of feel bad for giving him such a hard time.
Don't worry about it, Andy said. Warren really does not make it easy for people to be nice to him most of the time. You need to have a certain rough sense of humor to put up with him, or at least be able to understand when he's joking and when he's actually up in arms about something.
Maybe,
Melody shrugged.
If you guys make it back from these games, I'll have to give the guy a fair chance.
Andy smiled. You take good care of Buck, and Warren will love you. There isn't a thing in the world he loves more than that dog.
And I can say the same for you, Andy,
Melody said. Andy blinked with a furious blush.
Which is why I'm taking you to the lab, Melody continued.
Andy stammered. Melody, now's not really the time to get into weird and kinky things. I mean, sure, it might be the last time we... Melody grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him.
No, not that. We have all sorts of tracking equipment there. That way I can find you wherever these aliens take you and hopefully make sure you're still alive, you know?
Andy smiled.
Oh, yeah, that.
He laughed when his mind suddenly felt like it was going 1,000,000 miles an hour.
No, wait, that won't work. We need to expand the tracer's range if you're going to track me in whatever corner of the universe these aliens are taking me. You know, that's probably a good idea, Melody said.
Andy tapped a finger to his chin.
Maybe we can jury-rig something with the satellites we have access to, or we can call in the Space Force for help. This is a matter of national security now. I'm sure they'd be happy to help. We have to get their number first, though. Andy, are you feeling okay?
Melody asked.
Andy blinked.
Of course, I'm fine. Just thinking.
Actually, now that you mention it,
my thoughts are coming in a lot faster and clearer than normal.
You said Trebek gave you a character sheet, like in a game, right? Melody asked. Why don't you pull it up and read it off to me? Andy Snow, Class, Level 1, Mage. Strength, 10. Movement, 15. Tolerance, 13. Understanding, 22. Presence, 10. I think your body is starting to integrate that stat block, Melody commented. The Empire likely learned that granting the benefits of their system all at once is overwhelming, so they slowly turn it all on.
Andy nodded.
That makes a lot of sense.
Well, we better get to work if you're going to track me. Trebek didn't mention where this Halls of Ascension is, so we don't know if we have to calibrate things for the Moon or Alpha Centauri.
Then we'll max out all the tracking tech we can get our hands on, Melody said.
The pair of them got to work. First, they recruited all the other students and professors they could get their hands on. Whether they finished their questionnaire or chose to stay, Melody and Andy dragged them along. Next, they tinkered away at boosting the range of their tracking devices and calibrating all of their sensors. They had been working on it for several hours when the doors to the observatory workshop burst open. A squad of armed soldiers burst in with rifles in hand, and a considerable number of technicians carrying heavy cases among them. Andy counted at least 30 before he stopped trying.
What the hell is the army doing here?
Andy thought, too fearful to voice his question in case the visit was less than friendly. At the head of the soldiers stood a broad-shouldered man with deeply graying hair and a face that could have been carved off the side of the mountain. The 5 stars on his uniform's shoulder and the rainbow of bars covering his chest all screamed how important this guy was.
General Merrick, U.S. Space Force, he introduced himself, striding right up to Andy. We understand you were the first to detect and make contact with the object outside.
Andy stammered.
The obelisk? Yes. Oh, what's going on?
We're taking over, Merrick declared. Our intelligence sources tell us your people were contacted to participate in these so-called games. Games which none of our personnel, from the lowliest grunt to the most skilled field operatives, were contacted for. Which puts us in the uncomfortable position of having to work with civilians on this matter.
Taking over?
Andy gasped. He quickly headed over to a nearby window and split the blinds. A convoy of Humvees and trucks made themselves at home in the observatory parking lot. More soldiers and techs hopped out of trucks and worked at offloading equipment. Andy wasn't entirely sure, but it looked like they even brought construction materials. The sight of a heavy machine gun hauled off by 2 men made it clear they weren't playing around. The workshop shook with the loud roar of a helicopter flying overhead. A gunship swept into view, its spotlight sweeping the surrounding area.
Holy crap! These guys aren't here to visit, are they?
Andy thought.
But what are they going to do against aliens?
Melody crossed her arms.
Well, you can't just barge in here and tell us what to do. We're not in the military.
Normally you would be correct, Merrick conceded. However, the fate of the world is at stake. Now we can do this the nice way or the hard way. Work with us and have our full support and experience to support you, or don't.
What happens if we don't? Melody pressed.
Then we pin Mr. Snow here and every other member of the observatory who happen to say yes to the alien device and forcefully inject them with tracking devices,
Merrick put with all the bluntness of a semi-truck ramming through a wall.
We have the technology to track the participants across great distances and communicate with them. To refuse this offer of cooperation would not only be ill-advised, but treasonous against your species.
Melody opened her mouth to argue when Andy stepped between them.
Easy, Melody. No need to argue with the general here.
He turned toward the towering man.
We're all on the same team here, right?
Of course,
Merrick replied as if it was the stupidest question he'd heard all day.
Andy smiled. Then let's get this show on the road.
Good,
Merrick gestured at a nearby technician.
Implant Mr. Snow with the tracking devices and calibrate the network.
The tech with a heavy black case nodded and gestured for Andy to follow him to a mostly empty workbench.
Andy, are you nuts?
Melody hissed so Merrick couldn't hear.
This is the government. When have they ever helped anything?
The tech helped Andy onto the workbench. You know I can hear you, right? Melody stared at him.
I wasn't talking to you, was I?
Andy grimaced.
You kinda, sorta were. Anyway, don't worry. They need our help as much as we need theirs. The Space Force has access to technology we can't even begin to dream of affording. They aren't the enemy here. How do you know they haven't been taken over by aliens?
Melody snapped back.
Their arrival here is a little too conveniently timed.
The tech, whose name tag read Ramirez, swabbed a numbing agent on Andy's neck.
Ma'am, Do you have any idea how much surveillance you're under 24/7? We knew you were tracking this thing the second your observatory spotted the obelisk. We were already en route during this Trebek's game of 20 questions. Melody opened her mouth and closed it, then opened it again. What do you mean, surveillance? I haven't done anything wrong, and neither has Andy. Ramirez fished out a rather hefty-looking injector. Some friendly advice? Your phone's always watching and listening. Melody gave a surprised squeak as she pulled out her phone and stared at it. Andy laughed quietly, but decided not to worry about Ramirez. He was probably just messing with them, just like the numbing agent was messing with his neck. Andy slowly rolled his head. This is so weird. I can't feel half my neck. Ramirez grabbed Andy's head and pulled it off to the side. Excellent, Mr. Snow. This will only pinch a little. He plunged the needle into Andy's neck. Andy clenched his jaw, sucking down a sharp breath through his nose. Even through the numbing agent, it felt like an ice-cold poker had been shoved directly into his nerves. He didn't want to even begin to imagine how painful the procedure would have been if not for the numbing agent. Ramirez drew back the injector, cleaned up the site, and went to work bandaging it up. How do you feel? Andy slowly inhaled and exhaled. I'm good. He sounded a little hoarser and higher-pitched as his body adjusted to the pain. Did it work? Ramirez pulled open a laptop from the case beside Andy and keyed in a few commands. A map of the solar system appeared before it zoomed into the United States, right above their observatory. A blue pulsing dot appeared on screen. Ramirez typed Andy's name, and it appeared beside the dot. Everything appears to be in working order, Ramirez said. This device will keep track of everything from your location to your vitals, and even allow you to communicate with us via thought. Melody gasped. That's amazing. How long have you been working on this tech? Ramirez closed the case. Since Roswell. That's classified, but I don't suppose it matters anymore with the obelisk's arrival. He slid the case off the bench and let it hang at his side. What matters is that the device has been tested to track a target up to 2 star systems away. If the aliens take you beyond that range, then there's nothing we can do to stay in touch with Mr. Snow. Oh, that's nice, Andy said, sounding more uncertain than he meant to about his decision. Ramirez gave a light nod. Best of luck to you and the other contestants. He slipped away to join the rest of the military unit currently making themselves at home in the observatory. Melody stared at Andy. Are you sure you're going to be okay? Andy nodded, suddenly feeling the weight of the world bearing down upon his shoulders. Yeah, I will be. I have to be, don't I? He gulped nervously. Because if I'm not, and Warren's not, then... Melody leaned up to press a kiss to his lips. You're going to be fine, Andy. Between your brains and that asshole Warren doing whatever it is Warren does, I bet you'll show those aliens humans aren't to be messed with. Andy's phone buzzed. He checked his phone, a text message from Warren. Dude, when the fuck did this place turn into Rambo's summer home? I'm outside, but this douche won't let me in. Andy texted back, Hold on, before turning to Merrick. So, I need you to call security and... Chapter 6. Warren. Humvees with big guns, grunts with rifles, and a few too many soldiers who looked like they had sticks up their asses occupied the area surrounding the observatory. They even had guard towers going up, and the barrel of the uncomfortably big machine gun being assembled beside the checkpoint looked right at him. Well, don't all of you just look like a bucket of fun? Warren mused to himself as he pulled up to the checkpoint in his 20-year-old Mitsubishi Lancer. Whatever, must be some sort of ROTC thing, or some stupidly dedicated cosplayers.
One of the guards approached the car with his rifle in hand and a bad attitude written all over his face. He tapped on the window and gestured for Warren to roll it down. Okay, this guy looks a little too serious for a cosplayer. Warren sucked in a deep breath and put on his best winning smile. He rolled down the window and leaned out of the silver car. Hey, buddy, what seems to be the problem? New ROTC program going on or something? Sir, the guard began with a tone that told Warren the guard was done with this shit before it even began. This facility is under lockdown by the U.S. Space Force. If you're not here on official business, I'm going to have to ask you to leave the premises. Warren blinked. Space Force? You mean you guys are real? The guard groaned. Yes, sir, we're real. Like, really real, and not just a meme song? Warren couldn't help but press his luck. As much as he was aware, he was grinding the guard's gears. The song was really catchy, but he'd never heard of any fighting going on in space. Usually it was the Chinese bragging about their next big move into the great beyond before promptly falling out of the sky in a ball of flames, usually over western cities. That's probably not an accident. No, sir, we're not just a meme song, the guard said. Now, if you're done, I'd appreciate it if you moved along. We're here on official business. Warren interrupted. I'm here on official business, too. The guard furrowed his brow. I highly doubt that. No, seriously, my buddy runs this joint. Warren searched the man's uniform for a nameplate. Johnson, right? Give me a second, I'll text him. Warren pulled out his phone and sent Andy a text. Johnson shifted his weight, indulgence rapidly becoming anger. Andy texted back, and for an awkward minute, Johnson and Warren's eyes locked. Fortunately for both of them, the guardhouse's phone rang. Johnson turned without so much as a word. Warren sighed and sank back into his seat, tugging Buck back with him. We're gonna be stuck here a while, pup. Buck didn't mind at all. He just lay across Warren's lap with a sleepy little yawn. Warren gently stroked his dog's back, lips pulled into a tight, firm line. He'd told Buck they were going to visit Andy and Melody, and that he'd even be staying with Melody for a bit, but he'd never told his dog why. Sure, he'd been there for every conversation with Trebek and on the phone with Andy, but he doubted Buck understood most of what was said. Buck looked up to Warren, tilting his head to the side as if sensing something was wrong. You're smarter than you look, you know that? Warren commented with a gentle smile. Buck barked, his tail thumping harder against the seat and dash. Warren glanced back to the guard, hoping he was done with his call, but it looked like there was quite the heated conversation going on. He returned his attention back to Buck. Listen, Buck, I have some kind of bad news for you. Buck perked up, sitting on the passenger seat. I'm not actually leaving you with Melody for a few days. Buck tilted his head to the side. Warren gently ran a hand over his head. I don't actually know how long you'll be staying with her. Uncle Andy and I are going to be going on a trip. We don't know where or for how long, but it's going to be dangerous. Really dangerous. Buck whined and pressed his snout to Warren's throat, tucking his head right beneath his chin. Warren hugged his dog, but pulled him away. I know, it sucks, but I don't think Trebek and his masters are going to let me take you along. And if I don't go with them, well, you know how I feel about trusting other people to get anything done. Buck grumbled something in dog speak. Warren translated. That's right, you can't trust any of these dumbasses to do anything right, so you might as well do it yourself. So, that's why I'm going. He sank into his seat and stared at the ceiling of his car. If we win these games, Earth is safe. That's cool and everything, I guess. The species gets to go on being a merry bunch of fuck-ups, but that's not what I'm fighting for. He pressed a finger to Buck's chest. I'm fighting for you, buddy. And Andy. And I guess Melody, too. She's all right. Buck whined, wrapping his forelegs around Warren's arm. "Yeah, I don't want to go either," Warren said. "Really, I didn't want to talk with that stupid obelisk in the first place, but you know me. Looking before jumping is not in my M.O. His gaze fell. "Besides, with the cancer eating me up from inside, I don't really know how long I have to live. An alien invasion probably won't do my odds any favors, so if I have to die, I might as well go out trying to save the only people I've ever cared about in this world, right?" Buck squeezed tighter around Warren's arm. A whine escaped his big, lovable dog. Warren pressed his brow to Buck's, then placed a kiss on top of his head. "I know, buddy. I'm gonna miss you too. But you be good to Melody, and I'm sure she'll take good care of you, all right?" He forced a smile and gestured to the duffel bag of goodies he brought along for Buck. "And don't be shy about bothering her for snacks, either. I brought plenty, so she has no excuse." Buck didn't give his usual happy bark at the mention of treats. Instead, he pressed his snout to Warren's face and slathered it in long, sloppy slurps. Johnson returned to the car, his demeanor completely transformed from pissed-off security guard to slightly scared soldier. "Sir, you're free to enter." Warren hugged his Buck tight and slipped away from him. "Excuse me? I didn't quite catch that." "You have been granted access to the observatory," Johnson stated. "Mr. Snow has vouched for your presence, and General Merrick agreed to allow you inside." He pulled away and lifted the barrier. "The General wants you to report to the observatory workshop as soon as you're able to receive a tracker injection. We have a lot of scientists and professors needing to get shipped, so there's no rush." "Fuck that noise," Warren thought. He gave Johnson his friendliest smile and nodded. "Thanks, Johnson." He drove inside and found yet another obelisk sitting in the middle of the parking lot. The area had been cordoned off by soldiers, but strangely enough, not a single one of them was spoken to by Trebek. Warren figured if anyone was qualified for an interstellar death match, it would have to be the military types. Their whole thing was training to kick ass, take names, and break stuff. Instead, it looked like only a few eggheads were still talking to the AI's half-dozen projections. Warren parked clear on the other side of that mess and hopped out with Buck. He slung the duffel bag over his shoulder and went to the observatory building where he immediately got lost. It took a few minutes of texting and sharing pictures back and forth with Andy before they met up in the cafeteria. Andy insisted Warren take the time to get himself chipped while he was cluelessly roaming the observatory halls, but Warren replied with increasingly colorful variations of hell no. Buck let out a happy bark upon seeing Andy and Melody and sprinted right for them. He was about to pounce on Melody when Warren gave a sharp whistle. "Hey, no jumping on friends," Warren ordered. Buck skidded to a halt, only lightly bumping into Melody. He looked up to her, panting and wagging his tail, doing a little jig on his feet, excitedly waiting for their attention.
"Why, hello there, Buck,"
Melody practically squealed. She grabbed Buck's head and patted all over it, leaning down to kiss the big, friendly furball. Andy walked up to Warren, holding out his fist to him. "Hey, Warren. The guards didn't give you too much of a hard time, did they?" Warren bumped his knuckles to Andy's. "They haven't shot me yet, so I'll call that a good sign." He slid the heavy duffel bag off his shoulder and placed it on the ground. "What's all this?" Andy asked with a raised brow. "Buck's stuff," Warren answered. "Toys, food, treats. So many damn treats." Buck pulled away from Melody to give an excited bark and ran over to Andy. "He's a big fan of treats," Warren agreed with Buck. Andy knelt down to pet him and smiled.
"Oh, I know. I remember when he was a little puppy trying to eat the burger out of my hands."
"Yeah, having him on the table was not my brightest moment," Warren admitted. "He inhaled my fries before I even had a chance to try them." Andy grinned. Melody smiled.
"Did you bring him a bed, too?"
"What? No." Warren set his hands on the back of his head. "Buck sleeps with me in my bed.
Or the couch. But don't worry, he's a good boy. He doesn't make a mess of things, and I give him baths every week, so he never stinks up the place. Oh, and daily brushing. He needs that to keep the shedding down. Trust me, it gets into shag carpet territory if you don't. Melody's expression changed quickly from amused to concerned as she glanced down to the happy dog. Don't worry, it only sounds like a lot of work, but it's easy, Warren promised. He probably shouldn't have. This was the first time he was going to leave Buck alone with anyone else, after all. There was no telling how Buck would react to the separation.
I'm sure, Melody said with less than convincing enthusiasm.
Warren grinned. You'll be fine. Plus, you can always bribe Buck with a little extra food or treats. Just no chocolate. He wants it desperately, but that's toxic for dogs.
No chocolate, got it,
Melody nodded. So, Warren flung his arms out into the air. What do you guys want to do with your last few hours on Earth? We can hit up some movies. The new Top Gun movie looks dope, and Bullet Train looks hilarious. Or we can go to the arcade. If I'm gonna die fighting some aliens, I'd like to beat my high score on Pac-Man before we leave. Melody and Andy exchanged a glance. What? Melody gestured for Andy to explain. Andy clasped his hands together.
Well, you see, Warren, Melody and I were hoping to have some time to ourselves before the games.
To yourselves? Warren asked. But you guys have nothing but alone time, sitting around staring at the stars every night? Andy nodded grudgingly.
Yeah, but not that kind of alone time.
The poor gerbil in Warren's mind struggled to work its wheels as the Jeopardy theme played. It took an awkward 8 seconds of silence before his eyes snapped wide with realization.
Oh, yeah,
Andy agreed with a growing blush on his cheeks. Warren, of course, couldn't pass up a good opportunity to screw with his friend.
Really, though?
Before marriage? What would your mother say? Andy's blush brightened.
She doesn't have to find out about this. Oh, come on, Warren, Melody snapped. You're the last person in the world who has any right to lecture us about anything. I've seen the girls you chase with all your mommy issues.
Hey, thick thighs save lives. And it is a universal fact that everyone loves goth girls and redheads, Warren declared without so much as blinking. Blondes are cool too. Besides, Andy's supposed to be the Boy Scout of our dynamic duo. Andy's face practically glowed red with embarrassment. Melody opened her mouth to argue, then shut it, then opened it again, then shut it once more. My God, she's learning, Warren thought with a widening, wicked grin. Maybe Andy had spilled the beans on his talent for being able to cross verbal blades with anyone for much longer than anyone would ever want to. Warren placed his hands back on his head and stretched his chest. Anyway, I guess I can leave you two kids to your fun.
Thanks, Warren, Andy stammered out.
Warren couldn't just leave it there, of course. Now remember, Andy, it's a marathon, not a race, when it comes to the ladies. It was Melody's turn to glow bright red with embarrassment.
What are you?
If she turned any redder, she might explode. Warren continued without a care. Think of her like a diesel engine. It takes a while to get them going, but once they're going, they don't stop. He clasped his friend on the shoulder and gave Melody a wink. You kids have fun now. Before either of them could snap out of their shock to say something, Warren turned on a heel and left. But not before Buck ran over. The big dog hopped up to stop Warren. He sighed. Warren hugged his big German shepherd one last time. I'm gonna miss you, buddy. Take care, and be good to Melody, okay? Buck whined and pressed tighter against Warren. Warren gently lowered his dog to the floor and left. As soon as the door shut behind him, Warren's jaw tensed and his eyes reddened. It hurt more than he thought it would to leave Buck in the care of someone else, knowing that it may very well be the last time he saw the closest thing to family he had in this world.
A group of soldiers strode by, escorting another egghead to the cafeteria. They shot curious glances his way. Warren rubbed at his eyes, clearing away any tears before they could make themselves known. "Just something in my eye," he said and walked off to his car. Pulling up his watch, Warren checked how long it had been since he'd played Trebek's game. 6 hours already, Jesus, he thought. He'd burned through half his time since meeting Trebek just on finding a store that was open and had everything Buck needed. As it turned out, pet stores were not open 24/7. For everything else, he went back home to his apartment before finally heading to the observatory. Warren slipped inside his car. He started the engine and drove off from the observatory. The guards apparently had no problem with anyone leaving. What am I going to do now? Warren wondered. He had maybe 6 hours left on Earth before he was off to the games, and he felt no need for rest, even if it was late into the morning. He considered going off to the movies, but those were all closed. A drive around town might be helpful to calm him before he met with his fate. Warren shook his head. 6 hours is a long time. Plenty of time to beat my high score. If I'm going to be gone from this world, I may as well leave a mark in it before it's all gone. He drove toward the other side of town, to the arcade where he'd gotten his high score at Pac-Man. The score that had been at the very top of the leaderboards for years upon years, even going as far back to when he was stuck at the orphanage. Shrugging, he decided that was his best plan of action and headed for the city. "Let's get some music going," he muttered to himself and hit the radio. "The apocalypse is here, brothers and sisters," declared some preacher-sounding guy. "The demons came not from beneath the earth as we thought, but from beyond the heavens. Now, more than ever, is the time to gather our flock and take up arms." Warren went on to the next station. "I forgot I left you at the religious station." He kept hitting the seek button until the rock station came back up. "So, what are we going to do about these aliens?" the host asked. "Pfft, hell if I know, dude," the co-host said. "These things came from who knows how far out in space. What makes you think we have any tech to fight them?" There was a sound of someone taking a drag of something before the host spoke up again. "Yeah, it's crazy, man. Maybe we should just relax and let these games play out. I mean, what else can we really do about these aliens?" Warren groaned. "I came here for music, not commentary." He jabbed the seek button with growing annoyance. "I'm telling you, my man, these guys are our saviors," a man said, sounding like he worked at one of the rap stations. "They're here to uplift our species and take us into the great galactic community, my man." "Uh-huh, sure," a less than enthused man replied. "Man, have you ever seen a damn movie in your life? This is not good news." "Oh, yeah? Well, name me a single movie where aliens have been the bad guys," the other man replied, a little too casually. Warren was tempted to switch the station if he hadn't found their exchange so comical. "Aliens, Independence Day, Predator, Starship Troopers, Mars Attacks," the other host rattled off with growing frustration. "Hell, even the giant Smurfs in Avatar were the bad guys." The other host chuckled and coughed. "Man, you're just being negative. And you're high off your motherfoot." Warren moved on to the next station, and the next one. Everyone was talking about the obelisks and the aliens. Even the classical music station that was non-stop classical music every time he accidentally flipped to it was talking about them. This wouldn't be a problem if my car had Bluetooth, Warren thought. He could pull up a music streaming service on his phone, but the quality left much to be desired when it wasn't played on proper speakers. He decided against music and drove through town in silence instead. People were out on the streets in force. Crowds of people rushed to the stores, breaking in and looting whatever supplies they could get their hands on, especially toilet paper. Warren wanted to assume most of the break-ins had to do with the stores being closed during a time of emergency, rather than people actually looting. But he knew that was a comically naive thought. The cops showed up not long after, trying to wrangle the tide of people. Not my problem, Warren decided, and moved along. Depending on the street he went down, the scenes across the city were that of chaos or high tension. The more nefarious types were out and about looking to score whatever they could, while the people with the means and will to defend themselves were not playing games. Warren had been turned around more than a couple of times when he'd tried to avoid dealing with a crowd of people by driving through a neighborhood. Men with guns with bigger sticks up their rear ends than the military guard waved him off and made very convincing arguments whenever Warren pushed his luck. Warren checked the time again when he made it out the east side of the city. God damn, that took 4 hours? He grunted in frustration. What should have taken an hour tops, with extremely bad traffic, dragged out to his last 2 hours on Earth. It's my own damn fault for gawking at every stupid thing. At this rate, I'm not going to have a lot of time to beat that high score. He sighed and shook the frustration out of his mind. It wouldn't do him any favors when it came to beating his score. I sure hope at least Andy and Melody had a fun last night together. Andy flopped over onto his back on his bed, covered in sweat from head to toe. He glanced over to Melody, who looked equal parts happy and exhausted. They locked their fingers together beneath the covers. The pair had managed to sneak away from the military and back to their apartment in the city for a night alone. Andy supposed sneaking off wasn't really the right term, considering he had an interstellar tracking device implanted in his neck, but it was the thought that counted. How much longer do we have? Melody asked. An hour or two? Andy guessed. It's pretty weird I'm not feeling too tired after all that, though, isn't it? Melody gave him a coy smile. I'm not complaining. Andy blushed furiously. Melody leaned over to give him a quick peck on the cheek. But you should probably rest. We don't know how bad things are going to be for you in the games. Andy's blush faded away, replaced by worry. Yeah. Do you think we're going to be able to make a difference? Melody pressed up against his side, pulling him into a gentle embrace. Do you want the scientific answer or the reassuring one? Andy knew that, scientifically speaking, they were screwed, at least based off the limited information he had on hand. Trebek hadn't spoken to a single soldier, at least none at the observatory, and from what Andy could tell, the AI had only contacted the scrawny, old, or out of shape. Warren was the only outlier he'd met so far, but he was slowly dying of cancer. So, is this game rigged from the start? Or am I overthinking things? He pushed the thoughts aside. Reassuring, please. Melody climbed on top of him, pressing her nose to his as she met his gaze. You're going to be fine, Andy. If anyone in this world has a chance of making it through the games, it's you. You mean that? Andy asked. Melody nodded, planting a gentle kiss on his lips. I mean it. With that brain of yours, there isn't a problem you can't solve. And since you're stuck dealing with Warren, you can just point him at anything that needs demolishing. Andy chuckled softly and returned the kiss. Well, he is a berserker now, so I guess it works out, doesn't it? Melody nodded, lacing her fingers with his. Now come on, Mr. Hero. We only have a few more hours left together. Let's not waste them worrying about the games. Andy pulled her down into a deep kiss, and their own games resumed. I'm sure they're fine, Warren thought, deciding he didn't want to think about the happy couple before jealousy or his imagination decided to go too far. Andy was a great guy, but he had to admit Melody was one hell of a catch. And not just because the nickname Melanie fits her so well, he thought with a far too amused grin. His thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of a crowd deep in a wooded highway east of town. It's barely been a damn hour. Man, tonight is just not my night. Warren frowned. Of course it's another one of these damned obelisks. He turned the wheel to drive around the inconvenient mass of people when the light he'd been ignoring in the corner of his vision turned off. The engine sputtered off, and his car drifted on the road. Damn it. I forgot to pick up gas. Warren cursed to himself. His plan of avoiding any and all unnecessary contact with his fellow humans was out the window. Now he needed to deal with them if he was going to get his hands on a spare tank of gas. If they're the Sharon type anyway, he thought grimly. Warren let his car coast up to the edge of the crowd before he pulled off the side of the road. He stepped out of the car and headed over to the gathered mass. "Hey, anyone here happen to have a spare tank of gas?" he asked the crowd on his approach. Nobody bothered so much as looking in his direction. Warren wasn't exactly surprised. They likely didn't hear him over the low roar of the crowd talking among themselves and the flashing lights of Trebek moving from one contestant to the next. The AI was likely in the middle of giving them the exact same questionnaire he and Andy had gone through. He came closer to the crowd and tapped the shoulder of a man with a trucker cap and pajamas on. "Hey man, I'm Warren. Pleasure to meet you. Listen, I'm out of gas and was wondering if you or your neighbors happen to have any spare fuel laying around." "James," the man introduced himself. "And I'm sorry, kid, but my place is a bit of a walk away if you want some spare gas. I have some laying around for my mower." "I don't mind a walk," Warren said. "But I do mind," James replied. "Not that I need to walk. My truck's all gassed up. I just don't want to let an unsupervised stranger near my home." Warren opened his mouth to reply, then shut it. "You know what? Fair."
"Don't worry, Warren," a woman he assumed was James's wife said. "We'll give you a ride after we figure out what's all going on with this weird alien thing." She glanced over her shoulder at Warren. "I'm Martha, by the way."
Warren sighed. "I don't have that long. In a couple of hours I'm going off to play in that weird alien Obelisk's games." He pointed at the obelisk in question, even as he spotted a deer curiously peeking its head through the woods. "Oh, so you know about the aliens?" James asked, his interest suddenly piqued. "Not much, really," Warren admitted. "Just that when you talk to that AI, it asks you if you want to play a game. A sort of interstellar deathmatch thing. Say yes and answer its billion questions, and then you get to fight for the Earth's survival against 5 other races. Say no, and you get to sit around and wait to see if we all live or die." James let out a low whistle. "Well, I'm in no shape to go around playing hero." The portly man slapped at his belly with both hands. "Not unless cannonballing enemies to death with my gut is a valuable skill." Warren snorted in amusement. Martha swatted James's shoulder.
"You wouldn't fight even for me."
"Honey, I'd be dead in 5 seconds if I had to run faster than a hasty walk," James shot back. Warren grinned. He decided he liked this James guy. But that was the least of his problems. A flash of rust-colored light erupted from the top of the obelisk, and a bolt of lightning in the same rusty color shot off somewhere beyond the crowd. "What the hell was that?" Warren asked. James stood on the tips of his toes. "I can't see anything." The crowd erupted in screams and shouts. The masses quickly scattered in every direction. "What's going on?" Warren shouted over the crowd, holding his ground. James waddled away in a hurry. "Don't know, don't care. Come on, kid, let's go." Warren didn't budge. His curiosity demanded he find out what had scared the crowd. James and Martha didn't stick around for him. As the crowd thinned out, he caught his first glimpse of what they were fleeing from. The deer he'd seen earlier, a buck he now realized, had changed. The beast before him stood hunched over on 2 legs. Its front legs had shifted to look and bend more like arms, thick and heavy ones with small daggers for claws at the end. The rest of the deer's upper body swelled and bulked out, making it stand a foot above Warren's height as the monster sloughed off its fur. "Okay, then," Warren said to no one in particular. "I'm just gonna go on and get out of here." He began backing away when the mutated deer's horrific head snapped toward him. The thing's neck had grown so thick it looked like his head was fused to his shoulders. What once was a majestic creature of nature looked like it had been beaten with the ugly stick as its snout appeared smashed in. Its beady little black eyes fixated on him. Its mouth hung open. Large fangs that definitely did not belong on a deer protruded from the beast's mouth. Warren grimaced and backed away faster toward his car. He didn't expect he had the ability to outrun a deer, let alone a mutated one, and he wasn't about to let himself get mauled. He needed his wrench. The mutated deer let out a twisted cry and took off sprinting for him. It dropped to all fours, improving its speed as its antlers erupted into 6 vicious-looking sets of jagged spears curving off its head. Warren sprinted back to his car. "Oh shit! Oh crap! Oh fuck!" The beast quickly gained on him. Warren fumbled with his keys, pulling them out before he reached the trunk. With a quick twist and a fling, he threw the trunk open and reached into his tool bag. His hands instantly found his heavy wrench. "A place for every tool," Warren thought proudly. "If only I could rub it in Johnson's face." His quick moment of victory was interrupted by the mutated deer ripping aside his truck and screaming in his face. Warren didn't hesitate to act. He swung his heavy wrench and clocked the deer right across its big, ugly mouth. Blood and teeth flew out of the beast's maw, scattering across the road. "That's a bad Bambi, bad!" Warren scolded the staggering monster. He swiftly moved in to get another good hit in, throwing the large creature onto its back. "Now you sit right there and think about what you've done." Warren was pissed. He'd had his car in mint condition since he bought it off the dealership. Now it was ruined. Getting parts for a 20-year-old car was not easy or cheap, and he wasn't looking forward to fixing up his ride if he somehow survived the games. On a more important note, Warren was amazed he'd thrown the monster around with such ease. He had a hard enough time wrestling with Buck whenever he had something in his mouth he wasn't supposed to eat. But this bigger, uglier deer thing? Warren had smacked it around like it owed him money. "Must be those new stats I picked up for the games," Warren guessed. The mutated deer scrambled to its feet. It coughed and spat up blood before it screamed at Warren once more. "He seems upset," Warren thought with a smirk. He spun his wrench through the air. "Yeah? What are you gonna do about it, ugly?" The deer charged once more, faster than Warren had anticipated. All he could do was put his heavy wrench between him and the vicious antlers trying to skewer him. Warren gritted his teeth as the jagged, bony blades, or whatever antlers were made out of, stabbed through his arms, and one clipped his ear. The deer lifted Warren off his feet, running off with him. It smashed him back first into a tree. Air, spit, and blood flew out of Warren's mouth. A paper doll appeared on the corner of his vision. The torso flashed red, the arms yellow, but the rest of the doll was in green. It was an unusual method of displaying health for most games, but Warren appreciated the extra details he definitely didn't need when his probably cracked ribs screamed in agony. The mutated deer's feet tore at the earth as it tried to turn Warren into a red smear against the tree. Warren gritted his teeth, pushing back on the deer enough to regain his breath. In that brief moment of clarity, he realized the antlers were as deadly a weapon as they were a fantastic point of leverage. With his feet dangling in the air, Warren braced his work boots on the tree and smirked at the beast. "You done goofed," Warren declared. The deer, clearly not one to appreciate the fine art of trash-talking, screamed and tried to skewer Warren once more. Warren used the little space he had to kick off the tree and slip through the vicious antlers. The sharp points sliced up his coveralls and cut deep into his flesh. Warren ignored the pain. Instead, he focused on grabbing the tallest of the antlers and steadied himself on the beast's big back. The deer snarled, shaking its body back and forth, trying to throw Warren off. It succeeded in making him lose his grip on his wrench, but he didn't need that. He waited for the right moment and jumped. With the deer's violent swing of its head in one direction and Warren dropping with all his strength in the opposite one, he used the deer's antlers like a torsion bar to twist the monster's head. Well, it wasn't clean off by any means, but the twist was fatal. The beast let out sick, wet, gurgling roars as it crashed away from Warren. It tried desperately to breathe, but before long the monster ceased its movement. It was dead. Warren grunted as he rose to his feet. His arms were deep in the yellow, turning orange from all the extra wounds he'd taken. But he was alive. He threw his arms up in the air in a victorious shout he immediately regretted as pain exploded from his ribs. But Warren was already committed. "Yeah, suck it, Bambi, or aliens, or whatever. You know what? It doesn't matter. Warren 1, things trying to kill Warren 0. Let's get that scoreboard going early." He thought for a moment of his childhood and all the close calls he'd had growing up. But since he couldn't remember each and every one of them, he decided a fresh start was the way to go. "You have slain Rust Mana Abomination, Buck, Level 1, 50 XP received." Warren blinked at the words scrolling across his vision. "I get the abomination part, but what the hell is a rust buck? That thing wasn't metal at all." Part of Warren hoped the system would come up with an answer of some kind, but none came. He wondered if it was something reserved for when the games started properly, or maybe he just wasn't allowed to know. Exhaustion cut down his curiosity as the lack of sleep and the far too long day caught up with him. Warren crawled over to the tree he'd nearly painted with his guts and sat up against it. He drew in a slow, calming breath, watching the paper doll in the corner of his vision slowly working its way back into the green. "Well, that's handy," Warren admitted to himself. "If that works for cancer, too, that'd be great." Considering the luck he'd had in life thus far, Warren seriously doubted it. His gaze turned to the obelisk in front of him, and the forest beyond. Golden streaks of light streamed through the canopy as the sun rose. Warren pulled up his watch and frowned. "Oh, come on, that fight did not take that long," he protested. Trebek said they had 12 hours, but apparently the countdown had started before the warning. The tip of the obelisk flung open. A swirling blue portal appeared over it. Streaks of blue light flitted past Warren. The world shifted into a monochromatic double image. Then everything changed. Chapter 7. Warren. One moment, he was in the woods watching the sunrise. The next, Warren found himself in a vast, sprawling white room. Except he was still sitting, in the air, with a distinct lack of anything beneath his cheeks. "Oh, crap." Warren crashed onto his backside. He let out a low, quiet hiss, rubbing at his bruised rear end. "Damn aliens and their damn teleporters. Could have put me on the floor at least," he grumbled. Warren pushed himself to his feet and took a better look at his surroundings, hoping to find Andy, or at least get a better idea of his current situation. A high-pitched whoosh emanated behind Warren, then another and another in increasingly rapid succession. Blue streaks of light shot up from the ground, and then the blue outline of a human being appeared. Less than a second after the streaks appeared, the person being teleported into the halls of ascension materialized. Warren didn't recognize anyone right away, so he kept on looking. The vast chamber of white was... he wasn't sure if massive was the right word for it. In every direction he looked, there was nothing but white. Where the room ended and began was really anyone's guess, and the thin mists floating beyond their location didn't help matters either. Towering pillars of white marble and gold broke up the monotony of the vast, white, empty space, holding up whatever ceiling the place actually had, if they weren't there just for show. At the center of the room was a pyramid with a staircase leading up to the flat top. It was covered in alien markings that looked vaguely Egyptian.
I guess the ancient aliens guys were right about something,
Warren mused and kept looking around. In the distance, he saw flashes of blue light piercing the mists. Warren gasped, catching his first flesh-and-blood glimpses of the other alien races. The closest to them were the cat people on their left, the Renin. On the right were the disgustingly gross elf-looking things, the Inni, which Warren wanted nothing to do with. Before he could make out the other two groups of aliens, a smaller set of pillars appeared around each of the groups of alien races. There was a faint shimmer between the pillars, but otherwise nothing happened. Warren shrugged, deciding to think nothing of it, especially when he noticed their group was lined up in formation. Rows of neatly organized men and women stood behind Warren like they were in the military or something. Warren didn't pay too much attention to the people. If they weren't Andy or caught his eye, he really didn't care about them. Trebek's projection appeared at the head of the formation. The game show host AI stood frozen in place with a warm smile on his face.
"Hey, Trebek," Warren called out. "What's going on?"
The AI didn't so much as move a pixel.
Warren huffed. "Oh, cool. I see you're still the helpful type."
He shook his head and stormed off from the formation.
"Whatever, I'm looking for Andy."
Most of the people around him stood about as still as they could be. The fear on most of their faces was palpable, but Warren couldn't help finding it curious. They were all free to move around, yet most held as still as possible, only talking with those immediately around them. A few people caught his eye, however. A pale beauty of a woman drifted in and out of the crowd like a ghost, her raven hair flowing behind her. Her piercing blue eyes scanned the world around her with an almost predatory disdain. Of course, Warren wanted to get a better look at her, but two things made that easier said than done. Her baggy black poncho covered up the bulk of her upper body. What he could see of her arms and legs revealed them to be the more athletic side of things. Their eyes met for a brief second. Warren gave her a friendly wave, far more than he spared for most people. The woman sized him up in an instant, then looked away. Warren couldn't tell if she was annoyed or disappointed that he'd seen her, but clearly she wasn't a fan of being noticed. She pulled up a heavy hood over her head and some sort of heavy gaiter or scarf to leave nothing but those predatory eyes exposed to the world.
"She seems nice," Warren muttered.
"Doesn't she?"
A far too cheerful voice came from his side. Warren glanced over to find a bubbly blonde with big, bright green eyes standing beside him. She wore a bright red and gold hoodie a few sizes too big for her, with an equally large, poofy hat. The hat seemed to slouch one way or another with every movement of her head, yet never enough to obstruct her vision over the hat's black bill. The hat did have an adorably angry and large bunny pin on the side that instantly brought a smile to Warren's face.
"Yeah,"
he said with a slight nod.
"Nice hat, by the way."
"Thanks,"
the girl said. She couldn't have been much older than 18, if Warren had to guess.
"I'm Anita Payne, but my friends call me Ani."
Her brilliant smile could illuminate a pitch-black cavern.
"Warren Freeman. So, you doing anything right now?"
He tried to pull the line off as funny. Based on the blank look she gave him, Warren was really glad he hadn't gone with the classic, "Come here often?" Ani forced a smile before nodding, her hat flopping with every motion.
"I'm trying to find my friends. A couple of them said they joined, but I don't know. I think they were fibbing."
"Me too, except for the fibbing part." Warren looked around. "Andy is around here somewhere. Maybe we can look together?" Ani hummed and tapped her chin with a finger.
Maybe. But we can cover more ground if we split up. Oh, and we can try this, too."
Friend request received,
Anita Payne, Level 1 Demolitionist. Accept. Yes or no?
Warren blinked at the request.
That's just like in every MMO ever. Ani must be more of a gamer than me to figure that out so quickly, he thought.
Warren wondered just how he would accept the friend request for a moment. He shrugged and took a stab at it by simply thinking, yes.
Friend added.
Huh. I guess this system works off your thoughts,
Warren mused aloud.
Anita nodded. It's pretty neat. Anyway, I have to go, Warren. It was nice meeting you.
She sprinted off through the crowd. Warren was momentarily distracted by the sight of Ani running off. Why she had decided to come to the games in a pair of rolled-up jean shorts, especially with a class like Demolitionist, was beyond him, but he certainly appreciated the view from behind.
Thick thighs save lives,
he couldn't help thinking. At least her choice of footwear was more practical than her pants. A pair of dark brown leather boots came up just beneath the knee. Those looked like they could handle some abuse, and dish it out, too. He snapped his mind away from enjoying the scenery and back into focus.
Hey, wait! How are we going to find each other? Warren called out.
With the map,
Ani shouted back. Warren blinked.
Map? What map? Nobody gave me a map.
The string of questions involving a map pulled up the map in his vision. It wasn't the most interesting thing to look at, considering they were in an all-white room, but there were 6 standouts. The central pyramid, marked as the Ascension Gate, was the obvious one. The rest were the camps for the different races, though Warren couldn't understand why they were called camps.
There isn't a single tent in this whole mess, Warren thought and shrugged.
Ani's blue dot swiftly moved away from him, weaving in between a sea of gray dots.
So, blue is friend. Gray, I guess, are neutrals? Warren thought.
But as he scanned around for Andy, he found no other blue dots.
Fantastic. The system doesn't add your friends automatically. You have to manually add them.
Friend request received. Andy Snow, Level 1 Mage. Accept. Yes or no?
Warren smashed yes, and spotted Andy's blue dot on the leftmost, or rather westernmost edge of the camp. He started off in his direction right away, and tried talking to Andy via private message like he would in any other game.
Andy, it's Warren.
Does this thing work? He asked by thinking at his friend.
Oh, that's really weird, Andy replied a moment later. I can hear you just like if you were right next to me, but your voice is in my head.
Warren laughed.
At least you know I'm not an imaginary friend. Sit tight, bud, I'm coming over.
It took a few minutes of squeezing past the gaggle of people to reach Andy. Surprisingly, Trebek still remained frozen, and nothing around him looked like it so much as considered doing anything interesting.
Some fun we're having in these games,
Warren thought.
Andy,
Warren called out as he reached his friend.
How are you holding up?
Andy straightened his lab coat.
About as good as I can be, given the situation,
Warren smirked.
So you had a good night, huh?
Andy blinked. Warren leaned toward Andy, waggling his brows. Andy blinked some more. Warren pulled back with a groan, dragging the palm of his hand down his face.
I swear you're a virgin sometimes, Andy.
What?
Andy's eyes shot open.
Oh!
He backhanded Warren's shoulder.
Dick?
Warren grinned at that bright red face.
So it was a good night, huh?
Andy looked away, muttering something under his breath before finally replying,
If you must know, it was great. Outstanding, even. Concerningly so.
Warren held out his hand to high-five Andy.
My man.
Wait, what do you mean concerningly so? Andy flushed furiously. He took a hard breath and exhaled sharply through the nose.
My endurance and recovery time were a lot better than normal.
Warren tilted his head to the side.
And that's a bad thing?
Andy pursed his lips tight, shaking his head with growing embarrassment. No, but that's not the point. I think the system is already improving our bodies and minds. Like, I can think a lot clearer and faster than I used to. I can even think about things in ways I never considered.
Oh, Warren stroked his chin. Lewd jokes aside, I did notice something like that earlier. Some killer mutant Bambi tried their luck against me, and I was able to hit it a lot harder than I thought I could.
Andy frowned. You what?
I killed a mutated deer? Warren shrugged. I don't know how I can make it simpler for you, Poindexter. Or maybe I should complicate it?
He scratched at the back of his head. Andy shook his head. No, I understand. I just can't believe there are monsters on Earth. Did the aliens drop it in?
I don't think so, Warren said. I ran out of gas around a crowd of people, and I went over to ask if anyone had some to spare. Turned out they were gathered around an obelisk, and apparently the local wildlife does not get along with them. Next thing I knew, I saw a rust-colored flash of light, and when the crowd cleared, there was some deer thing mutating right before my eyes. Pretty sure it was the same one I saw wandering in.
Andy gasped. I need to tell this to Melody and the others.
Yeah, about that. How exactly was this tracking device nonsense they wanted to inject in me supposed to work? Warren asked.
Andy frowned at Warren. The one you refused, no matter what I said?
Warren pointed at his friend with a toothy grin.
That's the one.
Andy sighed.
I don't actually know. It's supposed to let them communicate with us and track us up to 2 star systems away. Apparently the tech's been worked on since Roswell.
Like the alien crash site? That was real? Warren asked.
Andy nodded.
Seems like it was, but I'm not getting anything on my end. Maybe there's a delay in transmissions or something isn't tuned right.
May I have your attention, please? Trebek's voice boomed across the camp. The AI's projection stretched a hand into the air. Welcome, humans, one and all, to the Halls of Ascension, and thank you once again for choosing to participate in the Interstellar Games. The crowd was less than ecstatic about what the AI had to say. Trebek started doing a little dance as he spoke, one involving quite a few over-the-top spins. He momentarily traded his conservative game show host for seniors demeanor for something far better suited for one of those over-enthusiastic anime shows. Now put your hands together for the one, the only, His Most Venerable Excellency. Trebek thrust his free hand toward the pyramid at the center of the chamber. Emperor Zeliaeus, third of his name in the long and glorious Haakuan dynasty. The AI's projection vanished, along with the AI projections in front of every camp Warren could see. The vast room of white darkened, leaving only the ethereal white light flowing from the pyramid to illuminate the chamber. A towering figure appeared, one which Warren was pretty sure was 10 times bigger than the real deal. It stood several stories tall, making the Emperor, who was clearly compensating for something, take on a godlike appearance before the gathered races. Just like everything else he saw of the Halls of Ascension, the alien himself was pure white. His torso had a smooth, seemingly manicured shell about its humanoid body that lacked anything in the way of a single rough surface. Warren had to guess the creature would normally stand 6 or 7 feet tall with its 4 arms and lithe figure. The Emperor's face had 4 sets of pitch-black eyes, 2 sets sitting on each side of his nose. If it could even pass for a nose, the Emperor's face was flat, with nothing but 4 slits etched to his face on the innermost part of the brow, which Warren guessed was what passed for a nose among his species. Its elongated head swept up into a flared crest spanning out into 2 pointed horns. Down to the creature's mouth, or rather the lack of a mouth, its skull tapered to a rounded point. Thankfully, this Emperor wore clothes, because Warren had no intentions of studying freaky alien anatomy.
I'm no Captain Kirk,
he thought to himself. The Emperor wore a vest only covering his chest, made of a material sitting somewhere between metal and flesh. It was a deep violet with golden highlights and a pulsing emerald green glow over his chest plate. The vest extended up to a tall collar, tightly hugging around his neck. From behind the Emperor's shoulders peeked a large, ornate golden halo swirling with geometric patterns at the center made of the same emerald glow as seemed to adorn the rest of his armor. His arms were exposed, saved for ornate bracers that covered all but the fin-like blade protrusions sticking out of each forearm. His lower body was covered by some sort of cloak, or tabard-looking wraparound thing, which all looked very expensive. And, of course, even his boots were made of the strangely fleshy purple metal, gold and glowing green energy.
"Nice digs," Warren commented. "Think if we kill him, they'd fit me?"
Andy swatted Warren.
"Don't say stuff like that. It might get us killed early."
"Oh, yeah. I am Emperor Zeliaos,"
he began with a regal, ethereal voice that seemed to manifest in Warren's mind rather than travel through the air. For that matter, the creature's lack of a mouth didn't move in the slightest.
"Is it psychic?"
Andy asked.
"Probably,"
Warren shrugged.
"Or it's talking to us through the system." "And welcome to the Harkuan Dynasty's Interstellar Games," he continued. "Your 5 races, your 5 worlds, have been found to be of significant enough importance to be brought to the Empire's attention. But what, you may be asking yourselves, could any of your vastly different species have done to earn our eye?"
Warren shrugged.
"If you'd be so kind as to stop wasting my time, I'd appreciate it."
Zell, which was what Warren was calling the Emperor for simplicity's sake, continued,
"Resources."
He let the answer hang in the air. The crowds of all the alien races burst into a commotion. Warren couldn't catch anything the aliens were saying, and he could barely make out what the bulk of his fellow humans were panicking about. Luckily, Andy and his big brain had the answers for him.
"Oh no, Melody was right. They're going to harvest our world for resources."
Warren crossed his arms over his chest.
"I mean, I kind of figured that was the whole destroying the world if we lost deal."
He looked around.
"I don't get what everyone's so mad about. This is literally what we signed up for." "Every 100 years, the Empire sends out probes in search of new worlds and star systems to harvest," Zell continued. "Every 1,000 years, we find at least 5 more races to grant the gracious gift of competing in the games for a chance to join our vast, growing empire."
Warren chuckled.
"Oh yeah, real gracious. Die in the games or die when your world gets blown up." "Of the 5 races, only 1 will earn the right to join us and be spared," Zell continued. "The others will have their home worlds and star systems harvested in order to feed the growing empire. A noble sacrifice for our glory."
There were more than a few expletives shouted from the human camp. Warren kept his ears open to catch any of the aliens' own sentence enhancers, but he couldn't make any out. Zell pulled his arms up, tenting his fingers together.
"Worry not, my dear contestants, for each one of you will have a chance to not only save yourselves from sharing the fate of your world, but saving your loved ones and even swaths of your species to join with the Empire, should your performance deem you worthy of such gifts."
Andy clenched his hand into a fist.
"I can save Melody.
I can save Buck,"
Warren thought.
"But you must be wondering how you are expected to compete in games your kind has never experienced in your lives,"
Zell went on.
Worry not, my dear contestants, for the initial stage of the games is a rather forgiving affair. Your journey through the halls of ascension begins by completing the Tower of Trials. 100 stages of increasingly difficult challenges designed to test your might of mind, body, and soul.
Andy's jaw fell slack. Warren's wasn't far off.
Holy crap! 100 floors to clear? We're gonna be here forever.
How is this supposed to be easy, or an introduction to the games?
Andy blurted out. Zell's projection flickered to the foot of the pyramid, while the structure behind him shot forth toward the void above in an ever-growing and expanding tower.
This tower will serve to teach you the basics of the games and prepare you for its future stages. If you die in the tower, you have nothing to fear. You will be returned to life in your camp, unharmed, and rewarded based on your performance for each level you cleared, and in relation to your species and other competing races. Do not think death is without consequences, however, as each of you will only have 5 lives to ascend. Burn through all of them, and you will not be able to progress further up the tower, thereby missing out on greater rewards to carry you into the games.
Warren stroked his chin.
So, we clear floors, we get rewards. We do better than our entire race, we get rewards. We show these ugly aliens humanity is number 1, and we get rewards. This is pretty awesome. I mean, other than the 5 lives bit, that part sucks.
You care about humanity all of a sudden?
Andy asked. Warren let out an amused grunt.
No, but I'll take our dumbasses over every other race here, especially those butt-ugly innie.
He pursed his lips and looked over to the Renin.
I guess the cat people are all right, if they don't turn out to be assholes like cats.
Cats are nice, Andy insisted.
I've met exactly 1 nice cat in my entire life, and he thought he was a parrot, Warren countered. The little stray always sat on my shoulder when I walked to school and back.
Andy nodded. Whatever happened to the little guy?
Warren sighed.
No clue. I hope someone gave him a good home, though. But like I said, he was the exception, which proves the rule.
Zell had been going on with his explanation of the games the entire time they were distracted.
Every 5 stages, you will encounter a capstone challenge which will push your skills to the limit and earn you the right to advance to the next checkpoint. A break in between the tower floors where you may rest, eat, and spend your hard-earned credits to purchase equipment.
We get credits? Warren asked.
Andy nodded. I think he went over possible rewards while we were distracted.
Warren shrugged. We'll figure this stuff out as we go. The important reward is the one that lets us save our people, after all. And Buck, most importantly of all, he thought. With that, I leave you in the hands of Trebek and your personal AIs, Zell said. You have an hour to sort through your camps and form parties of no more than 5 members to tackle the tower. He gestured to the tower behind him. For the loners among your different species, your performances are always admirable. At times they are even the stuff of legend the Empire sings tales of for centuries after your deaths. However, I am obliged to remind you that this first stage is the only one where you will be offered any leeway. Work together as a species for the good of your world and the glory of the Empire. Emperor Zell vanished, and the light returned to the vast chamber. Warren blinked.
What the hell was that about?
Andy grimaced.
What if the bit we missed was about the future stages and not rewards?
Warren groaned.
That would have been important to know.
Trebek's portrait appeared in the corner of Warren's vision. "Hello there, Warren." Warren jumped back.
Holy crap! Where the hell did you come from?
Andy jumped back as well. Ah! Are you seeing Trebek in your head too?
You both are, Trebek answered. Now please pay attention as our time is limited.
Warren and Andy exchanged a glance, then turned back to their individual AIs.
Forming a party is a key means by which contestants can survive the trials ahead, and it is my duty to strongly encourage you to form a well-balanced one, Trebek said. You know, like in the RPG games of your world, you need the holy trinity of a tank, healer, and a damage dealer at the very least. With up to 5 members to a party, you are allowed some flexibility in how you achieve this trinity. Not only will filling all of these roles help you through a variety of situations, but the different skill sets and ways of seeing the world will increase your chances of overcoming the various challenges of the games.
Warren nodded along.
Basic stuff so far. Andy's obviously a damage dealer as a mage, and his big brain will help us figure out puzzles and stuff, right?
Trebek's portrait nodded.
That's right. So what does that make me as a berserker? Warren asked. Berserkers are a combination of damage dealer and tank, though they lean heavier toward damage dealer, Trebek said. With the appropriate skill and attribute distribution, they have been known to become nigh unstoppable forces of destruction on the battlefield, ignoring horrendous damage while unleashing it on their enemies. Unfortunately, most berserkers get themselves killed far before they reach this point, either through losing control of themselves or earning the ire of friend and foe alike.
Sounds like a normal day to me, Warren thought. We'll get more attributes and skill points as we level up, right?
Of course. You can even upgrade them through usage, Trebek replied. Now, might I recommend you hold off on any further questions and turn your focus to building a balanced party. I recommend hunting down a healer and either an additional damage dealer or a dedicated tank.
Warren turned toward the sea of people before him. A frown tugged at the corner of his mouth.
And just where the hell am I going to find any of those?
Chapter 8.
Warren. So, Andy, you've got people skills. How do we recruit a party? Warren asked.
Andy blinked.
What are you asking me for?
Warren began counting off the reasons.
People have an easy time talking to you for some reason. People really like you, too. Hell, I tolerate the hell out of you, and that's more than 90% of the world's population gets from me. Oh, and you aren't forever alone like me, which is definitely up there at the top of your resume.
Andy planted his hands on his hips.
He drew in a deep breath and exhaled.
Damn it, you're right. But I figured you'd want to be in charge of things like you usually are. You know, giving the group direction while I do the thinking.
Who said that wasn't the plan?
Warren grinned. Andy glanced up.
You know, I don't even know why I thought it'd be different.
He laughed.
All right, maybe we set up a table with a sign?
Good idea, but...
Before Warren could ask the obvious, Trebek answered.
I regret to inform you that you do not currently possess enough credits to requisition a table or a sign, or even a Sharpie to scribble things with.
Ugh, don't you take dollars?
I got 20 in my wallet, Warren offered.
Trebek laughed and laughed.
Okay, smartass, Warren grumbled. We can work with your monopoly money. How do we get some? By participating in the games, of course, Trebek replied with a broad smile.
Warren drew a breath through his teeth.
Of course. Andy, did your AI tell you what mine did?
Andy nodded.
This technology is fascinating. It seems each Trebek is a part of a greater whole, like a hive mind. Yet each one is an individual at the same time. It appears they do this to better serve their assigned user.
I asked for exactly none of that, Warren replied. But since you're nerding out already...
He gestured at the crowd of humans awkwardly bumbling among themselves like some sort of speed dating meetup, except everyone had a gun to their heads.
Why don't we focus on the important issues, like building a solid party?
Oh, right.
Andy looked across the crowd and frowned. Warren? Is it just me, or does our camp look particularly sick and elderly? Warren furrowed his brow. Sure, I saw some geezers, but... Oh, holy crap. Did they bring up a retirement home? The crowd immediately around them matched that description to a T. One of the older men even came with a walker, though it seemed the system had restored some of the old man's vitality as he cautiously stood to his full height in what must have been years. Okay, that is a little sketchy, but not everyone's like that, Warren said. I mean, look at you. You're perfectly healthy. Sure, you have noodle arms, but your brain more than makes up for it. Andy frowned. You're the biggest and healthiest person I've seen here, and you have cancer. He pointed off at a woman coughing her lungs out. She looks like she'd be in great shape for the games if it weren't for that cough of hers. Warren frowned. Okay, so the cancer might be a problem for me, and that lady's coughing like she downs a carton of cigarettes a day, but I'm sure we can find some worthwhile people to bring on board. The Emperor didn't say we all had to survive, just that we had to beat all the other races to save our world, or do well enough to earn the ability to save a few people. Andy sighed. Warren, you were wandering around before you found me, right? Did you find anyone who looked like a more promising prospect? Warren thought back to the multitude of faces. The more he thought about it, the deeper his frown became. Scrawny dudes, skinny fat ones, tons of fun ones, old ones. I saw one guy who looked like John Rambo minus the 1,000-mile stare, but now that you mention it, he really seems like a fluke in all this. Was anything wrong with him? Andy asked. Warren shrugged. I really didn't care long enough to look. There were 2 ladies that really caught my eye, though. Andy sighed. Let me guess. Some hot goth chick and a redhead. Blonde, actually. But I'm not really sure the first one was a goth, Warren corrected. She did wear lots of black and was definitely pale, but she didn't strike me as the dark, brooding type. She had this predatory air around her. I've never seen anyone like her before. Did you talk to her? Andy asked. Please tell me you didn't shove your foot in your mouth. Warren put up his hands placatingly. Hey, I actually try not to be an asshole when someone catches my attention, and I give them a lot more chances to mess up than the normal person. Andy crossed his arms over his chest. How many is that? Warren held up 2 fingers. Andy shook his head. Okay. Well, did you talk to her? Nope, Warren answered. I mean, I said hi, but she pulled up her hood and scarf-looking thing and vanished into the crowd. But that's when I met Ani. Andy tilted his head to the side. The blonde? Warren nodded. Sweet girl, real friendly. Definitely a 10 out of 10 in the looks department, even if that baggy hoodie was hiding a lot. But I can tell she's just my type. Andy blinked. You like the bubbly blonde types? I find their air of positivity and sunshine provides a much-needed contrast to my dark, brooding pragmatism, Warren offered in as scholarly a tone as he could. Andy snorted. She had curves for days, didn't she? Hallelujah, brother, Warren replied. Andy burst out laughing. On a more serious note, she had a weird class, Warren said. Demolitionist, I think it was. Before either of them could ask, Trebek answered. Demolitionist is a damage-dealing class primarily specializing in the use of magical explosive devices. Their main method of damage dealing implies a great deal of area-of-effect attacks. But they are fantastic at breaking armored targets, bringing down structures, and dealing with hordes. Should a demolitionist refine their knowledge of explosives, they can create shaped charges to further focus the destructive might of their bombs to a specific point. I would strongly advise you recruit this Ani to your party. Did you get all that? Warren asked. You don't have to ask me every time, Andy said. But yes, I did. Warren pulled up Ani's name with a thought and sent her a private message with a thought. "Hey, Ani, it's Warren. Did you find your friends?"
No,
Ani replied, sounding more miffed than disappointed.
I think they just said they agreed to join the games to look brave for me.
"Did you try adding them to your friends list like you did with me?" Warren offered. "It worked with my friend Andy. He added me right after you left." Ani was silent for a moment.
It says no such users exist. They really did lie to me.
Warren frowned. "What a bunch of dicks."
I know.
"Well, fuck them," Warren said. "Want to come join me and Andy in our party? He's a mage, and I'm a berserker, so that gives us a very sharp lead in the damage-dealing department. Plus," Warren paused, searching for a way not to creep Ani out, piss her off, or shove his foot in his mouth all at the same time. "I think you're cool and fun, so it'd be pretty awesome to have you around."
Really?
Ani said. Warren could practically hear her smile. It was an odd sensation, given it was all happening within his head. "Yeah, so how about it?"
Of course I'll join you,
Ani said.
Everyone here doesn't look so fun. They're all old and super sick. I found a couple of guys who weren't, but they were mean.
Warren turned to Andy. "Ani says she's seeing the same thing we are. Oh, and she's in for joining the party." Andy frowned.
That's no good. Not the party thing, the people thing. Why don't you invite her to our party so I can talk to her too?
Warren nodded, and with a thought, he created a party. He then invited Ani and Andy.
Hi,
Ani said cheerfully. Her blue dot turned green, and Warren noticed it was clear on the opposite side of camp.
Hey, Ani, I'm Andy. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Ani replied. You must be real nice if you're Warren's friend.
Warren blinked. "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked. "Crap. Does she already think I'm some kind of asshole?"
I have a good feeling about you, Ani said. I have a really good gut feeling about you. My gut's never wrong about people. Most people don't believe me about my gut, though.
Andy glanced over at Warren and spoke out of party chat. "Looks like someone made a good first impression." He waggled his eyebrows at him.
Now what deep, dark, twisted secret shall I tell her first?
It was Warren's turn to punch Andy. "Bro, shut the hell up." Andy burst out laughing.
Looks like I can make you squirm too.
Warren muttered a litany of curses under his breath. He took a breath to collect himself. "That's real sweet of you, Ani."
You're welcome. Hey, Ani, Andy said. While you're on your way over to our corner of camp, do you mind looking for someone?
Ani brought up her portrait on their heads-up display with her beaming smile.
Sure can. Also, I found out we can show our faces to each other like this. It's like a camera without a camera. Neat, huh?
Warren appreciated how excitable she was, far more than he wanted to admit to anyone. Outside of Andy, even if he knew his friend would mess with him over it. That's awesome. Warren willed the system to do just that, and his real-time portrait appeared on his party's HUD. Whoever designed the system built it in such an intuitive fashion that any species could simply think of something, and if the system could do it, it would.
That is neat,
Andy agreed.
So, who do you want me to look for?
Ani asked. Remember the brooding chick with the black getup? Warren asked. Ani nodded.
She's a little hard to forget. She doesn't seem to like people looking at her, but she sticks out like a sore thumb around all these older folks.
What does your gut tell you about her? Andy asked. Ani pursed her lips.
Don't get on her bad side or you're going to get a knife between the ribs, but she seems nice enough.
Warren gulped. Maybe we should go look for her ourselves, Andy.
Nah, it's okay, Ani replied. I can find her for you guys. Maybe I can find us a fifth member, too.
Warren hoped his meeting with Ani wouldn't be an extremely short one, especially after they asked her to find a potentially dangerous person.
What are you two going to do, though?
Ani asked. Yeah, Andy. What are we going to do? Warren asked. Andy gave a tight smile.
I was hoping we could find a way to check out the other races' camps. From where I'm standing, these games look rigged against humanity.
You don't know that, Warren said. For all we know, all the other camps are a merry band of senior citizens, cripples, and soon-to-be-dead cancer patients.
Ani turned to Warren on the HUD, her face serious.
You have cancer?
Chapter 9. Warren.
Aw, crap. I didn't mean to send that over party chat, Warren muttered. I do, Ani, but it's not a big deal. No death until the games are done, promise.
It's a very big deal, she shot right back.
Okay, it is. But I'm living with it, and it doesn't bother me all that much, Warren replied.
Andy frowned at Warren. Except when it does. The status even shows up as a debuff in the system. Warren blinked.
It does?
Andy shook his head like Warren had just asked a stupid question. Think of your status screen. Warren did just that, and a new menu appeared. It showed his paper doll in greater detail than when he'd taken damage before. This time, it included bones, organs, even his nervous system if he wanted to look at it. His arms had returned to the green, and his torso, which had been deep in the red, slowly crawled into the yellow. To his surprise, there was no sign of cracked or even bruised ribs. But that wasn't what he was looking for. Lymph cancer. Debuff. Duration. Not applicable. Effects. Swelling of lymph nodes. Persistent fatigue. Fever. Night sweats. Shortness of breath. Unexplained weight loss. Itchy skin. Status. Progressing at an alarming rate. Prognosis. Subject life expectancy reduced to 1 year. Symptoms expected to worsen and become more frequent as disease goes untreated. Warning: disease may affect subjects' performance in the games.
Yeah, no shit, Warren thought bitterly. Trebek, is there anything we can do to treat this? I'm afraid that information is not available to me, Trebek replied. You humans are a new species to the Empire. And yet you can make this magical system of yours work fine and dandy with all of us, he spat back. Warren took a breath. Forget it. I'll just deal with it like I have all this time. One day at a time.
Andy stared at Warren, concern etched into every corner of his face.
What are you looking at? Warren asked, a little snappier than he meant.
Are you okay, Warren? Andy asked.
Ani quickly joined in.
Yeah, Warren, are you all right? That cancer debuff looks really nasty.
Warren suppressed a growl. Stay calm, jackass. These are your friends. This isn't their fault. They're just worried about you. Don't take it out on them.
Warren bit back the litany of curses he wanted to use to express his frustration, even if it wasn't aimed at his friends, and let out a low, rumbling growl.
I'm fine. Ani, please go look for our mystery lady. Andy and I are going to go on a little expedition to visit the cat people.
Are you sure?
Ani asked. The question was echoed by Andy's expression.
I'm sure.
Warren managed to reply more calmly.
Now come on, Andy. We burned 15 minutes of our time already. Let's get over there.
He marched off toward the Renan camp. Andy nodded.
Yeah. Right behind you, Warren.
Warren made it all of 5 steps before he face-planted against a barrier.
What the actual hell?
He asked, peeling himself off what felt like glass. His hands reached out, feeling over the see-through barrier.
Seriously? An invisible wall? Did a bunch of evil space mimes kidnap us?
Andy laughed. They talk too much to be mimes.
Right. They're not nearly as insufferable as those guys, Warren agreed.
He glanced over at the column at the corner. It stood maybe a head above Warren's height.
Do you think they covered up the roof? Because I remember seeing a shimmer between the columns, but nothing above us.
Andy shook his head. I can't say I did. But what are you... Warren, what are you doing? Warren was already clambering up the side of the column, hugging the marble as tight as he could against his body. It turned out his enhanced strength made maintaining a grip a breeze. He quickly shimmied on up. The material wasn't actually marble, it just had the look of it. In reality, it was much rougher, the kind of stuff his hands and boots could get a good grip on even without the system's help. He made his way up to the top of the column and grinned as he leaned down for Andy.
"We're busting out of this joint."
Andy rolled his eyes.
"We are not pulling a prison break."
He clasped Warren's arm.
Close enough."
Warren took a firm hold of Andy's arm and pulled him up like he weighed as much as a small child.
"Whoa!"
Andy yelped in surprise.
"Whoa is right,"
Warren said.
"Did you lose some weight? I don't remember you being this much of a lightweight."
Andy sat on the column beside Warren.
"No. Actually, I put on a bit of weight. Melody thinks it's cute, but I think she's just being nice about it."
He pinched at the slight bit of cushion poking from his gut.
"Aw, how sweet of her," Warren teased. "Well, time's a-wastin'. Let's go introduce ourselves to Kittenville over there."
He swung his legs over to the exterior of the camp. Andy reached out for Warren.
"Warren, wait. We don't know if it's—"
Warren hopped right on off and landed safely on his feet.
"Safe."
Warren bounced on the balls of his feet.
"Feels pretty safe. Honestly, it's a little too white for my liking. Seriously, this whole mess is starting to sting at my eyes."
Andy hopped down after Warren.
"You should have waited to jump down, Warren. It might have been a trap."
"Looked pretty safe to me,"
Warren insisted.
"Besides, I didn't have a rock to throw at the ground or anything."
Andy frowned.
"You could have died. Next time throw a boot or your jacket."
Warren started in the Renin camp's direction.
"First of all, I like my boots. Second of all, these are coveralls, not a jacket. The whole thing has to come off if I want it. Well, off. So maybe, if you want to throw anything, we use that fancy lab coat of yours. I'm sure Purdue has like 1,000,000 of them."
Andy sighed.
"Okay, fine. It's not like there's anything special about this coat."
He turned to look at the race of cat folk ahead of them.
"So, what are we going to do when we head on over there?"
Warren glanced at the crowd of felines. There was one of every kind they knew of on Earth, wearing every fur color and pattern he was familiar with. There were a few standouts who had to be special snowflakes and had dyed themselves in bright, unnatural colors and patterns, but outside of those, the Renin looked the most approachable of all the other alien races. So when he spotted the lone tiger man leaning against the corner of the camp, Warren pointed him out.
"We're going to go talk to Tony the Tiger over there."
Andy snorted.
"Tony the Tiger? What are you—"
"Oh, I totally see it." The tiger in question was tall, around Warren's height, maybe a few inches taller. He had the typical orange and black striped pattern with the white underside one would expect of a tiger on Earth. The only difference was that the Renin stood on 2 very humanoid legs, and he wore clothes. In this case, a pair of metal shin guards with some very big, angry-looking clawed boots, a baggy set of black pants with a sash hanging off his hip, held together by a bone brooch of some kind, and a matching vest with its sleeves torn off.
"What are you going to ask him?"
Andy asked. Warren shrugged.
"You know, basic stuff. Do you speak American? Do you have any relation to Tony the Tiger? Are you considered a senior citizen or a cripple by your species?"
Andy snorted out into a laugh at the line of questioning, right up until the last one.
"You can't ask them that. They're going to kill you."
"Come on, Andy.
Cats aren't that smart," Warren assured him.
"Watch."
Before Andy could protest, Warren was already taking long, swift strides toward the Renin camp. He gave the tiger man a sharp whistle.
"Hey, kitten, I want to know if you're an old cripple or not in your species."
The tiger man snapped around with a furious growl.
"You dare insult me?"
Warren glanced back.
"I can confirm the space kittens definitely speak American."
Andy looked like he'd just seen a ghost, or he was staring at a dead man. Then his expression changed. Nope, not a dead man, a very soon-to-be dead man, Warren mused. He turned around to watch the snarling tiger lunge at him. For a brief moment, Warren had to admit he was intimidated. The tiger was jacked, like eat your heart out, Arnold levels of jacked. The bulk of his muscles were on his arms and legs, while his core was relatively lean by comparison. It gave him a sort of well-balanced, athletic look, at least as far as a walking mountain of muscle bodybuilder type was concerned. More concerning were the very big, angry claws sliding out of his fingertips as he rushed the wall. The tiger made it all of 3 steps before slamming face-first into the invisible wall. He slid down it with a trail of saliva, snarling all the while. Warren pursed his lips tight together, fighting a battle against a growing smile he was quickly losing. He choked down the laughter trying to fight its way out of his chest. The tiger dragged himself back upright and slammed his fist into the invisible barrier.
"Why, you sniveling! How did you get out there?"
Warren looked back to say to Andy, "I told you cats weren't bright," when Andy zoomed past him and stuck his arms out between the two.
"Everybody just calm down,"
Andy said, chest rising and falling with anxious breath. He turned to the tiger.
"My friend Warren here is, let's call him rough around the edges. And what he was so
eloquently, Warren quickly corrected,
crudely trying to ask was, does your camp seem to have an overabundance of old or sickly people among its number?"
Andy asked. The tiger man's deadly glare remained fixated on Warren for a moment longer before it shifted to Andy. He drew in a breath.
"Your friend there needs a leash and a muzzle."
"Hey, we just met," Warren said. "At least buy me dinner before you try to get kinky with me." Andy buried his face in his palm. The tiger knitted his brow together, a mix of confusion and shock on his face. He managed to shake himself out of it. He looked back at his cohort, gazing over the crowd of felines. He turned back, a smug look clearly painting his whiskered face.
"No, there is no weakness among my people."
Warren let out a chortle. "This guy's full of shit. No weaknesses, my ass." The tiger man puffed out his chest.
"I am Renan. Honor is my ethos. I am anything but, how do you furless, ugly moles put it, full of shit. Yes, some are weaker of body, while others are weaker of mind, certainly, but none are what I could dare call weak or crippled."
Andy's face drained of color. "Well, that sucks," Warren blurted out. The tiger glared at him. "Not that your people aren't messed up." Warren jerked a thumb back to the human camp. "Most of the people on our end are the aforementioned weak, sick, and dying types." He then placed a hand to his chest. "Like me. I'm dying of cancer. I just found out I have a year to live, tops. So that's fun." The tiger's jaw stiffened. Apparently, he understood what the disease was, or he was just shocked about the condition of the human camp. "Yeah, it sucks," Warren went on. "So forgive me if I'm a little bit extra with my rough humor. I didn't mean to ruffle your fur. I just wanted to get to the point." The tiger let out a low, growling huff.
"That is indeed most unfortunate, both for you and your people."
"Just like that?" Andy asked in shock. "You go from wanting to rip his throat open to consoling just like that?" The tiger nodded.
"Cancer is a terrible plague upon anyone who has it. It is not a common disease, but those who get it have their lives cut painfully short. Even our pet apes can suffer from it."
Andy gave a gentle nod. "It is pretty terrible. Our own pets can suffer from it as well." The tiger's brow furrowed. He stroked his chin and leaned in closer to the barrier.
"Say, you humans look a lot like the apes we keep as pets in my world,
only taller and furless.
Warren grinned. You too? Because your people look a lot like our pet cats. Except you, big guy. You look like a tiger. They're a big predator in our world. Though I've seen some people tame them and then they behave like giant house cats.
The tiger blinked. I am a tiger. Curious that your world has such similar terms as my people's own. He shook his head. Forgive my lack of manners. My name is Tonryuyo, and you two are?
Andy smiled.
No, we were the rude ones. Well,
Warren was the rude one.
Hey, don't throw me under the bus like that, Warren said.
Andy ignored him.
I'm Andy, and as you could probably guess, this is Warren.
That's right, I'm Warren, he confirmed. And to be perfectly honest, your name's pretty hard to remember, so I'm just gonna call you Tony, like the tiger. Andy paled at Warren's remark. Tonryuyo, a.k.a. Tony, mulled the name over.
It is a strong and direct name. I will allow you to call me this.
Andy let out a breath and slumped against the invisible barrier.
Warren, I swear you're going to give me a heart attack if you keep doing stuff like that.
What? I'm just making friends the only way I know how, Warren said. Full frontal aggression. Andy rubbed at his brow.
That's not how you befriended me or Ani, was it?
Okay, so I may have applied prison rules to my logic here, but it worked, Warren insisted. Andy glared at Warren.
After I calmed things down.
Prison rules? Tony asked. Warren grinned. You know, find the biggest and toughest guy and either befriend them or beat their ass. Tony flicked his whiskers, then gave a proud nod.
I see, for all your lack of manners, you have a good eye, human.
Andy rolled his eyes.
So, what do you think is going on with our camp?
Warren shrugged. Maybe we were too good and they had to gimp us to give everyone else a fighting chance?
Tony frowned. Are you humans masters of the blade? Wizards with the power to destroy worlds?
Centuries ago, maybe, Warren offered. The masters of the blade bit. We were damn good at killing each other with everything from rocks to sharp, pokey sticks. These days, we use the far more civilized approach of gun to face. Andy nodded.
Or a wide variety of high explosive. Our world only knows of magic as a work of fiction and not a reality. Not until the Empire showed up. That's why we developed amazing technologies, both constructive and destructive. Destructive? How? Tony asked curiously. Surely technology could be no match for a powerful mage casting firestorms upon a battlefield.
We have nukes, Warren said. Tony scrunched his brow together.
Nukes?
Nukes, Andy confirmed.
What are nukes?
Tony asked. Warren grinned. Have you ever seen the sun?
A ball of fire in the sky over your world. A star. Andy quickly cleared up.
Tony nodded.
Yes, we have two over our skies. A blue and a green star.
Andy gasped.
That sounds amazing. It is rather beautiful, Tony admitted. And these nukes?
Warren wondered what the best way to explain this weapon was, and went with the most direct approach. Imagine a miniature star blowing up on your world. It can wipe out a city, and then some, and leave the land irradiated for... Andy, how long does radiation last?
The fallout, you mean,
Andy corrected.
It can last for 24 hours before it's safe to go outside again, but most of that stuff lasts for years in the atmosphere.
Tony's jaw dropped. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, Warren agreed with Tony. And we have missiles that have multiple nukes in them to really spread the damage. Tony shuddered.
It is no wonder the showrunners have only brought the weak and frail of your species. That kind of power would surely decimate our camp in seconds.
Andy let out a soft laugh. If we could bring any of those, yeah, but we were barely allowed the clothes on our backs. Tony furrowed his brow.
Then I cannot think of any other reason why your betters were not chosen to participate in the games. If these are truly fought for sport and glory, then it shames the Empire to bring weaklings onto the battlefield. Even and overwhelming odds make for the most invigorating battles, after all. Surely the Empire recognizes these.
Andy nodded.
Which makes our situation all the stranger.
Warren slipped past Andy to lean against the barrier. You're all right, Tony. Here's a friend request. Tony raised a brow.
Friends? With a human?
Warren shrugged. Hey, you handled things better than most people back on Earth, so what the hell?
Tony glanced at Andy. How often does this one nearly get himself killed?
Regularly, Andy groaned. Warren beamed. Fatalism's fun. You should try it sometime.
I prefer living, Andy replied.
Warren ignored him. So, Tony, are you sure everyone in your camp is all right?
Tony nodded. Yes, I am. They may be beneath me, especially the lions, but they are all capable.
Warren frowned. You aren't gonna lone wolf this, are you? That Emperor guy in our AI said it was a bad idea to do that.
Tony mulled the question over in silence. Achieving victory on my own would bring me and my people a great deal of honor and glory.
And a great deal of dead, Warren added. Can't forget that.
Tony's whiskers flicked, his lips pursed tight for a long, drawn-out moment. Friend request accepted. I do not suppose I could join a party with you humans? Tony asked. I am classified as a vanguard, a heavy frontline fighter, what the system refers to as a tank.
Good question, Warren said, and sent a private invite.
Party request denied. Mixed species parties are not allowed for this stage of the Halls of Ascension.
Warren frowned. Guess not. At least not yet.
Why would you want to party with us over your own species? Andy asked.
Tony shrugged.
Curiosity, if nothing else. I know how fickle my kind can be, especially the lions. They think they are the greatest thing in the universe since the discovery of yarn, boxes, and catnip combined.
Warren's cheeks puffed out with a barely contained laugh. His eyes reddened. Oh my God, they're just like cats for real.
Andy nodded.
We have some people like that among our species as well.
But do try to find someone who you can make a party with. I would appreciate having friends among the other species, especially if we can join forces in the future.
Tony glanced back at the crowd.
That would appear to be the sensible option. Perhaps the panthers or lesser cats would be worthy allies in this endeavor.
Oh, pick a tabby. They're adorable, Warren suggested.
Tony scrunched his brow together. I do not know how things work in your world, Warren, but in mine, adorable does not win battles.
No, it definitely doesn't, Warren agreed. But it makes the journey more fun. Tony crossed his arms over his chest, his head cocked to the side with an intensely questioning glare.
And you would sacrifice the performance of your party for the sake of including someone you deem adorable?
We already did, Andy admitted under his breath. Warren nodded. Ani is 10 out of 10, cute as a button. But she's a demolitionist, too. That means she kicks ass while she's at it, with high explosive violence, and probably a lot of collateral damage. But that's a future Warren problem. Andy gave a grimacing smile.
It would leverage our species' propensity for blowing up anything and everything we can.
Right? Warren grinned. I see this as an absolute win. Tony raised a brow and stroked at his snout. Perhaps I can find someone who appears underwhelming, yet excels vastly in one form of combat or another. A hidden weapon with which to swiftly dispatch our enemies. He met Warren's gaze. You are a curious one, Warren. But you have given me much to consider. I wish you and your people luck in the challenges ahead. May the gods be with you. He bowed slightly, then turned to head into the crowd of Renan. Well, he seems nice, Warren said. For a cat. Chapter 10. Warren. Andy wrapped an arm around Warren's shoulders and dragged him back to the human camp. You almost started a damn interspecies war with that question of yours. Hey, it was better than wasting time beating around the bush, Warren insisted. Besides, they're cats. Most of them are gonna hate our guts no matter what we do, unless we find a stash of catnip. Then they'll love us. Andy shook his head. Try to use more tact the next time you talk with the other species, Warren. Or anyone else, for that matter. Our lives might depend on it. Andy, you know I don't do people well, Warren said. Please, Warren, Andy pleaded. Warren groaned. Fine, I'll try to be on my best behavior, but that's all I'm promising. If anyone pushes my buttons or tries to walk all over us, I'm not holding back. Andy sighed. That's the most I can hope for. The pair climbed back into the human camp. Ani waved at them with a big smile on her face. Hey guys, look who I found. She gestured at the pair beside her. One was the mystery woman Warren had met earlier. The other was some weirdo he'd never noticed before who wore big round glasses. Raven, the woman with the predatory eyes, introduced herself. Her gaze was much more intensely focused on Warren than before. Then it shifted to Andy. Well, you're a talkative one, Warren commented. Raven's eyes snapped back to him. And when you prove worthy of my time, maybe I will indulge you with more words, deadweight. Warren glanced at Andy. And you said I was rude. I'm practically a role model compared to her. Andy rubbed at his temples. Let's just play nice, everyone. He turned to the last man in their lineup. And you are... Lewis Durham. He bowed slightly. Sage, at your service. Warren took in the curious-looking man. Something was off about this Lewis guy, but he just couldn't put his finger on it. He looked normal enough, with his blue and white coat that looked like it belonged to some mage anime protagonist type. He even had ridiculously high white boots that reached halfway up his thighs, only slightly revealing the black pants he wore underneath. The guy even had that pretty boy face, with deep brown eyes and anime protagonist white hair that hung down slightly over his face, just enough to obscure his eyes. The inclusion of big, heavy gloves with cuffs rolled up beneath the elbow and his big round glasses were all odd choices in Warren's book. But at worst, they were the look of a nerd who spent too much time cosplaying, not anything to actually worry about. Lewis? Really? That's your name? Warren asked. Lewis straightened and blinked. What's wrong with my name? He asked, sounding genuinely distressed. You look more like the kind of guy whose parents called Bobby but then got way more into anime than was healthy, Warren explained. So color me a little disappointed that you didn't change your name to something Japanese-sounding like Daizo Noza or something equally weeby. Lewis's shoulders relaxed. A confused, if curious, expression took over his face. Oh. Hey, don't worry about it. Warren clasped him on his shoulder. I'm sure you're from some sort of eccentric rich family or something if you're dressed like that and aren't a total weeb. Lewis smiled faintly. You could say that, Warren. I would rather not speak of them.
Our relationship is tense. His voice lingered on the last word. I won't pry if you won't, Warren said, and tried to scan Lewis for his stats. Nothing popped up, not even his class. Weird. What's weird? Andy asked. I can't get a read on his stats or class or anything, Warren said. I can see yours, Andy. Ani and Raven's too, but not Lewis's. Lewis furrowed his brow. That's strange. I could see all of yours just fine. It must be my bonus. Anonymous. That's your perk? Raven asked. I suppose it could be useful for a stealth-based class, but a sage doesn't sound like one. Lewis smiled. No, it isn't. A nervous laugh slipped past his lips. From what I could gather, Sage is a rather curious blend between a healer-supported ranged DPS, except the ranged damage comes from floating blades I have not had the chance to get yet. But I suppose no one gets weapons until they earn credits to spend. Seems that way, Raven said. What about all your bonuses? Lewis asked. I see that Raven has Shadow Step. Adi has Explosive Expert, and Andy has... Oh, you poor dear, you have no bonuses at all. Andy frowned. Really? That's not normal? It isn't unheard of, Lewis replied. Most people have at least one basic perk, even if it is a useless one. But perhaps this means you can earn a perk by your actions in the future. I sure hope so. Andy furrowed his brow. Man, and here I thought Warren was the only weird one here with perks. Damn it, I guess I am just too vanilla. Your last name is Snow, Warren commented. Lewis raised a brow, looking Warren up and down. 2? You have 2 bonuses? Multi-class and hall pass? Those sound valuable indeed, and rare too. I have not seen anyone among our cap with more than 1. Warren grinned. Guess I'm just a special guy. He pursed his lips and squinted at the AI's projection in front of the camp. Or Trebek took pity on me. I most assuredly did not, Trebek said. No, I doubt it did, Lewis said. Those questions it asked were very specific. I know they seem pointless, but there is a method to the madness. I am sure of it. You could have fooled me, Warren said. So, what do these bonuses do? Lewis's gaze fixated on Warren. Multi-class is simple. It allows you to pick a second class as soon as you clear the first 5 floors, any of them from the list available. Warren tilted his head, confused. And you know this how? The Sage class allows me to analyze people's perks, Lewis answered. All this seems to be modeled off classic RPGs anyway. Well, that checks out, Warren thought. I get that, but how do you know about the first 5 floors? Lewis looked around, a nervous smile creeping across his face. I don't know how. Maybe... Ani jumped in. 5 makes sense. 5 fingers, 5 toes, you know. Warren shook his head. Nah, he didn't say it like a guess, he said, stepping closer to Lewis. Andy put his hand on Warren's shoulder. It was a guess. We have enough problems without you getting all paranoid on us. Let it go. Paranoid? Me? No, Warren said. I don't even have enough tinfoil around for that. You can't be properly paranoid without a tinfoil hat. Raven's expression was somewhere between an I'm going to murder you glare and a holy shit I didn't know they made them this stupid grimace. Andy set his hands on his hips, staring insistently at Warren. Fine. What else are you guessing at? Warren asked. Lewis cleared his throat. I'm guessing that multi-class will let you double-dip on level-up points and skills, plus all the perks that come with it.
Of course, the bumbling idiot who's bound to drop dead on us at any moment gets the useful perk, Raven muttered.
Warren glared at her. He opened his mouth to unleash a comeback when Andy interfered.
Shadow Step can't be a bad perk, he said. It sounds pretty cool, actually.
It is, Raven admitted. It allows me to teleport between shadows. In a room like this, though,
she gestured to all the white around them.
Useless.
Warren decided Raven wasn't worth his time and looked back to Lewis. All right, what about Hall Pass?
I don't know, Lewis replied. That one doesn't tell me anything.
Oh, come on. Guess, will ya?
Fine. I guess that one has to be special. Very special, Lewis said with a confident smile that seemed out of character on the otherwise reserved man Warren had seen thus far.
Does the AI tell you what it does? Warren pressed. Or your sage class?
It just has question marks. So it must be something special, right? Lewis offered. That is how it works in most games I've played, at least.
Warren gave a grudging nod. Or it could be flamin' hot garbage. You never know.
Ani beamed.
Maybe they gave you multi-class to make up for Hall Pass not being great, because it sounds awesome.
It really does, Andy agreed.
We'll see how awesome it is when I get the list of classes to pick from, Warren said. So what about Ani? What does your perk do?
Ani's voice turned very serious as she lost all aspects of her bubbly persona.
Explosive Expert grants a bonus of 30% to all explosive attacks, 50% to explosive damage bonus, and allows me to more easily disarm any traps involving explosives.
Then she giggled, going full bubbly beauty.
At least that's what Trebek said. Oh, and I can increase the blast radius of explosives by 40% and automatically crit whenever I directly hit something with an explosive.
Warren turned to Ani with mouth agape. What the actual hell, Ani? His shock turned to excitement at the absolute powerhouse he'd recruited to the party.
Ani gave a sheepish smile.
I like big bombs, and I cannot lie.
Other brothers can't deny. Warren picked up where Ani left off. He glanced around at his silent party. Anyone? Anyone? Really? None of you?
Ani let out a quiet laugh.
I guess they're lacking in the culture department.
Warren puffed out his chest and put on his most ridiculous aristocratic voice.
I dare say most uncultured swine indeed.
Ani burst out laughing. She nearly bowled over had she not caught her knees. Warren grinned.
Raven groaned.
At least one of you is useful.
Warren tightened his fist, the knuckles popping from the tension. Raven's continued edge was getting on his nerves.
Don't do it, Warren. Don't say anything stupid. Don't do anything stupid. She's just trying to rile you up.
I wish I was there to listen to your questionnaire, Ani, Andy said. It had to be quite something to earn you such a powerful bonus.
Oh, it wasn't anything special,
Ani smiled. Lewis chuckled. Oh, I can assure you it was. Bonuses aren't rare, but they aren't too common, nor this powerful normally.
How do you know that? Warren asked.
Lewis blinked. You could just look at anyone in the crowd and see that. Warren glanced around. Out of every 10 people he saw, around 3 or 4 had a perk. Warren wasn't going to bother checking out all of the different perks, though. If he could only read his perks and no one else's, there wasn't any point to trying.
Okay, fair enough.
The 30-minute warning flashed on Warren's HUD.
Looks like we have a half hour before it's time for the games to start. So are you all wanting to join in on this party?
Ani gave a big nod.
Yeah.
Warren laughed. You're already in the party.
Well, yeah, but I'm excited about it,
Ani beamed.
Warren smiled. Well, that makes 3 with me, Andy, and Ani,
I'm guessing you're in, Lewis? We could really use a healer, though we have the big brain department covered with Andy already. Lewis smiled. I can assure you, my class does more than heal and deal damage. Sages have bonuses to learning and studying. If there are any problems you cannot figure out, I should be able to resolve them for you, or at the very least help you come to an answer faster. Warren sent Lewis a party invite. Which just leaves you, Raven. I don't even know what you are. Raven, who Warren just now realized looked to be of Asian descent, mulled the question over. Midnight Blade is my class. It appears to be some sort of magic-based assassin. A little on the nose for my liking, but I suppose it makes adapting to the games that much easier. On the nose how? Andy quickly asked. Raven ignored him. As for this party of yours, I do not see a better alternative than this group. The others are lacking, to put it politely. The only other candidates struck me as the type to wake up with a serious case of knife in the throat. Warren gulped. He had the sneaking suspicion she would be the one to put said knife in said throat. And what are the odds of us coming down with that mysterious disease? Raven flashed a toothy smile. Warren felt like he was staring down a wolf ready to rip his throat out. Do your best not to be a complete disappointment, and your cancer will kill you long before I do. Warren's gaze shifted to Ani. She seems real nice, he said with all the sarcasm he had in him. Ani pointed at her stomach. My gut's never wrong about people, I swear. She's just rough around the edges, like you, except her edges are really sharp. Uh-huh, sure, Warren said with a nervous smile. Let's see here. What do I have to worry about in my near future? Cancer, my always fun and loyal companion in life. Crazy alien species. Probably monsters. Whatever the hell is in that tower. And last, but certainly not least, getting on Raven's bad side. Warren glanced back to the tower, waiting for the games to begin. This is gonna be one hell of a party. Chapter 11. Melody. Melody stood at the workshop window, watching the obelisk surrounded by guards in the parking lot. The chrome machine, or probe, or whatever it actually was, stood there with a swirling portal of blue floating above it. The moment Andy was taken from her replayed in Melody's mind. Andy had pulled on his lab coat, given her a wry smile, and said, I guess this is it. Are you going to be all right here without me? No, Melody forced a smile. But I have to be, don't I? If you don't do this, we're all dead, aren't we? Andy pulled his lips into a tight line. He slowly nodded. We'll make it through. I don't know how, but we'll figure something out, Melody. If I can't think of something, then, well, Warren will probably break the alien ship or something. Melody laughed softly. That sounds like him. Streaks of blue light raced around Andy's body. He looked down at himself. Whoa! Melody rushed him. He latched her arms tight around his neck. Don't go, she whispered. Andy was already gone. Part of Melody hoped her words hadn't reached Andy in that brief moment. He had enough pressure bearing down on him with the games and the literal fate of the world. Andy didn't need to second-guess himself more than he likely did. He didn't need the distraction from whatever challenges he was facing with the aliens. Merrick stood beside Melody in the workshop, watching the obelisk. Miss Reynolds. The old general spoke as gently as he could, breaking her from her daze. It's time to get to work. Melody nodded. Right, of course. She slipped away from the window and took to one of the many consoles the Space Force had set up around the workshop. The military had converted the area, normally reserved for maintaining or updating equipment, into a full-blown military command center. Melody thought it looked a little cramped compared to the grand, auditorium-like rooms she'd seen in the movies. They're doing the best they can with what they have in order to be close to the obelisk. Sending in the drone,
Ramirez reported from one of the nearby consoles. On screen, Merrick commanded. The main screen they'd set up worked off a projector that took up the entire back wall of the workshop. The drone slow-rolled over from a heavily armored truck, the kind the military used to get through bomb-infested areas in the Middle East. Melody had to admit she didn't expect any explosions from the alien device. Still, this was alien technology they were dealing with. There was no telling what would or wouldn't happen.
Why is the footage so grainy? Melody asked.
You ever tried bomb-proofing a camera? One of the nearby techs asked. Let me tell you, it doesn't do any favors for the picture quality, but it will guarantee we get it back should this obelisk act up.
Melody hadn't considered that at all. Her entire world up until recently was Andy and staring up at the stars. How to make their relationship work and finding new and better ways to gaze upon the heavens were all she concerned herself with.
Buck lay down across her feet.
But now I have aliens to worry about, and you, boy, she thought, looking down at the worried dog, his ears flat on his neck and a low whine slipping past him.
Sending in the probe, Ramirez reported.
The drone reached the obelisk's side and extended an arm out. It wasn't anything fancy, just a long, extending mechanical arm with another, smaller drone attached on the end carrying a bundle of every sensor they could cram on it. Slowly, the probe was brought up to the swirling mass of blue. The drone's camera feed cut out. Before anyone could ask what had happened, a blinding flash of blue-white light blew in through the windows. Melody strained to adjust her eyes to the light when a sound like thunder shook the entire observatory.
Holy shit!
A guard, who sounded like he was from deep in the countryside, uttered. Melody scrambled to the window along with the rest of the operations crew. The drone's plastic components were charred black and sloughed off. The metal pieces of the machine glowed orange with a hot white center as they melted down to a pile of slag before the obelisk.
Merrick grunted. Clearly our guests are not fond of anyone tampering with their precious obelisks.
He glanced over his shoulder.
Suggestions?
We could attempt the Stargate protocol, sir, a nerdy man with glasses at least an inch thick said. How he'd managed to get into any branch of the military was nothing short of a miracle in Melody's eyes. This Richards character looked barely capable of carrying his own borderline skeletal weight.
Merrick scowled at Richards. In English, Richards?
Richards cleared his throat and adjusted his heavy glasses.
We send in one of our men to inspect the portal.
Son, I don't think you realize this, but the drone we sent in to probe the portal was just reduced to a black heap of molten junk for trying that. What makes you think one of our boys will fare any better?
Richards frowned.
A theory?
A theory? Really?
Melody crossed her arms. You're willing to throw away human lives based on a theory?
Of course, Richards replied without a hint of remorse.
This is all in the service of science and the greater good of humanity, after all. What does one life mean in the grand scheme of things when we can learn from our alien visitors and perhaps discover a means to take the fight to them?
Melody glared at the man, then looked to Merrick. How did this guy make it past a basic psych screening?
Merrick grunted. Daddy has too much pull in the government.
He glanced out the window at the obelisk.
Fine. Who do you suggest we send in?
Johnson,
Richards replied swiftly.
Merrick's frown deepened into a scowl. Are you trying to get your fellow soldier killed due to your inability to earn his respect? Or anyone else's, for that matter?
Richards gave a meek smirk.
Not at all, sir. He is simply the best man for the job out of all our guards. No one else holds a candle to him in all the physical evaluations.
That may be so, Merrick agreed. But that doesn't change the fact that you hate his guts for constantly calling you out. Now, we've had the private learn to play nice, Richards, but this is not your daddy's house. He doesn't call the shots here beyond shackling us with your miserable ass.
Richards balked.
He opened his mouth to speak, the rage crawling onto his face. Now sit down and shut up, and let someone who can think beyond their pretty shriveled-up ego come up with a plan, Merrick calmly ordered. Melody was happy to see him put in his place. Still, she didn't like the little creeper, and judging by the way Buck stood tensely and stared at Richards, the dog didn't like him either. So, does anyone else have any ideas? Merrick called out.
This might be a long shot, Melody began. But maybe we can try the trackers again.
Merrick raised a brow. That was the first thing we tried, miss. You know that. Wherever this portal took them is so far beyond our reach we can't even get a whiff of their signal. Melody nodded.
I am aware, General, but my plan was a little more focused than that.
Explain. She pointed down at the portal.
Has anyone considered sending signals through the portal?
Merrick glanced around the crowd. Richards sheepishly held up a hand. We don't even know if it is a portal. Ramirez snorted. If it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it might be a duck. Melody nodded.
Exactly right, Ramirez. This is just a theory, but...
Oh, she gets to explain her theory, but I don't, Richards protested. Merrick craned his neck over to Richards. You're walking on thin ice here, son. Sir, permission to speak freely? Ramirez asked. Merrick didn't break his burning glare off Richards. Granted. Just let the little freak get it out of his system so we can get back to doing our job. Sir. Melody swore Merrick could have melted steel beams with his gaze alone, but Richards stood there with his little rat smirk. Fine, Merrick said. Make your case, and make it quick. Richards cleared his throat. Thank you. He straightened, about as much as the skeletal man could, and began. My reasoning for sending in a human to test the portal is simple. The aliens are here to recruit us into their games. Based on the performance of our chosen competitors, our species may be granted the opportunity to join the aliens' empire. So, it stands to reason the aliens would not want a hostile relationship with any new member species. They wouldn't randomly kill humans or any of the other species lest it build bad blood between them and the Empire. At worst, we might simply be told we can't go through. Merrick pursed his lips with a slight nod. Impressive. Thank you, sir. Richards beamed with pride. That's the first reasonable thing I've heard leave your mouth in the painfully long time I have known you, Lieutenant, Merrick said. Except you're missing one crucial detail. Richards scowled. And what is that, sir? Merrick pointed a knife hand at the alien device out the window. We are already receiving reports of local wildlife being mutated by these obelisks. Deer, dogs, birds. Anything gets close to those things, and a bolt of lightning shoots out and changes them. Buck cocked his head to the side with a confused, "Arr?" Melody knelt down to hug Buck to her chest. You are not going anywhere near any obelisks. You hear me, Buck? Warren would literally kill me if anything happened to you. Any of those reports involved humans yet? Richards asked. Not yet, Merrick said. But if you're so adamant about testing out this theory of yours, I recommend you lead by example. He nodded toward the obelisk. Go out there and find out for us what happens when a human gets close to that thing, Richards. Richards frowned, baring his teeth. What's the matter, son? Don't have the balls to put your money where your mouth is? Merrick asked. I'll even have Johnson escort you to the perimeter line since you're so fond of him. Or do we need to have Daddy come down here and hold your hand? Ramirez chuckled quietly. Richards glared. I'll do it. I'll go out there and prove my theory right now. He stormed out to the workshop doors. He set his hands on the handles and froze. Richards glanced back at the gathering command staff and techs. Not a single one looked impressed with him. Richards threw the doors open and stormed out.
Sir? Melody asked. Are you sure this is a good idea?
Merrick let out a long, drawn-out exhale. If the aliens fry that little bastard, they'd be doing this country, hell, this world, a massive favor.
Ramirez grinned. Maybe we can get his father lined up next.
Stow it, Ramirez, Merrick scolded.
Sorry, sir.
Back to work, people, Merrick ordered. We only have a few minutes before we're stuck with Richards again.
The command staff returned to work. Melody struggled to figure out what she could do to help. She was so reliant on the military's expertise and technology to have a hope of establishing contact with Andy, she felt completely useless. But what can I actually do? I can barely program. We aren't dealing with any known physics here, or even gazing at a specific star. I'm just an astronomy student. Buck pressed up against her legs, nudging her with his head. Melody looked down at the big dog. She always thought Buck was a cute, friendly dog who was dumb enough to put up with Warren. But Buck seemed to have far more awareness of the people around him than she gave him credit for. Or maybe I'm anthropomorphizing an animal because I'm stressed out of my mind. She leaned down and scratched behind his ears. Don't worry, boy. We'll figure something out.
Miss Reynolds, Merrick called. Do you mind explaining your theory while we wait for the Richards problem to sort itself out?
Melody stood back up. Not a problem, sir. My theory is rather simple. I believe these obelisks are acting as a bridge between Earth and wherever the aliens took Andy and the others.
Merrick rubbed at his jaw. These halls of ascension, correct?
That's right, Melody agreed. When Andy vanished, he had shimmering streaks of blue around him, just like that swirling portal does. My hunch is that since these aliens are hosting these games for their empire, these obelisks might potentially be transmitting the games to us.
Merrick nodded. Like asking a foreign country to play in the Super Bowl and streaming it back to them to watch.
Except we die if we lose, Melody added.
And you think we can communicate with Andy and the other tracked individuals via this bridge? Merrick asked.
Melody's shoulders slumped. I sure hope so. Merrick stepped toward her and planted a hand on her shoulder.
Keep your chin up, miss. We'll find a way to reach your Andy.
Melody smiled. Thank you, sir. Merrick glanced out the window.
Holy hell, the little bastard's actually doing it.
Melody blinked, wondering what he was on about. Then she remembered Richards. She looked out the window. Richards stormed on up to the obelisk, then paused. He glanced back at the guards. One of them was a bigger man, closer to Richards than the rest. Melody guessed this was the Johnson he had taken offense with. A heated exchange took place before Richards flung his arms about in frustration and marched right up to the obelisk. No bolt of lightning shot out to intercept him. Instead, a barrier flashed before him with a giant red X at the center, with the words, "Access denied," scrolling over it. Richards slammed face first into the barrier and fell flat on his ass. Ramirez leaned closer to the window. Did he seriously just knock himself out? Looks like it, Melody said.
Get a corpsman down there to scrape the idiot off the ground, Merrick ordered. And Ramirez, get a team to set up an array pointed right at that portal.
Right away, sir, Ramirez said. Melody blinked. Do you really think my theory might work?
Anything's better than twiddling our thumbs, miss.
Merrick slipped away, and it was back to business as usual in the command center. Theory crafting and playing with signals equipment. Anything to reach the tracked participants. Ramirez returned several minutes later, panting and out of breath. Sir, you're going to want to see this. He marched over to his console and pulled up the main screen. Up popped a live stream of a vast, pure white chamber containing 5 different camps. 4 camps held alien races unlike anything they'd ever imagined, and 1 held humans. They mulled about,
talking amongst themselves. But for what was supposed to be a giant game show, there wasn't a whole lot of anything going on. At the corner of the display, Melody spotted a banner that read, 18th Interstellar Games brought to you by House Tonalthu.
Huh. This really is a game to these aliens,
Merrick commented.
Is this a live feed?
Ramirez nodded. The Emperor of the Aliens showed up earlier to brief the contestants on the games. We have it all recorded.
So, what exactly is going on now?
Merrick asked. The contestants are ordered to form parties, Ramirez explained. Teams of 5 to tackle this tower thing at the center. The stream suddenly shifted to focus on a pair of humans meandering out of their camp and heading over to the cat people. Melody clasped her hands over her mouth. That's Warren and Andy! Buck sat up with an excited bark.
What are they doing? Ramirez asked.
Warren took long, swift strides toward the cat-like aliens' camp, the ones the AI called Renin. He gave a tiger man a sharp whistle and said,
Hey, kitten, I want to know if you're an old cripple or not in your species.
Melody buried her face deeper into her hands.
They're dead. The games haven't even started, and they're already dead.
She returned her gaze to the show when the tiger smashed his face against an invisible barrier. From there, a conversation played out, but the feed shifted away to another group of aliens.
Mr. Snow's friend is a colorful character, Merrick grunted.
Oh, you have no idea,
Melody said, like someone had just punched her in the kidney. Merrick raised a brow, but when Melody didn't elaborate, he turned to Ramirez.
Any other news besides getting us a live feed?
Yes, sir, Ramirez confirmed. The portals are sending and receiving signals. With the right adjustments to our equipment, we were able to change to various different feeds, sort of like a television, to watch from whatever angle we desired. It appears the alien tech shares a great deal of similarities with what we found in Roswell. Merrick pursed his lips.
That's good news. Have you tried sending a signal through?
Already on it, sir. My guys are trying to... Ramirez brought a hand to his ear. He slumped into his seat. False alarm. Melody clutched her hands over her chest.
What happened?
They sent a comms burst on every tracker's frequency, Ramirez began. We got a signal back, but it was all a garbled mess. What we don't know is if there's some sort of jamming tech involved, or if it's interference from the portal. Melody's gaze fell.
Oh.
Merrick clasped her shoulder.
There's no need to lose hope, miss. It's still early in the games.
He gestured at the screen.
At the very least, we can keep an eye on Mr. Snow and his friend.
Warren,
Melody said. Merrick nodded.
Right now, it seems we have little control over what we see, but Ramirez and his team will fine-tune the interface in no time. Isn't that right, Ramirez?
Easy peasy, Ramirez said. The signal's all there. It's just a matter of hooking things up into a browser-based app. These aliens really want everyone to watch their games, including their potential victims.
How about you take a break, miss? Merrick offered. Get some rest, some food. As soon as we hear anything about Andy, we'll call you.
Melody shook her head.
I appreciate it, General, but I think I'll stay here. I want to help however I can.
She met Merrick's gaze with a steely determination.
Even if I have no idea how.
Chapter 12. Warren.
Okay, so here's the plan, Warren said.
Who died and made you leader?
Raven interrupted.
Nobody yet, Warren replied.
But I didn't exactly see you volunteering for the job. Raven crossed her arms tightly over her chest.
I work better alone. You four are just here to keep the pressure off me while I handle things.
Warren let out an amused breath.
Oh, so we're a distraction, is that it? Cannon fodder, even?
He leaned over to Ani.
How often is your gut wrong about people again?
Never,
she insisted, puffing out her cheeks.
God damn it, you're too cute, Warren thought.
He tore his gaze away from her and focused on Raven. He already felt his heart melting from prolonged exposure to Ani.
I would prefer distractions to cannon fodder, Raven continued. But if you cannot accomplish even that, then the role of meat shield is acceptable. It is not often I work with others, and rarer still that I work with hired muscle.
Andy held up a hand.
Excuse me, Raven, what is it exactly you used to do for a living? None of your business, Raven replied without so much as sparing Andy a glance.
Warren let out a low whistle. Well, at least Ani's gut is right about those edges being sharp.
1 minute remaining.
Crap. Okay, enough screwing around. We're running out of time, Warren said. Raven, do whatever it is you want to do. Does that work for you? If they couldn't rely on her working with them, there was no point worrying about her.
Perfect.
Raven pulled her scarf over her face and swung her hood up. I'll lead the charge, Warren continued. Ani, Andy, follow me in, but keep some distance. I don't want you getting tangled up in a brawl since you're mages. Ani is a mage, right?
Technically speaking, yes, the demolitionist is considered a mage, Trebek answered.
But they are just as capable of handling, making, and improving conventional explosives as they are magical ones.
Good to know, Warren said.
Ani beamed and flashed a thumbs up.
I got you, Warren.
Andy planted his hands on his hips.
But how are we going to back you up without spells?
Moral support? Warren offered.
We should get our class skills unlocked as soon as we enter the games, Lewis said. A basic magic missile spell for the mage, grenades for the demolitionist, Berserker's Rage for the Berserker, obviously, and Midnight Blade gets stealth like all the other rogue classes.
Andy tilted his head to the side.
You sound very confident about all that information. How do you know all of that, Lewis?
Lewis blinked and stammered.
It's in the system. They have an entire encyclopedia for your perusal if you wish to study it.
Warren thought up encyclopedia, and a mountain of categories appeared before his eyes. He swiftly dismissed it with a thought. Yeah, I'm not reading all of that.
But this is a font of information, Warren, Andy said. Think of all the information we could gather, the edge we could gain over the other races.
I'm a berserker, Warren said. All I need to know is apply fist to face. This is not rocket science, Andy.
Andy sighed.
Warren turned to Lewis. What do you get as a sage?
Word of healing, Lewis answered. A ranged healing spell which should come in handy. It isn't terribly strong, and only works on one person at a time, but it is better than the healing hands most basic healers get. They have to actually reach you to heal you, whereas I can cast the spell from 30 feet away at the base level.
Warren nodded. Then you can follow behind all of us and hopefully avoid any The world shifted suddenly to monochrome. The camp and the vast chamber of white vanished.
Bull,
Warren finished.
The party found themselves in an entirely different world.
A lush, green, forested one that would have looked right at home on Earth if the distant trees weren't as thick as skyscrapers. They stood in a vast clearing, far from any of the larger trees. Really, it was more of a plain surrounded by woods than a clearing. Smaller trees dotted the grassy plains, which looked more of a teal color on closer inspection.
What just happened? Warren asked. Our time ran out, Raven answered. It seems our gracious hosts teleport us into the tower whenever it's time to play.
Rude, Warren commented.
Andy craned his head back so far, Warren swore he was about to fall over. Luckily, his jaw dropped so far, it acted as a counterbalance. Whoa!
Ani gasped, staring at the skies as well.
Pretty!
Warren decided to join the cool kids for once in his life and looked up. High above in the sky hung not one or even two, but 3 suns flying together in a trinity. 1 red, 1 green, and 1 blue star, all competing for which was the brightest of them all.
Huh. I guess that explains the slight shift in the tint, Warren mused.
It was subtle, but it was there. Mostly the light looked white, no different than on Earth. Every now and then there was an ever so slight shift into the 3 primary colors of the stars, or a blend of 2. It wasn't enough to be annoying, unless someone was an artist trying to paint the scenery. Then they'd have to decide what tint to stick with. A golden flashing light in the corner of Warren's vision caught his attention. He focused on it and immediately knew it was the notification light. Warren pulled it up. Class activated. Attribute progression unlocked. Skill progression unlocked. Ability progression unlocked. New ability, Berserker's Rage.
Nice! My class is active, Warren cheered. But, I'm not seeing any equipment.
Neither am I, Raven said. She glanced at the rest of the party. As it seems with everyone else.
Warren grimaced. That's gonna be a problem for us non-magical types.
Raven's eyes swiveled to lock on Warren's. He swore there was a predatory smirk behind that mask of hers. There is no shortage of ways to kill with one's bare hands, Warren. A big man like you, especially with the Berserker class, should have a far easier time than a dainty woman like me. Andy summoned a blue ball of light in the palm of his hand, no bigger than a softball. And if that doesn't work, we can back you up with spells. Ani beamed. That's right, and I can do this too. She summoned what looked like a basic hand grenade in her palm. Basic might be a generous term. It looked more like something made in a garage that wanted to be a pipe bomb but didn't quite make it there. Her attention focused on the device, and the bomb shifted in appearance to something entirely different. A cutesy round ball with short little bunny ears and an adorably huffy face appeared in her hand. The grenade had a sort of creamy, almost blonde bunny color to it, other than the little black eyes and mouth making up that huffy frown. Warren blinked.
Okay, not gonna lie, that is fucking adorable.
He squinted at the bomb. Ani had even added a red ring and heart to adorn the bomb's bottom.
This is a whole lot of unnecessary detail for something that's gonna blow up, he thought.
And deadly, Ani added. Especially with your bonuses, Lewis commented.
Right. Anyway,
Warren shifted his attention back to Raven.
Look, I don't know what you're trying to say here, but just because I'm a berserker doesn't mean I know the first thing about killing people. I mean, technically I killed a mutated deer before we came here, but outside of that, and a few bugs, I'm not exactly experienced in the field.
Raven inspected her gloved hand. What I am trying to say is, while I may not fully understand the realities of this system just yet, most men are far stronger than women among our species.
Most? Andy asked.
There are the many soy-infused weaklings like yourself that have so tragically infested our population, Raven explained.
Andy frowned.
Hey!
Raven continued without so much as acknowledging his annoyance.
But we can fix that here. No, we will fix that here. Because if we don't, you die. And if you die, that's one less body between me and whatever dangers these games intend to throw at us.
Warren opened his mouth to speak, but Lewis beat him to it.
I can actually answer your questions about the system. He adjusted his glasses with a finger. Without knowing the details, it says here that it evens out the playing field completely. A human woman with a strength of 10 who stands no taller than my knee has equal strength to that of a bruterus who stands 10 feet tall.
Raven scoffed.
That does not account for mass or leverage differences between those two combatants. They make a difference.
no matter what fairy tale utopian nonsense this system pretends to create.
Wow, Warren said. Who hurt you? I mean, I agree with you, but seriously, you sound damaged.
Raven shifted her gaze to Warren. For a brief second, she glared, then softened her gaze. Outside of your cancer, you are a sturdy enough specimen, Warren. You'll do just fine as our frontline distraction.
Warren pressed a hand to his chest. I prefer to think of myself as the hero of this story, thank you very much. If Raven rolled her eyes any harder, they may have popped out of her head and run away from her.
Trebek, what are we doing here?
You know, that's a good question, Warren agreed. For starters, the forest looked nothing like what he imagined any floor of a tower to look like. Secondly, there was no clear goal in any direction Warren looked. They'd just been dumped in the middle of the woods. Trebek's projection appeared in the pixelated flesh. Welcome to Stage 1 of the Tower of Trials, the game show host whirled in a flourish, fireworks and confetti included. The goal of this stage is simple. Familiarize yourself with your classes and prove to the Empire you can avoid killing yourselves by simply existing. That's it? Warren asked in pure disbelief. That's it, Trebek confirmed. He pulled up his wristwatch and pursed his lips. You have another 30 seconds before your first test shows up. Have fun. Warren furrowed his brow. I don't know if I should feel relieved or insulted.
Both?
Ani asked.
Both is good,
Raven agreed. She limbered up with a few shoulder rolls and shook out her arms and legs. In a flash of movement, she threw a series of punches and kicks that could have had the Karate Kid and Cobra Kai out cold before they knew what happened. Warren's eyes widened. Damn, she's good. What the hell did you do for a living before this mess? He thought, and tried to mimic her movements. Calling Warren an amateur would have been a kindness. His punches lacked any sort of the twisting and pivoting Raven seemed to put into her moves, and when he tried to throw in a kick, he nearly toppled over. Warren had to flail his arms in circles through the air just to stabilize himself. Ani giggled at his antics, still holding her cute bomb. Raven barely spared Warren a disappointed glare. Andy frowned. I'm happy for a free stage clear, but I'm not sure how I'm supposed to familiarize myself with my spells. Lewis pointed to a nearby rock. You could shoot at that. Oh, right. I hadn't thought about that. Andy summoned up another ball of blue light when a notification appeared on screen.
Tower of Trials. Stage 1. Precious Plains. Destroy 5 plop rings to advance.
With a sharp whistle and a squishy ba-boing sound, 5 creatures fell out of the air. They were light pink, see-through gelatinous blobs, each one about double the size of a soccer ball. They were the typical slime monsters so many RPGs used, except these ones had beady little black eyes and a mouth resembling a cat's for some reason. They even had red blushing cheeks, if a blob even had cheeks. Ani unleashed the biggest, sharpest gasp Warren had ever heard.
Oh my God, they're so cute!
She squealed. The band of plop rings hopped toward them. They were such happy-looking little creatures, jiggling and sloshing everywhere. Warren snorted. Is that it? Is this all Stage 1 can do to threaten us? He walked forward to meet the plop rings. Warren, where are you going? Andy called out, concern thick in his voice. Warren glanced back without slowing his stride. I'm gonna punt these things into orbit. We'll be into the next stage in no time. Lewis coughed. You should not underestimate these creatures, Warren. They may look harmless, but we don't know what capabilities they possess. Whatever, Lewis, Warren said. He strode right on up to the approaching band of monsters and squatted down in front of them. You guys are just a bunch of harmless little jellies, huh? I bet you make cute pets. Warren reached out to pet one of the plop rings. All 5 jumped at him at once. "What the?" The first smashed into his head, engulfing it all in the oddly raspberry-smelling and tasting goop. The second and third assaulted his outstretched hand, smashing it to the side. The remaining plop rings tackled his chest and gut, respectively. Warren slammed onto the grassy floor. He flailed on the ground, unable to breathe, as one creature suffocated him, 2 pounded the air out of his lungs, and the other 2 tried to cripple his limbs. He noticed something crucial right then and there. Plop rings weighed next to nothing, and they were made of jelly. Warren ripped the plop ring, trying to suffocate him, off his face. The creature's strangely happy face didn't so much as quiver into any other emotion. It just held there, permanently fixated in pure, innocent joy, even if the thing and its friends had just tried to murder him. He smashed the plop ring into the ground. It popped like a balloon of jello, bursting into a chunky mess across the grass. Warren turned back to his friends. "Aren't you guys gonna help me?" he demanded. "You got this," Raven cheered with all the enthusiasm of an emo kid who is just done with everything. Andy didn't say anything, but the concern on his face was easy enough to see from miles away. "This is a valuable lesson for you, Warren," Lewis called out. "You should never underestimate anything in the tower." Warren glared at Lewis, but the wind was knocked out of his lungs before he could lash out with an equally biting response. His paper doll's torso flashed into the yellow. Warren tried to force himself to stand, but for such cutesy little monsters, the plop rings were surprisingly fast and vicious about their attacks. "We have to help him," Ani said, desperation growing in her voice. Warren backhanded one of the plop rings off his chest, then flung aside the 2 trying to break his arm. "Some help would be nice," he agreed. "Ani, no!" Andy shouted. "Don't listen to them, Ani," Warren said. "You can help any— Oh, fuck." Ani hiked one of her legs up in the air like she was some sort of Major League Baseball pitcher and hurled one of her bombs at the bouncing plop ring assaulting his stomach. The world went into slow motion as the plop rings Warren had knocked aside all swarmed back into view, moving to put him down once and for all, when the bouncing little monster on his gut sailed into the air. Its happy face met with the spinning, angry bunny face of Ani's grenade. The creature's jelly body deformed from the impact, and the world went white. "You have slain 5 plop rings, level 1. 5 times 10 XP received." In the corner of his white vision, Warren saw his paper doll. Everything was red or flashing red. He had a good idea what all of that meant. Warren was at death's door. "And I sure as hell feel it," he groaned in thought. His vision slowly adjusted to the world around him. Ani was the first one on top of him. She dropped to her knees and shook him. It took an uncomfortably long time for sound to return to his ears and the ringing to become something he could make sense out of. Warren, are you okay? Please talk to me," Ani said, still shaking him. "I'm alive," he grunted out. All of her shaking was not helping his body's pain any, though. "I'm definitely going to have to rethink my philosophy on thighs," he muttered to himself. "What?" Ani asked. "What?" "I thought you said—" "I didn't say anything." Warren quickly cut her off. "I'm just hurting, is all." Ani's face fell. "I'm so sorry. I didn't—" Warren forced himself to sit up, which he found was easier said than done, with all the shrapnel buried in his body and the burn marks, and he was pretty sure the pair of broken ribs. He pulled up his status menu. Yep, those 2 ribs are definitely broken. He clutched at his side, forcing a smile. "Don't worry about it. I'm still alive, and you helped me where the rest of these—" He paused to search for a tactful way of putting his feelings. "Clowns just watched." "Hey, You were the moron who charged in on his own, Andy said. They could have killed you.
They were about as threatening as a pissed-off Pomeranian, Warren snapped back.
Lewis approached, arms crossed.
Did you learn your lesson at the very least?
Warren winced as he nodded.
Punt first, ask questions later.
Lewis rubbed at his eyes.
Close enough.
Raven strode past them.
At least he didn't get himself killed, which is far more than I expected out of his display of aptitude.
I appreciate you too, Warren coughed. His face twisted in disapproval. The coppery taste of blood filled his mouth and something rattled inside. He spat a tooth and blood into the palm of his hand.
Ugh. Lewis, anything you could do about this?
I could, Lewis said. Warren narrowed his gaze on Lewis.
I'm sensing a but.
But why would I waste the beta? Warren glared.
Because
when you leveled up.
Warren's anger flushed out of him. I leveled up?
Lewis nodded. Check your notifications.
Congratulations, contestant. You have reached level 2. +5 attribute points. +5 skill points.
Nice!
Warren cheered, then immediately regretted his excitement. Something rattled around in his back that was definitely not supposed to feel like bone grating against bone.
But this doesn't say anything about healing me, he hissed out.
Because that would make an already redundant message all the more redundant, Trebek explained. Every time you level up, you receive 5 attribute and skill points to freely distribute. That's the redundant part in case you missed it. Once you have distributed your points and confirmed the changes, you will be healed back up to full.
I like it better when my games automatically apply the healing from leveling,
Warren grunted. That's what we thought, too, Trebek said. Apparently, fans like the strategy some contestants apply of saving their level-ups to surprise enemies at the last second, or come back from the jaws of death. Warren furrowed his brow.
That sounds like cheating, and being a cheap little bitch.
I, the Emperor, his clan, the Empire's Council, and House Tonalthu all agree with you, Warren, Trebek said. Unfortunately, the fans do not. Since the primary purpose of the games is to entertain the Empire, we have acquiesced to the wisdom of the crowd.
I don't even know what whatever means,
Warren replied. Don't worry about it, friend, Trebek replied with a broad smile, turning up his mustache. You have more pressing matters to attend to, like restoring your health. Trebek vanished from his vision.
Hurry it up, Warren.
Raven nodded at the stereotypical dungeon door that just so happened to materialize in the middle of the field ahead of them.
We have 4 more levels to clear before the checkpoint, and you're holding us all back.
Chapter 13. Warren huffed.
Next time, I'll let you get blown up. How's that for holding us all back?
Ani pouted.
Hey!
Sorry, Ani,
Warren said quickly. Raven shook her head and went off to lean against the door. Warren pulled up the level up screen and distributed his attributes first. He had an uncomfortable number of stats that weren't multiples of 5, and that would just not do. He dumped 1 point into strength, 3 in tolerance, and 1 in presence to even things out. Was there any sort of grand strategy to his stat spread? No, there wasn't.
It just looks sloppy. Don't judge me,
he thought to the more reasonable part of his mind that demanded he dump everything into understanding so he had more than 2 brain cells to rub together.
2 might be kind of generous as it is, if I'm being totally honest with myself,
Warren thought. The others didn't need to know that, though. Next, he moved on to skills. That was a mistake. They had skills for everything, and I do mean everything. From pugilism to extreme underwater basket weaving, the skill list literally had it all. I wonder if they have my work skills in here. He wasn't sure what to look for to pull those skills up, so he went with the simple solution. Known skills. Arcade machine technician, level 10. Animal husbandry, level 2. Animal taming, level 1. Cooking, level 2. Electrician, level 5. Mechanic, level 5. Unarmed combat, level 1. Blunt weapons, level 1. Warren blinked. Apparently, I know how to cook better than I know how to beat people. My Spam sandwiches are so damn on point, even aliens recognize my culinary prowess. Okay, enough screwing around, Warren thought. I need to spend these skill points so I can heal, and I'm not dumping them into any of that stuff. The question is, what kind of berserker do I want to be? Going off of his stats alone, his two biggest assets in battle were his strength and movement. Technically, presence was his second highest stat, but he wasn't sure how that would save him in a fight, so he shelved it for the time being. Which means I want to hit hard and fast, like some sort of agility warrior. His thoughts went to other berserker characters he'd seen in the past, and he was not impressed by what he saw. Most every character of the berserker archetype had the same traits in common. Little to no armor, fighting with an axe, 2 axes, or a big axe, and a whole lot of screaming and not a lot of flash. Their brutal fighting style suited him fine, but Warren wanted something with a little more flash to it. And flexibility, Warren added. Axes were great up close and personal, but they lacked versatility. As for the lack of armor, Warren didn't mind showing off his muscles, but what was the point of participating in a game show if he couldn't look awesome doing it? Fashion is the true endgame of any game, he mused. And in Warren's eyes, there was nothing more awesome-looking than plate armor. So, I want to be fast and flexible with my combat style, but still be able to take a hit, Warren thought. Where the hell do I even start with that? Might I suggest pulling up the combat skills? Trebek offered. Good call, Warren said. That didn't quite help. Combat skills were another mountain of choices to sort through, with several different subdivisions. Under defensive skills, he found 2 he definitely wanted to pick up: dodge and heavy armor. Dodging would help him right away, but heavy armor likely wouldn't for maybe the first 10 floors of the tower, if not longer. Every game he ever played had plate armor that was prohibitively expensive for new players, and he'd likely have to work his way up from chainmail or brigandine into plate. Then let's focus on how to kill things gooder first, Warren thought. He went to weapons next. Warren discarded ranged weapons out of hand, though guns were definitely in the skill list. He figured the system must have somehow made up for a gun's ability to reach out and touch someone, if not flat out blow a limb off with a powerful enough bullet, if they were even allowed. Most games did that sort of thing anyway, when they wanted to include guns with melee. Warren's interest was in the melee weapons list, specifically blades. Blades represents a user's skill handling a variety of bladed weapons. Great for generalist builds, this skill grants knowledge of various bladed weapons and their applications on and off the battlefield. Its benefits, while lacking compared to more focused skills, apply against the entire spectrum of bladed weapons. Okay, that's handy. Not super min-maxy, but handy, Warren thought. He considered for a moment making himself a berserker that just so happened to be a master of blades. That way he could pick up anything with an edge and go to town on his enemies. But that lack of commitment just wasn't his style. If it's worth doing, it ain't worth half-assing. Go big or go home. Warren scrolled down the list of bladed weapons. He figured the most versatile weapon of all would be a longsword. Some may call me a basic bitch for going with a sword instead of a spear or an axe, but they won't be talking so loud once I cut them in two.
He nodded sagely to himself and went to the list of sword weapons. Why the hell are knives and daggers in here? Warren snorted and ignored the cute little blades. Short swords, long swords, great swords, ultra great swords? Ultra great swords. Extremely large swords with high-powered attacks and strength requirements. Ultra greatswords offer equivalent and even greater reach than pole weapons with the advantage of a greater surface area with which to deal damage. The vast momentum of these weapons, coupled with their size, can make them unwieldy, but those same cons can be turned into hyper armor, which allows a user to keep swinging even as they take damage. A look that could only be described as a far too excited monkey came over Warren's face.
Oh, hell the fuck yes!
What? Andy asked.
Did you find something good?
Ani pressed gingerly against his arm. Warren ignored the spikes of pain and nodded.
I found my weapon of choice. I just need to actually find one or buy one.
Without any further thought as to the particularities of swinging around an oversized sword or the cost of such a weapon, Warren dumped all 5 of his skill points into ultra greatswords. Confirm changes, yes or no. Warren mentally smashed the yes button. A wave of white light washed over him. His red flashing doll swiftly changed to green, and the pain was whisked away from his body like it had never been there in the first place.
Whoa, that's trippy.
Warren flexed his hands. What is? Andy asked. Warren carefully pushed to his feet, Ani helping him the entire way, though there was no need for it.
The level up healing. It's instant. It's like Ani never blew me up.
Ani huffed.
I already said I was sorry.
I was just saying,
Warren insisted. Andy stroked his chin. Fascinating. What weapon did you find while looking through skills? Something entirely impractical, I bet, Raven commented.
Warren beamed. Ultra great swords.
What is that supposed to be? Andy asked.
Lewis grimaced.
The biggest swords in the entire system. They're bigger than you are tall, Warren. Raven buried her face in her palm.
Is that a bad thing?
Warren asked. Lewis pursed his lips. It can be. Their size makes them unwieldy in most tight spaces. Secondly, you need a minimum strength requirement of 30 for the lightest of these weapons.
I figured that for the first part, Warren said. And 10 more strength points isn't too bad.
What about carrying one around? Raven asked. That can't be practical in any way. Lewis laughed. You would be correct, but the system allows for such weapons to shift about for practical storage. Andy raised a brow. How do you know that? Sweat rolled down Lewis's brow. Warren gestured at the empty air.
He probably pulled it out of the encyclopedia. His big sage brain probably speed reads through that thing like a book club on steroids.
Oh, right, Andy said. I completely forgot about that. Lewis smiled. It's all right. There is quite a lot of new information to wrap our heads around. If you're all done wasting my time. Raven flung the dungeon door open, revealing a swirling blue portal inside. We have a tower to clear. Chapter 14. Warren. The party appeared in a dark, dreary dungeon lit by torches. It was straight out of a fantasy movie, even if the dungeon seemed to be nothing more than one large hallway.
Exciting level design,
Warren commented dryly. Raven scanned their surroundings. I don't like it.
Well, duh, it's boring, Warren said.
No, Raven replied. This is exactly what they want you to think.
There has to be more to this stage than a simple hallway. Stage cleared. 50 XP received. Bonus rewards received for first clear. Bonus rewards received for being the first among your species to clear the stage.
Ani threw her arms in the air.
We got bonus rewards!
Whatever they are, Warren said. It won't tell me anything about them.
Lewis nodded. I imagine they keep those to the checkpoints in order to keep the games moving around.
Warren pursed his lips, then nodded. If any of those rewards come with a multiple choice option, I can totally see that happening.
The experience is a welcome reward at the very least, Raven said. That brings us all up to level 2.
Andy nodded. Already spending my points. I think I'm going to dump my skill points into speed casting or... They have summoning?
That's right, Lewis said. Apparently, the basic mage, while the weakest mage class out of all of them to start with, has full access to every magical skill tree available. So, if you want to be a monster summoning pyromancer, you can do that.
I think I need to sit down with the encyclopedia for a few hours after this, Andy said. Planning out my build is going to need a great deal of thought.
Warren shrugged. Just level up your big brain. That's what makes mages stronger, right?
That part's easy, Andy agreed. It's the skills that I'm worried about.
Warren chuckled. Oh, yeah, there's a metric ton of them.
I'm all set,
Raven said, and started down the long hall.
Aren't you going to wait for the rest of us?
Ani asked. Raven leaned down, picking up pebbles as she went.
I am waiting.
She stuffed the pebbles into a pocket, moving deeper and deeper into the hall. Warren considered going after her. Raven was a pain in the ass, but she was still technically part of their party. If she wants to split the party, she can do that on her own, Warren said. But I won't. I can't risk Ani and Andy. And Lewis is all right. Kinda weird. But the okay kinda weird, Warren reasoned.
All done,
Ani announced, bubbly as ever. Andy pursed his lips.
I think mana recovery will do for now. No matter what path I decide to take in the future, faster recovery is always going to be helpful.
That it would, Lewis agreed. A sheepish smile tugged at his lips. From what I've seen of our party thus far, I believe increasing my healing skill is in everyone's best interest. Seconded, Warren agreed, and followed after Raven. Let's get
Tower of Trials, Stage 2, Iron Tunnel. Reach the exit at the other side to advance.
This place definitely sounds more menacing than the last one, Warren said.
But the objective seems no less simple, Andy warned.
Raven paused ahead of them. The party quickly caught up.
What's wrong?
Ani whispered.
Raven pointed at the wall on the left. Warren squinted at it. I don't see anything.
You're stupid, not blind, Warren,
Raven said.
Look harder.
Warren wanted to launch into a tirade about how much he wasn't a fan of her attitude. That won't help us here, he thought to himself. Instead, he leaned forward, looking closer at the wall. Oh, that's not suspicious at all. Carved right into the wall, covered up by dirt and dust, was the slightest channel. At a casual glance, it looked like any other line of grout, but if one looked closer, they could spot the few gaps left there for them. Gaps where something could move through in a straight line, or shoot out at them. Warren wasn't sure which it was, but he had the sneaking suspicion he was going to quickly find out.
So, the hall is trapped? Andy asked.
Raven gazed ahead.
This hall is at least 2 stories tall. How good are all of you at parkour?
Ani smiled.
No idea.
Warren shrugged. I can probably wing it. Lewis smiled. It's one of my favorite exercises. Weirdo, Warren commented. What's parkour? Andy asked.
Raven sighed. Short version, traversing an area quickly, typically an urban environment.
So, walking down a sidewalk? Andy asked.
Raven stared at him. How are you the smart one of the party? Warren leaned over to Raven with a not-so-quiet conspiratorial whisper. Not to be a dick or anything, but I think that mantle has been firmly placed on Lewis over there. He jerked a thumb back at the man in question. Andy frowned.
Really?
Warren chuckled.
Sorry. You know plenty about stars and physics and all this other stuff, but Lewis here is our local interstellar games expert.
Lewis flushed. He quickly bowed his head.
I will endeavor to prove myself worthy of such a title.
Irrelevant. Raven quickly butted in before they could derail their conversation any further. We need to traverse this hall as quickly as possible. Traps are obvious, but I fear there will be an element of verticality to this challenge. Ani held up a hand. Raven, why does going fast matter? Raven met her gaze. Because we are not just competing against our species for the top spot, but every single one of the 4 alien races brought into the games. I may not be the biggest fan of our world or people, but I'll be damned if I let some worthless aliens dictate our fate.
You know, you're kind of a bitch, but I respect so much about you.
Warren put with all the bluntness of a hand grenade to the face. Raven groaned. Let's get moving. She took the first step into the hall. It was a cautious, tentative one, swiftly followed by the toss of a pebble. The first pebble bounced harmlessly across the floor. A second and third did the same. Raven picked up the pace. Warren and the others followed close behind. With a movement score of 25, there was no way any of them could keep up with her, but for all the disdain she showed their party, she didn't seem to be interested in leaving the party behind. Raven tossed another pebble. 4th time's the charm. The pebble barely made it 5 feet ahead of Raven when the angry growl of a saw blade filled the room. The blade shot out of the wall on the left, the very one Raven had brought their attention to. It ripped across the tunnel. Raven spun right, evading the blade with ease.
Holy crap!
Warren shouted and threw himself to the side. A second blade popped up on the opposite wall, howling down the hall from the opposite direction. Warren felt his throat clench shut as he threw himself backwards. The buzzing blade nearly lopped off his nose. He hit the ground hard. I may not be long for this world, but the least you bastards could do is let me leave a pretty corpse. He scrambled back to his feet to see how the others were faring. Andy handled things about as well as could be expected. He tripped face first toward the first blade, nearly earning himself a buzz cut. His trip turned into a forward roll, ending with him awkwardly splayed out on the ground. Lewis, it turned out, was not hyping up his parkour skills. He dropped into a slide, letting one of the blades pass over his head. Then there was Ani. Sweet, bubbly, innocent Ani. She flung herself away from one blade, nearly splitting herself in 2 on the second one without so much as realizing she'd done so, then summoned a bomb to her hand. "Saw blade, no sawing!" she shouted, and chucked her bomb at the wall as the saw blade made the return trip. The grenade hit the wall just ahead of the blade and detonated, which one would think was a good idea. It turned out to be a really bad idea. The blade erupted from the wall, shooting out like a murder frisbee into the hall, bouncing from wall to ceiling then floor, all speeding toward Raven's back. Raven apparently had eyes in the back of her head, because not only did she jump out of the blade's way, she kicked off the wall and up to a swinging pole that shot out into the hall. From there, she spun like an acrobat and flung herself from one pole to the next. Warren couldn't help staring.
Damn, she's pretty amazing.
"Warren, get down!" Andy shouted. Warren ducked his head, nearly earning himself a buzz cut as well. "Don't worry, I got this," Ani said as she loaded up another bomb.
Andy, Lewis, and Warren all shouted in unison. "Ani, no!" Ani pouted, dismissing the bomb.
Okay.
Lewis pointed ahead. "We need to catch up."
You really do,
Raven shouted back. She was still swinging from one pole to the next. The performance, which seemed simple for her at first, was complicated by the fact the poles she swung from retracted to the walls on a timer of some sort. And that was before Warren looked down below. The floor was literally lava. Platforms about 10 feet by 10 feet drifted from side to side across the hall ahead. It seemed the game designers expected some contestants to be more physically skilled than others, so they had a newbie path for Warren, Ani, and Andy to take. While it looked like a cakewalk in comparison to Raven's path, it wasn't without its own dangers. And yes, there were more dangers than falling into a pit of lava. Pebbles falling out of Raven's pockets proved as much. Arrows shot from the walls and ceiling. Metal spikes shot out of some of the platforms. "I feel like the difficulty went from 0 to 11 real quick," Warren commented. Lewis took off ahead, hopping onto the first pole and swinging himself up, following Raven's path. "No time to waste, Thed." Andy shot Ani and Warren a glance. He pointed at the two more acrobatic members of their party. "I am not doing that."
Me neither,
Ani agreed. Warren grinned. "Good thing we aren't going that way. Come on, if we stick together we can make it through this." He took off running ahead of the others. "Won't that just make things harder?" Andy asked, following his lead. Technically, Andy was right. 3 people trying to jump onto a moving platform at the same time, even one as spacious as the ones granted to them by the games, was bound to be a bit messy. Warren just hoped for the best. And if they mess up, hopefully I can save them, he thought. Warren jumped onto the first platform without looking. It turned out he was lucky. The first platform had no traps on it, or aimed at it. The next one, however, shot out a set of spikes over most of the platform. That could have ended real bad, he thought. Andy and Ani joined him on the platform. Their landings were rough, but stable enough. "Okay, guys, we have to be careful going forward," Warren warned. "Things are going to come at us from every direction, and I do not want to see any of you burning alive in lava." "That would be greatly appreciated," Andy agreed. Warren focused on the moving platform ahead, watching for the timing of the spikes and the arrows shooting across. It seemed they took turns. First, the spikes shot up every 10 seconds or so. Then arrows came from the left 5 seconds after, and a second wave of arrows shot from the right after 3. With all that timing in mind, Warren also noticed the coverage of all 3 traps over the platform wasn't absolute. There was wiggle room for them if they timed things right. Warren took a deep breath. "On 3. Andy gulped so hard Warren worried he'd somehow managed to choke down his own throat. Ani took a couple of fast, hard breaths. "Ready!" Warren flexed his hands in anticipation. 1, 2, 3. Warren and the others jumped onto the next platform just as the final wave of arrows finished. He stumbled right in the center of the platform, one of the clear points from the spikes. Ani was in the clear as well, off in one of the corners. Andy was not. Warren's mental countdown was fast approaching 0. "Andy, watch out!" Warren called out, quickly pushing Andy out of the way. Spikes shot up around Warren's arm, cutting into his forearm. Andy yelled, tumbling clear of the dangerous spikes, and right toward the platform's edge. He brought himself to a shaking stop, arms flailing in a desperate attempt to draw himself back. "He's not going to make it," Warren thought. "And the arrows are next." A quick glance at the traps showed just how little wiggle room they had to dodge all of them. Worse, it seemed hesitating too long made the rest of the jumping puzzle a bigger nightmare than it already was. Too late to rethink the plan now, Warren thought. The second the spikes went down, Warren shot after Andy. He snatched him by the back of his lab coat's collar and flung him to the floor, then dropped prone on top of his friend.
"Ani, get over here and get down," Warren ordered.
Ani belly flopped over to Andy and Warren. Her hat flopped over to bop Warren's face. Whistling arrows shot past and above them in an L pattern. Warren cringed, feeling the force of the arrows as they flew around them.
"Those things could probably punch a hole through the plate,"
Warren guessed. He neither had the equipment nor the will to put that theory to the test. With the first wave of arrows cleared, Warren scrambled to his feet, picking up Andy and Ani like suitcases.
"What are you doing?"
Ani squealed, joined by Andy's frantic, babbling cries.
"Getting us the hell out of here!"
Warren shouted. He hopped across to the next platform as the second wave of arrows flew less than an inch past his rear end. Warren landed hard on the next platform. While carrying his two friends didn't feel much worse than carrying a pair of suitcases, the extra weight and odd distribution made sticking the landing easier said than done. Warren stumbled forward, spinning Ani out of the way as a set of spikes nearly shish-kebabbed her. He had to throw Andy up into the air as another set of arrows shot at them. Warren dropped onto his back, hugging Ani to his chest, and watched, chest tighter than a vice grip, as arrows flew between them and Andy's screaming, flailing form.
"What the hell are you doing, Warren?"
Andy screamed. Warren shot to his feet, snatching Andy out of the air in one arm, carrying him like a baby as he sprinted off to the next platform, Ani tucked under his other arm.
"Keeping your ass alive,"
he answered breathlessly. The next platform was a welcome respite of no horrendous spikes shooting out of the floor at them. Instead, saw blades took turns firing at them from so many different angles, Warren practically danced like a drunk trying to evade them. He clenched his teeth together as a blade tore through his shoulder. Warren nearly dropped Ani. He almost cried out in pain, but it would do him no good, nor his friends, to let them see his pain.
"Fight through the pain, Warren. This is nothing. You've had worse."
Blood streamed down his arm as he moved on to the next platform. Warren dodged and weaved as best he could. His eyes shifted from the traps to glimpse the other two jumping across. Raven made it clear across to the other side and was no worse for wear, by looks of her. Lewis's fancy clothes had a few tears and bloodstains, but apparently nothing was serious enough to make him plummet to the lava or the platforms below.
"Trebek, you there?"
Warren asked, struggling to keep up with his breathing and hopping from platform to platform. He felt another episode of coughing fits coming on, and it was not the time or place for it. "Always, Warren," Trebek replied with his typical game show host flair. "How may I be of assistance?"
"Do we all have to clear the stage to advance up the tower?"
"No, you do not," Trebek answered. Warren felt a very big but coming at the end of that answer. "Parties advance through the tower together as one, so technically speaking, you only need Raven or any other party member to reach the end of the dungeon to proceed," Trebek explained. "However, if you were to die, there is the problem of your lives to take into consideration." Warren swung out of the way as a volley of arrows came for his face. One clipped his cheek, leaving a bloody streak running down his face.
"Yeah, how's that?"
"When the Emperor said you had 5 attempts at clearing the tower, he meant 5 lives," Trebek answered. "Should all of you die during a tower run on the same stage, you return to the previous checkpoint you reached. In this situation, you all lose 1 life, so there are no complications to worry about. However, should you die but your party survives the stage, you are able to advance with them, but only you lose a life as they are tracked individually." Warren frowned. "I was hoping the 5 attempts were for the party as a whole." "We tried that once," Trebek answered. "It was one of the lower-rated games in the Empire's history. It caused a lot of group project syndrome."
"What's that?"
Warren asked, moving on to another platform, his breathing growing more ragged than he liked. Any second now he was going to start coughing up his lungs, and there were still 3 platforms left. "Effectively, only one member of the party did all of the heavy lifting, while the others cruised along on their successes," Trebek answered. Even with their lives and the fate of their worlds in the balance, these slackers decided to coast along rather than doing their utmost to succeed. That's incredibly stupid, Warren thought. The next platform almost caught him through the chest with a wave of spikes as he landed with far more gusto than he'd anticipated.
"Watch out, Warren!"
Ani pleaded. "Working on it," Warren hissed, steadying himself before he landed ass first in the lava. What happens if a party member loses all of their lives? They can no longer advance with their party up the tower, and their rewards and progress lock to the highest stage they achieved, Trebek explained. Fair. It sucks, but fair, Warren said. I should also mention that you should not take any of this knowledge as encouragement to commit terrible life choices, Trebek continued. Death in stages not only affect your rewards in the end, but they affect your overall performance in the games. Remember, the higher you climb, the higher the odds of survival for you and your species. Warren gritted his teeth, choking down a building cough as he hit another platform. Raven was right on the money there, at least. There was one more platform left to cross, and then they were in the clear to reach the stage finish.
"Come on, Warren! You could do it!" Lewis cheered. "Believe in the you that believes in the me."
What the actual hell did he say? Warren wondered, then threw the thought out of his head. It was a distraction he didn't need. Raven crossed her arms, her predatory gaze fixated on him, watching, judging in silence. Warren flung himself across. He jerked to the right, avoiding getting Andy's squealing rear end speared. He spun, hurling Ani across the gap toward Lewis and Raven without any warning, just as a volley of arrows punched into his arm. Warren stumbled to his left, letting out a strangled hiss, fighting down the growing desperate need to hack up his lungs.
"Whee!"
Ani shouted as she flew across. She bowled over Lewis into a rolling landing. Chapter 15. Warren.
"Warren, are you all right?"
Andy asked. Not just about his surprise acupuncture session, but the red, strained eyes Warren couldn't hide. Not even a little bit, he wheezed out. Try to stick the landing. Andy's eyes widened. Warren, wait! Warren chucked Andy across the blazing inferno to safety like a shot in a track and field event. Andy's landing was less graceful than Ani's. He flew straight toward Raven, who casually stepped out of the way and let him faceplant to a skidding stop across the dungeon floor. Warren coughed and hacked up a river of phlegm as he dropped to his knees, narrowly avoiding a second acupuncture session. His hands balled up into fists. Tears streamed from his eyes as he stared down at the depressions in the floor where the spikes would shoot out of and straight through his eye sockets to the back of his skull. That's not going to be an awesome way to go, he thought.
"Get your worthless hide back on your feet, Warren," Raven demanded.
What the hell is your problem, lady? Warren thought, unable to voice any kind of response between coughing up his lungs and counting down the seconds to his death.
"You're no good to any of us as a corpse. Now get up and jump across before I have to come over there and kill you myself," Raven barked. Warren's knuckles popped as he tried pushing himself up with his fists. Keep talking like that and I'm gonna come over there and beat your ass, he growled to himself, somehow muscling his way up to his feet. "Today, Warren," Raven egged him on. "I can only stomach dead weight for so long." Warren hacked up a disgustingly large glob of phlegm. He couldn't tell if the burning sweats he felt were from his cancer acting up or the lava around him, but he didn't care. He had to cross the gap and teach Raven some damn manners. With the glob of phlegm cleared, Warren managed to suck down precious little breath, just enough to drunkenly hurl himself across the blazing gap. Spikes shot out of the platform, clipping the back of his work boots and sending him spinning head over heels into a crash landing at Raven's feet. "There you go," Raven said with all the mockery she could muster. "That wasn't so hard, was it?" Warren rasped and coughed, fighting his way to his feet once more.
You're talking mad shit for someone in punching distance."
His voice was barely a hoarse whisper. His bleary vision made it look like there were 5 ravens. Exhaustion caught up with Warren, and he crashed back down to his knees. Raven let out an annoyed huff, and Warren swore there was some amusement in it. She grabbed him by the back of his coveralls. "Come along, you dumb ape. No one gets left behind. Not even a vaguely redeemable distraction like you." As much as Warren wanted to go back and forth trading verbal barbs, he was in no shape for it. Breathing alone was a struggle for him. His eyes refocused long enough to catch the concerned gazes of everyone else in their party.
"Warren, deep breaths, buddy. Slow it down."
Ani's concern was a welcome relief in the face of Raven's morale-boosting talents.
"Don't mind me," he wheezed. "Just quietly dying."
Andy turned to Lewis.
"Is there anything you can do for him?"
Lewis shook his head.
"There isn't anything I can do. I can patch up his wounds, but as far as his condition goes, I don't have any spells to alleviate his symptoms."
"Then heal his wounds," Andy begged.
Lewis blinked. "Oh, right. Of course."
He stretched out his hand, uttered something in some sort of backwards-sounding English, then white light washed over Warren. Warren's wounds sealed up as a pleasant warmth spread through him.
"Healing magic feels fantastic. Too bad it didn't help me breathe any easier."
Lewis followed Raven to the stage exit, while Andy and Ani tried to help Warren walk.
"In the future, I might be able to get spells to help him, but I'm not certain there are any that could cure his cancer."
Andy tried to help Warren walk, but he brushed him off. Warren knew he had to be able to fend for himself. He had to if they were going to survive the next stage.
"Maybe there's an item we can win to help cure him?" Ani offered.
"If there is, I haven't seen it in the wiki yet," Lewis said.
"I thought it was an encyclopedia," Warren thought, his vision slowly darkening around the edges. "Whatever. Wiki's a small word. I like small words. Nice, easy little words for little brain."
"Whatever fix there is to his condition, we won't find it by lingering in this oven."
Raven threw the stage exit open.
"Moving forward is our only shot at a solution."
"Who are you and what have you done with Raven?" Warren wondered. This was all sounding a little too concerned about his well-being to be the same harsh woman he knew and, well, he couldn't bring himself to say loved, even sarcastically, and hated felt a little too strong. Whatever was going on with Raven didn't really matter. Warren's eyes drifted shut. Chapter 16. Andy. Andy braced himself for whatever terrible challenges awaited them on the other side of the stage exit.
"We've already had molten lava pools, deadly traps, and unassumingly deadly monsters.
It's only going to get worse from here," he thought, then stepped through the gate.
"Stage cleared. 50 XP received. Bonus rewards received for first clear. Bonus rewards received for being the first among your species to clear the stage."
As nice as another 50 points of experience was, Andy wasn't going to worry too much about it. He needed a total of 150 points to reach level 2. Short of one of the upcoming stages involving fights, it would take them another 2 stage clears to level up.
Except for Warren and his little head start.
Andy glanced back to his friend. Warren was out cold, dragged along by Raven with about as much care as one would give a sack of garbage. What little oxygen his mind received was spent on a single question. How? Slowly his breathing improved from a ragged, rasping mess to a slow, quiet, steady rhythm. With renewed breath came the spark between his 2 brain cells that answered his question. The system granted Raven enough strength to drag him around, even if she clearly didn't look strong enough for the task. Andy smiled faintly.
"He should be through the worst of it now. Warren just needs to recover and he'll be as good as new. His gaze shifted to his surroundings. If the tower gives us that chance. Tower of Trials, Stage 3, Arcane Cellar. Find the way out to advance. Once again, the stage name was right on the money. They were in a cellar that could have easily fit in any cookie-cutter mage's home. The floors were of a lighter color stone, surrounding a darker, engraved centerpiece with symbols resembling a fleur-de-lis, only alien and more expansive, with blue gems faintly illuminating the cellar's gloom. The rest of the chamber was pretty bog-standard stuff. Shelves full of scrolls and books, tables with alchemical tools, powders, and herbs. Even the stone pillars and walls around them were pretty standard, other than the use of glowing magic crystals rather than torches or magic candles. One thing stood out above all others: the gate. It towered maybe 20 feet tall and looked heavy enough to require 2 people to swing one of the doors open. Odd enough as that was, it wasn't nearly as eye-catching as the glowing red sigil pulsing before it. It was a runic ring, similar to the etchings on the floor tiles, with a 3-pointed star blooming from its center. At each of the 3 points sat a gem-shaped cavity with a channel leading to a larger central inverted 3-pointed star. Andy pursed his lips and thought, that has to be the way out. But are we looking for keys or solving puzzles to fix this? He wondered. Timer commencing. You have 30 minutes to find a way out. 30 minutes? Andy balked. Ani gasped. How are we going to get out of here? Raven pointed at the door with her masked chin as she dragged Warren along. The exit's right here. We just have to find a way to open it. She dropped Warren on his face, crossed her arms over her chest, and looked around. This looks like it might be one of those escape rooms people went to back on Earth. A magical one, Andy added. But I've never done one of those. Raven glanced back at him from the corner of her eye. You really need to get out more. Andy frowned. Less belittling me and more explaining. Time's ticking, Raven. Raven sighed. Things vary from one escape room to the next, but the premise is usually the same. Go around searching for clues, solve puzzles, and find the key items you need to escape the room. Lewis nodded. That is correct, Raven. Being so early in the games, I would assume this puzzle is a fairly simple one. Ani shook her head. Nuh-uh, none of that assuming business. After that last stage, the safe bet is anything and everything is trying to kill us. Lewis gave a shaky smile. That is more than likely correct, Adi. He turned back to Andy. Shall we split up and look? Andy didn't see any reason why they shouldn't. The cellar was big enough that splitting the party to search the place was ideal, especially seeing that they were a man down. But the prior stage was full of traps only Raven had spotted. Sounds like a good idea. Raven, what do you think? See any reason we shouldn't? Not yet, Raven replied. I'll take the southern hall. Ani, Lewis, check the eastern hall. Andy, take the west. Lewis blinked. I thought Andy was our party leader after Warren. And when I see him step up to the task, I will acknowledge him as such. Raven's attention fixed on Andy. Until then, we're wasting time on indecision. If any of you want to be petty about who's in charge at any given moment, do it when the clock isn't running. Andy had honestly assumed he would lead in Warren's stead, since none of the others even hinted at being up for the task, but seeing Raven so driven to clear the tower as efficiently as possible made him wonder if she shouldn't have been in charge from the get-go. She's not the nicest person I've ever met, but she definitely has the drive to get things done, Andy admitted. No, your plan was exactly what I was thinking about going with. Good. Raven turned on a heel and marched toward her hall. Ani pointed at herself. How come I have to go with Lewis? Because Lewis doesn't have any offensive capabilities, Andy replied. Raven may not have any weapons on her, but she's pretty scary. If anyone can figure out how to kill a monster with a rolled-up scroll,
I get the sneaking suspicion it's her."
Lewis chuckled. "That would be impressive to see indeed."
Ani pursed her lips.
"Okay, that makes sense. I thought you thought I was dumb."
Andy smiled. "I think being a mage class rules that out, but you are a very bubbly blonde."
"Just because a lot of blondes are dumber than a box of rocks doesn't mean we all are,"
Ani insisted with a huff. She whirled around and walked off.
"Come on, Lewis."
"So much for my way with words, eh, Warren?" Andy thought.
"See you back here in a bit, Andy,"
Lewis called back, waving at him. Andy rolled Warren onto his back so he didn't wake up in a crumpled heap, then left to the western passage of the cellar. The dim blue lights of the hall were a nice magical touch, but he definitely was never going to replace electric light bulbs for mana crystals. Unless these can double or triple their brightness, they're going to make reading a pain. Not that you probably need light to read when you can just pull stuff up in your heads-up display, Andy mused.
"That is quite right, Andy," Trebek said, inviting himself to Andy's thoughts. "Most people in the Empire do not use physical mediums to read. They go all digital, as you humans would say, and use their system to consume and interact with information."
Andy scanned every inch of the hall for anything vaguely out of place, just in case the cellar was trapped. "They don't even use computers in the Empire? Or books for fun?"
"There is no need for computers when you have one built into your head," Trebek said, "though some species are far more comfortable with tactile interfaces and manufactured consoles for operating their vehicles and cities. As for books, only the most archaic of races still cling to that physical medium."
Andy could see the logic to that line of reasoning, but he'd be lying if he said he was a fan. He enjoyed the feel of physical books, the smell of them, and the fact he could read them with or without power. Plus, nothing said a book was truly his, like having it covered from cover to cover with highlighter markings, notes, and his own scribbles. Modern computers could technically do all of that, but it just wasn't the same. Much to his surprise, Andy entered a round room without anything so much as looking at him funny. The circular chamber leaned more to the culty side of magical decor than Andy was comfortable with. For starters, the stone flooring was laid out like a much more elaborate pentagram, with 3 different ringed layers. Andy curiously prodded at one of the rings with his foot, testing to see if it moved. If it could move, it was too heavy for his feeble strength score of 10 to budget. Next on the list of totally not culty things was the stone altar at the center of the room. A glass ball floated above it, just as see-through as the cleanest glass Andy had ever seen. Outside of floating in the air, there didn't seem to be much special about it. There was a dagger sitting beside the altar, though, surrounded by runic troughs engraved into the altar stone. Andy frowned. "I'm not liking where that's going." His eyes drifted along one of the troughs, finding it led down to the floor and out to one of 7 pyres spread out around the room. "Okay, so what do we do here?" he asked himself aloud. "Pour blood onto the altar, light the pyres, rub the glass ball for good luck?" Trebek didn't volunteer any answers. Andy sighed. "You really are useful when we need help."
"Providing any assistance to solve a puzzle goes strictly against the rules of the game," Trebek informed him.
Yeah, Andy said. He approached the altar and picked up the dagger for inspection. The blade was simple for something he figured must have been an enchanted blade a cult would use. From the curved handle to the curved blade that seemed to draw a heavy inspiration from a dragon, the blade was simple steel and leather, though the leather around the grip was a surprisingly comfortable deep crimson. It felt like the blade was meant to be held by him, like it wanted to be held by him, and the blade hungered. That's probably not good, Andy thought, eyeing the dagger some more for any details or any signs of magic gems or auras. There weren't any, but it was impossible to ignore the blade's effects on him. Ugh, I should have picked up the Arcana skill. That one's all about arcane knowledge. Next level for sure.
Sacrificial dagger, grade 1, damage 5 to 10. Enchantments, unknown. Trebek, if I had Arcana or the Identify skill, would I be able to learn more about the dagger?
Andy asked. Indeed you would, Trebek answered. Identify reveals materials, cost, any special damage types, and even crafting techniques used in creating an item. Identify will also reveal the enchantments on a weapon. However, if you do not know what the enchantments are, you will need to increase your Arcana skill to learn the function of said enchantments. For example, during one season of the games, a dagger with the enchantment Potato Peeler was discovered. Most players believed it to be useless, including the one who kept it as a joke. As it turned out, the Potato Peeler enchantment added an additional 5 damage to attacks and doubled the difficulty to close wounds made with the weapon.
Andy blinked. That sounds amazing, but why such a stupid name?
Trebek shrugged in Andy's HUD. The Empire was going through a phase. Too much doom and gloom, drama and strife. Of course, we kept all the drama and strife, but we added a heaping helping of comedic value at every possible opportunity to reinvigorate our audience.
Time remaining, 20 minutes.
Damn it, Andy cursed under his breath.
Okay, we can talk more later, Trebek. I need to figure this out.
Trebek didn't respond, leaving Andy to contemplate the puzzle ahead of him.
His brain said the simple solution was to stab the totally not suspicious cultist dagger into his hand and apply blood somewhere. Wherever the blood had to be poured into the troughs or smeared into the glass ball was anyone's guess, really. Lewis can just heal me, or the system will take care of it over time, he thought.
Still, the unknown nature of the enchantments on the blade and the hunger he felt holding the weapon made that seem like a last resort at best.
I guess I'll check the pyres,
Andy mumbled to himself. He sheathed the dagger in his belt and moved to inspect one. It wasn't anything too special. A boxy little pillar, tapered at the top, that came just under chest height to Andy. A bronze bowl sat at the top with dark stones filling the center rather than the wood he expected. Andy narrowed his gaze on the stones. They looked like bricks of charcoal, yet they had the faintest glimmer to them. Andy picked one up. It didn't feel any different than charcoal, though it left no residue on his fingers. As he shifted the little brick in the light, he caught the glimmer again.
Well, that's interesting, but I don't see how that helps me.
He dropped the brick back in the bowl. With an exasperated sigh, he swung his head back.
I need a clue or we're all going to die?
Andy stared straight up at what looked to be an arcane diagram sitting right above him. He had no idea what the alien language said, but it definitely gave him ideas. The pyres themselves were illuminated in the colors of the rainbow around the central altar.
Which might symbolize the order in which I have to light the pyres, he thought. But how do I know rainbows have the same color order here as they do on Earth?
The thought was a concerning one, as there were likely consequences for messing up the puzzle, beyond simply wasting more time. The magical diagram above shifted, the color bleeding down from the pyres toward the central altar, culminating in a brilliant white light before the ceiling went dark once more. Deep crimson illuminated the diagram's central circle, the one Andy guessed designated the altar, more specifically, the glass ball. The crimson light appeared like drops of blood poured onto the central sphere before it filled, then streamed down into multiple channels. From the central altar, the deep crimson slowly spread to the circles representing the pyres, all of them illuminating in the same ominous shade. Andy chewed on his inner lip.
This is basically telling me the answer, isn't it?
Trebek remained silent. Andy had no idea if that was confirmation or not. Still, the fact that they were only in the first 5 stages of the tower made him feel like he wasn't far off the mark. In the prior stage, the path forward was fairly straightforward. Even an untrained monkey could figure out how to get across. The chamber tested contestants' awareness of their surroundings, spatial reasoning skills, timing, and their movement stat, for lack of a better term. Clearly, the most efficient path forward in the second stage was the acrobatic approach Lewis and Raven had tackled. It was built for roguish types, or those who could handle far more challenging terrain than others. Yet the designers were wise enough to leave an alternate path for those who were, well, gravitationally challenged, like Andy, Warren, and Ani.
We barely made it through the jumping puzzle down below, Andy thought. But if that challenge had 2 ways to get through it, and possibly more, depending on a contestant's abilities and creativity, then what's to say this isn't the case here?
Andy stroked his chin. A contestant who wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed still needed a chance to get through puzzle sections of the tower. A game just wasn't any fun if the people in it didn't have a chance, after all, no matter how brutal it might be.
So, this room, this stage, has to be making that abundantly clear to even someone like Warren,
Andy mused.
There are probably more blatant clues in the central room about how to open the gate. Wait a second.
Thinking back to the sigil on the door, Andy slapped his brow.
Of course there were. The sigil on the door, the 3-pointed star.
It lines up exactly with the 3 hallways in the cellar,
which means there's a puzzle to solve at each point in order to get the door open.
He grimaced.
And if a solo contestant ran through this, they would only have 10 minutes to solve each one.
Time remaining, 15 minutes.
Andy pursed his lips. Question is, do I risk the dagger or try something else?
He'd been ignoring the draw his hand felt to the dagger sheathed in his belt while he contemplated the puzzle. Now that he searched for a solution, it was getting harder to ignore. It wanted him to cut himself. It wanted him to spill blood. It was the easiest way out of the problem, the fastest way out.
Do it,
he heard a dark voice whisper with growing hunger in the back of his mind.
Just do it,
the voice roared. Andy staggered away from the pyre in panic. He ripped the dagger from his belt and flung it across the chamber.
Nope, nuh-uh, we are not keeping that thing. I don't care how much we need weapons.
Still, Andy felt the pull of his hand toward the blade. It wasn't strong, but it was there. Andy assumed because they were only starting the games, the dagger served as a warning to new contestants. A warning that even when the tower granted aid, there were strings attached.
Which leaves me with 2 options now,
Andy thought, flexing his hand open and closed, trying to shake the pull of the dagger away.
I find another way to cut myself than the dagger and hope for the best, or...
He shrugged.
I don't. What would Warren do?
Andy thought of what his colorful friend would do in their situation. His crass mannerisms, his fatalistic approach to life, the way he bull-rushed through problems no matter how overwhelming they were. Andy could practically see Warren standing next to him. Warren, or rather imaginary Warren, gestured with both hands to his left. On the one hand, we can sit here with our thumbs up our derrieres over analyzing this place. He swung his hands to his right. On the other, we can apply the tried-and-true traditional American method of problem-solving. Andy snorted, both at his imagination and the fact he dignified it with a response.
And what's that?
Imaginary Warren grinned. Shoot first, ask questions later. Before Andy could question the imaginary Warren, he was gone.
But what would I shoot?
His eyes widened with growing realization.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Andy shook his head and flung his arms up.
I'm in a magical cellar, surrounded by magic rocks, and I have literal mana at my fingertips to do wizard stuff with.
Andy glanced up at the diagram above him and lined up with what he hoped was the first pyre he had to light, the red one.
If this works, I am going to confuse the hell out of Warren by thanking him.
He called up his magic missile with a simple thought. The rush of energy moving through his body was... Electric wasn't the right word for it, but it was the best one he could think of. It was raw power, raw mana moving through his body and channeling into a glowing blue sphere just above the palm of his hand.
Here goes nothing.
Andy aimed his hand at the pyre and released the bolt of mana. It shot out of his hand, wiggling around through the air without a sense of direction, before slamming into the wall in a shower of blue-white sparks. "Oh, come on," Andy groaned. "I know I'm a bad shot, but I'm not that bad."
"You aren't," Trebek said. "Were you firing a conventional ranged weapon, there was only a 1% chance you would miss. However, you were not firing a conventional ranged weapon or spell, for that matter. You were firing magic missile."
"And that means what, exactly?" Andy asked.
"Contrary to what you humans believe, the missile component of magic missile does not refer to a projectile like an arrow," Trebek explained. "The missile part refers to the tracking component of the spell. In short, you must lock on to the target before firing magic missile, or your spell will have no direction, thereby sending it flailing through the air until it hits something."
"Oh, okay, that makes sense," Andy agreed.
Trebek held up a finger. "I strongly advise you learn this lesson now, as more advanced spells with a lock-on component can also be of the explosive variety. One mage discovered this the hard way when trying out a new spell, only to have his missile decide it wanted to shoot straight down to his feet."
Andy gulped. "Let's not do that," he replied, and summoned forth another magic missile. He focused his mind on the pyre, mentally choosing it as his target. There was no sort of confirmation on his HUD, and yet, instinctually, he somehow knew his magic missile would fly toward it. With a slow exhale, he released the missile. It zipped across the air in a straight streak, only curving toward the end as it slammed directly into the pyre and its glimmering black stones. The pyre burst to life with red flame. Andy's smile spread from ear to ear. No shaking room, no arrow traps, no sudden gas chamber, and most importantly, no giant Indiana Jones boulder coming to ruin my day. I'd say we can call that a success.
Indeed we can, Trebek said. Normally, you should have learned how to use your spell during Stage 1, but your friends Warren and Ani made that rather impossible.
Andy laughed. I have to admit, it was pretty funny watching Warren get pummeled by a bunch of cutesy jelly creatures.
He moved on to shoot the next pyre. It ignited into an orange magical flame. Plop rings are actually quite vicious creatures, Trebek replied without a shred of sarcasm to his voice. They may appear cute, cuddly, and friendly, and some maniacs have even managed to tame them and make pets of them, but they are not to be taken lightly. Plop rings individually do not pose a large threat, but they tend to swarm, and even merge together into larger, stronger variants. Of course, that also ignores the wide variety of monsters in the plop ring family, ranging from the humble acid ring to the devastating bomb rings and terrifying ghast rings. Andy didn't need a whole lot of explanation as to what those variants of slimy, jelly-like monster things did. One was clearly made of acid, the other definitely had to blow up, and the third might have been some sort of ghost jelly.
Good thing we only had to deal with the small, cute ones.
Indeed. Plop rings make good target practice for new contestants, Trebek agreed. But I would strongly advise against underestimating even the weakest of creatures. This is an express ticket to an early grave in the games.
Noted, Andy agreed and moved on, igniting the rest of the pyres in order, at least according to the order of Earth rainbows. With all the pyres ignited, their magical flames burned brighter. A stream of mana poured down each of the pyre's pedestals and down to the floor, igniting the arcane runes and sigils beneath Andy's feet and running up the stone altar. The rings surrounding the altar shifted about with a low rumble, locking into place before a blinding flash of light snatched Andy's attention. The glass ball floating above the altar filled with brilliant white light. Chapter 17. Andy shielded his eyes from it. I take it that means this part of the puzzle is done? Trebek neither confirmed nor denied Andy's suspicion. He decided the only way to be sure was to sprint back to the gate. Sure enough, the leftmost star on the magic sigil lit up a brilliant white. The rightmost lit up soon after Andy's arrival. Ani and Lewis must have solved their part of the puzzle, which only left the southern hall as the missing piece of the puzzle.
Oh, why do I feel like I spent the weekend trying to drain a liquor store?
Warren grunted, struggling to sit up.
Warren, Andy grinned. You gave us a scare there when you passed out.
Warren blinked.
Huh? Passed out? Where? Oh, the games.
He struggled to his feet and fell right back over. Andy caught him, nearly falling over himself as he lowered Warren back down.
Easy. We have this stage handled, Warren. It's a puzzle stage anyway. We just need you to rest up for the next stage, all right?
Warren rubbed his eyes.
Ugh, yeah, you're probably right, Andy. Me and puzzles get along about as well as napalm and gas stations.
Andy chuckled.
Ani and Lewis should be back here soon. I have to go help Raven with her puzzle.
Warren opened his mouth, then closed it. Andy knew that look. It was the look Warren had whenever he was about to say something with off-the-wall levels of attitude, then thought better of it.
Yeah, you do that.
And tell her thanks for me, I guess. Andy nodded and ran down the hall after Raven. There, she juggled a mess of crystal spikes, swapping them from one slot to the next.
Why isn't this working?
Raven hissed under her breath.
Can I help?
Andy asked. Raven snapped around to face him.
Time remaining. 10 minutes.
Raven glared.
Do whatever you need. We're running out of time.
Andy smiled.
Find any clues to the puzzle?
He asked as he strode up to the large round table full of crystal spikes. They seemed to be made of a similar material to the glass sphere. Raven crossed her arms.
It seems to be some sort of circuit you need to complete. But these spikes don't seem to have any mana to flow through them, and I have no spells to infuse the spikes with mana.
Andy was certain there had to be another way to solve the puzzle. But with only 10 minutes to spare, he wasn't going to bother searching for it. He inspected the table and the different channels running through it as he plucked the crystals off their sockets. Some channels hit dead ends. Others flowed through to different nodes across the table.
But what's the goal here?
Andy asked himself. That was when he noticed the same 7 points around the table as he'd seen in his own puzzle room. There were 7 unlit gemstones on the outer parts of the table with a larger central stone, just like the glass ball hovering above the altar.
This is just a guess, but I think I have to power up these gems with mana,
Andy said. Raven nodded.
Do whatever you think you have to. I'm going to scour the shelves here for any other clues I can find.
Andy carefully studied the different paths through the table before he inserted the first spike. He placed it in a node closest to the red gem where there were minimal blockages through the table. Blue mana flowed through and lit up the gem, but the rest of the mana found its way to several dead ends.
But they aren't dead ends, Andy quickly realized.
The gaps in the channels had smaller gems in them, or crystals, rather. Some had 2 or 3. Whatever the number was, Andy noticed the crystals lit up when a flow of mana hit them. Out of curiosity's sake, he linked up 2 more mana flows to the gap in question.
Bingo!
With all 3 crystals lit up, the gap allowed for mana to flow through it to another random point in the table's circuit. He was no closer to solving the puzzle, but now Andy was certain he knew exactly what needed to be done. Andy withdrew the spikes he'd inserted. To his surprise, they still carried the mana he poured into them, making them glow the blue-white light of his magic missile, while the others remained clear.
Well, that saves me some juice,
he thought, and analyzed the puzzle before him.
Time remaining, 5 minutes. We're running out of time,
Raven warned, even as she collected a pile of magic-infused crystals from one thoroughly hidden lockbox. Andy started slipping his spikes into place, swiftly infusing them with mana as he did.
I know.
Pressure did not help him think in the slightest, but it was due or... Actually, he had no idea if they were going to die, or simply be tossed back to the checkpoint if they failed. "Oh no, you will die," Trebek assured him. "I cannot say how, however. That would be telling."
"Thanks," Andy groaned inwardly.
"Any time, Mr. Snow," Trebek replied with nothing but cheer in his voice.
"Damn AI," Andy thought, hoping Trebek didn't hear that.
"I did," Trebek said, sounding amused rather than annoyed. Andy shook his head and studied the pattern of crystals he'd laid out. It mostly worked. Mostly.
"There are more than enough spikes to complete the circuit. If I add more, I might, overload it. It's a problem of electronics. I can't imagine it isn't the same for mana," he thought.
He could have easily tested the theory by taking one of Raven's spikes, but he decided against it. They were cutting it too close to the wire to risk blowing up the puzzle or whatever reaction it would have to their experimenting. Raven's gaze was fixed on Andy. He couldn't tell if she was afraid or furious at him with how masked up she was, but there was an intensity to her eyes he couldn't ignore. Andy breathed deep, slowing his heart rate as he calmly inspected the table once more.
"Gotcha!"
One of the spikes looked like it would activate one of the mana gates, but it didn't do that. It came very close, but it was off by an inch. Andy swapped the spike's position, and the circuit was complete. The rainbow of gems flared to life, and their mana flooded into the central crystal. The blinding light sent Andy and Raven staggering back from the mana circuit.
"Too much light,"
Raven protested. She shielded her eyes with her hood.
"Time remaining, 3 minutes." "We have to go."
Raven nodded down to the bundle of crystal spikes in her grasp.
"Do you want to keep any of these?"
"I don't even know what they are," he thought while his inner scientist demanded they take them for study. "Mana crystals," Trebek announced helpfully. "Fashioned into spikes, actually. These crystals have all manner of applications, ranging from simple lights all the way up to interstellar communications with the right know-how."
Andy's eyes shot wide open.
"Take all of them." Raven didn't so much as question him. She took off sprinting down the hall, carrying the crystals against her chest. Andy sprinted after her. It took Andy 30 seconds to clear the hall where Raven made it through in 10. "You guys are cutting it close," Warren said, leaning slightly on Ani for support. Andy grinned at seeing his friend on his feet, and, more importantly, the gate leading to the next stage wide open.
"I know, but we found something way more important."
"Oh yeah?" Warren asked. Andy gestured to the crystals in Raven's arms. Lewis surged forward like a bolt of lightning and pinned Andy to the bookcase, his hand firmly pressed to Andy's mouth. Shut up before you get us all killed!" Ani gasped. Raven raised a questioning brow. Warren's brow pinched together. "Lewis, explain, before I have to shove my foot so far up your ass I'll be wearing you like a sock puppet." Lewis never broke his gaze away from Andy. "I could explain everything later," he released Andy. "At the checkpoint." He walked over to Raven and held out his hand for the crystals. "For now, we do not talk about these. We do not even acknowledge them." Andy rubbed at his jaw. His lips moved to ask the mountain of questions building in his mind. A simple glare from Raven was enough to shut him up. She handed the crystals to Lewis, who hid the bundle beneath his jacket. Warren shook his head and slipped off Ani, actually able to stand under his own strength now. "Normally, I'd make a much bigger deal about this and use a liberal application of sentence enhancers, but—"
"Time remaining, 1 minute."
"Yeah, that." Raven moved toward the gate, her eyes fixed on Lewis.
"You have a lot to answer for. Later, when we have time."
Lewis followed close after her. Raven pressed her index finger to his throat like a dagger.
"And you will answer if you want to live."
Lewis grimaced. You have my word." Andy had to be satisfied with that answer for the moment. He followed Raven and the others through the gate before the stage decided to reveal what fun and exciting new flavor of death it wanted to introduce them to. Chapter 18. Warren. Weird as Lewis was acting, Warren didn't want to interrogate the guy while they were in the tower. That's what the checkpoints are for, he thought as he went through the gate. Stage cleared. 50 XP received. Bonus rewards received for first clear. Bonus rewards received for being the first among your species to clear the stage. Well, that's not concerning at all, Warren commented. Raven glanced around. The pitch-black void in front of us? Warren opened his mouth to reply, then noticed the aforementioned void. That's totally not suspicious or anything, but not what I'm talking about. Ani spun about on a heel, her hat flopping with the motion. Then what's there to worry about? That last bonus we keep getting, Warren pointed out. I get 1 or 2 stages, but every single one so far? Don't get me wrong, I'm always at the front of the line when it comes to stroking my Giga-Chad ego at every opportunity, but even this feels a little much. Andy crossed his arms, raising his brow. He nodded along, pursing his lips. Raven furrowed her brow. How unusually observant of you, but not unexpected. I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me, Warren beamed. Raven cocked her head to the side. No, I called you a vaguely redeemable distraction. That was the nicest thing I've ever said to you. Okay, sure, Warren grumbled. But why would it be unexpected? Raven turned away from him. We can deal with that after this stage. After all, why quit while we're ahead? Warren couldn't come up with a good reason to argue, so he didn't. Instead, he focused on the blinking notification in his vision. Congratulations, contestant. You have reached level 3. +5 attribute points. +5 skill points. Sweet, Warren thought. He dumped his attribute points directly into strength, bringing it up to a total of 25 points. Next, he dumped his skill points into ultra greatswords. Because of course I would. Why wouldn't I get good at swinging my big stick around? There was still the minor problem of needing to buy one or find one, but hopefully that was a problem they could resolve sooner rather than later. Another set of blinking notifications pulled at his attention. Congratulations, contestant. You have improved your skills. Dodge +1. Beast of Burden +1. Toughness +1. Thrown weapons +1. Warren blinked. He knew the system mentioned leveling up attributes and skills through usage, but he didn't expect to see any gains so soon. Most contestants do not literally carry their team to victory this early on either, Trebek informed him with a toothy grin. You did all of that while dodging traps, taking hits, and finally throwing them. Really, I haven't seen such an impressive performance from a fresh contestant in millennia. Hey, I'll take whatever I can get to increase my awesomeness, Warren thought. Warren skimmed through his new skills to figure out what they were. Dodge revolved around dodging. Shocker, I know. Beast of Burden improved his ability to move with a heavy load beyond what his strength attribute could provide, which helped with everything from literally being the party's loot goblin to wielding heavier weapons and armor. Very nice. Toughness was the most straightforward level up. The skill focused around his ability to mitigate damage, whether that came through ignoring pain or actually taking less of a beating. Considering the amount of damage he'd taken in the first 2 stages alone, it was a perfectly fair level up. I'll have to thank Ani for nuking me later. Thrown weapons was another simple one, though Warren found it odd that he'd still earned a level in it. Apparently, the system considers people perfectly valid projectiles. A cheeky little grin tugged at his lips. I wonder what it thinks about beating a Raven whistled sharply. Pay attention, Warren. Huh? What? Warren asked. The stage is starting, Ani said. Tower of Trials, Stage 4, Hall of Shadows. Follow the light to advance. Warren chuckled. Well, that sounds stupid easy. Is it ever, though? Andy commented. Plop rings were pretty easy, Warren replied. Raven let out an amused breath. Ah, yes, so easy you allowed a bunch of jumping jelly beans to bully you. Warren muttered several curses under his breath. Next time, I'll let you murder the cute, totally harmless-looking monsters. Gladly. Raven turned her gaze back to the void. Now, where is this light? A spotlight shone down from the sky ahead of them. It was a broad beam, more than large enough for the entire party to step into. Lewis glanced around. I suppose it wants us to step inside? I wonder what the catch is to this mess, Warren said. Ani stepped into the light. I'm not seeing one. Lewis followed her in. But there always is one. Raven nodded. Keep your eyes and ears open. I fully expect an ambush from the dark. Andy stepped inside. He held up a ball of magic missile. Then let's be ready to shoot whatever comes our way. Warren shrugged and joined the others. The objective said follow the light, not fight the darkness. Relax, guys, this is going to be a cakewalk. The light began moving into the void before them. See? Easy peasy, Warren said. It was hard to argue when the light moved at a steady, gentle pace in a straight line. It didn't take longer than a few seconds for the straight trajectory to bend, curving around patches of the void. Warren tried his best to make anything out of the darkness, but it was no use. The light beaming down from above didn't spill over into their surroundings in the slightest. I guess this whole place is just stone in shadow, huh? Warren commented. Maybe, but I'm not looking forward to finding out what happens if we step into it, Andy said. Warren shrugged. Why don't you attack the darkness? What? Andy asked. Warren grinned. You're a mage, and you cast magic missile, Andy. You're already halfway through the meme. You might as well go whole hog and attack the darkness while you're at it. What meme? Warren shook his head. Don't worry about it. Just shoot your little magic pew-pew for science. Andy furrowed his brow, but complied with Warren's request. He turned toward the darkness and attacked it with magic missile. The bolt of light whirled like a drunk through the air, vaguely illuminating the stone floor whenever it drifted nearby. Warren expected the spell to hit a wall at any moment, but it didn't. It kept going until the magic fizzled out. Does magic missile have a range limit? Warren asked. 50 meters right now, Andy said. Warren glanced around. No one saw anything weird with the bolt, right? Raven didn't say anything. Ani shook her head. Nope. Want me to palm the darkness and see how it feels about it? Warren took a breath and whooped internally. This girl is my soulmate, or at least my spirit animal. As much as he wanted to share his opinion on Ani, he decided to keep it to himself. There was no need to gut his chances at getting with her by saying every idiotic thing that popped into his mind. Let's save the bombs for a fight. They probably cost a lot of mana, don't they? Ani counted off on her fingers. I can do 10 before I'm empty. Huh, that is expensive, Andy said. I can throw out about 50 magic missiles before I'm spent. That's ignoring mana regeneration. Lewis shifted to the center of the group. Magic missile isn't a particularly powerful spell to start with, but it does get better, according to the wiki. Oh, sure, Warren said. The magical, all-knowing wiki. I think that you know... Lewis shot him a glare. We could talk about everything later. I promised you answers, and you will get answers later. Warren let out a sharp breath through his nostrils. He decided to keep quiet for the moment. I don't know if that thing about getting us all killed was true, but let's not screw around with that for now. Here's a revolutionary idea, Warren, Raven said. Have you considered sticking your hand out into the darkness? Warren blinked at the sudden shift in topic. No,
but sure, why not?
Because it might kill us all? Andy offered. We don't know what happens out there.
Warren shrugged. If they wanted to kill us all at once, now'd be the time to do it.
Andy frowned. Warren, I'm serious. This isn't the time or place to screw around.
Nuh-uh, Andy, Warren quickly interrupted and held up a finger.
It's only screwing around if you don't take notes. Otherwise, it's called science.
He tapped the side of his head, nodding sagely. Andy groaned.
The idiot's not wrong,
Raven said, her gaze fixated on following the light.
Now hurry up and get your hand out there before we figure out this darkness the hard way.
Before Andy could mouth his protest, Warren shoved his hand into the darkness. Oh, that's unpleasant, Warren said. The darkness consumed his arm up to just beneath the elbow. Warren had expected pain, sure. The games were always trying to kill them. But this was different. It was like a swarm of bugs skittering along his arm. They bit into his flesh and coveralls, like hundreds or thousands of tiny pinpricks all over his arm. If that was all it was, Warren would have only remained uncomfortable. But the sensation intensified the longer he held his arm out.
What's going on? What's wrong, Warren? Andy asked.
Warren figured it was best to show rather than tell. He jerked his arm back into the light. His plan didn't exactly work as intended. The second his arm returned to the light, the creatures swarming his arm burst into flames. In less than a second, they were reduced to flickering embers and ash wafting off his body.
Gross!
Ani whined. Warren shook out his arm, frowning at all the tiny rivulets of blood on his arm and the new holes on his coveralls. Seconded.
How bad was it?
Raven asked as the light picked up the pace, zigzagging through the void. Warren sped up. Not terrible, for me anyway, but I wasn't in there for long. The longer you stay in that void, the more the little biters get to chew on you. It builds up pretty quick. That's not good, Raven said. The light escorting them through the void apparently heard them. It shrank, forcing their group to huddle tightly together around Lewis. Raven grimaced.
This is really not good.
Lewis squeezed his head free of the pileup.
We cannot keep pace like this. The light's not moving that fast, Ani said. We can shimmy along like a big crab.
Until the light shrinks again, Raven pointed out.
Or speeds up,
Andy agreed. Lewis nodded.
Exactly. We need someone to step out into the void. Otherwise, we'll all be consumed by it.
Sure, Warren said. And we can totally do that without being blinded by the bugs. Lewis shifted his head about to face Warren. I am uncomfortable with how close our lips are to touching, Warren commented. Andy snorted.
What, he's not pretty enough for you?
Warren groaned.
Quit screwing around. This is serious,
Raven scolded them. Lewis nodded.
It is. Warren, the bugs will not touch your eyes.
That seems like oddly specific knowledge, Warren replied. Lewis glared at him.
Trust me, how is anyone supposed to survive this void if they can't see the light?
Warren wanted to argue, but Lewis had a point. The light made no sound after all. Plus, a good game was always challenging but never impossible. Okay, fair point. But why are you looking at me like I'm the one supposed to stand out there?
Because you're the strongest one out of all of us,
Lewis said. Andy has 15 tolerance just like I do, Warren replied. Ani blinked.
I have 20. I can step into the darkness,
she said without a drop of her usual cheer. Warren craned his neck around Lewis's face to say, No.
Why not?
Ani protested. Because I don't like seeing you get hurt, Warren muttered. Ani blinked.
I haven't been hurt yet.
And why start now? Warren smiled. Lewis grabbed Warren's face and dragged it back toward his.
There is more to it than just your attribute scores, Warren. Raven nodded. Assuming that physics cannot be completely overridden by the system. It can't, Lewis confirmed. Then you not only have the second highest tolerance, Warren shrugged. Technically tied for second, but... Raven shot him a glare. But you also have the largest body mass out of all of us. Did you just call me fat? Warren asked. Because I will have you know I only have a pleasant layer of padding above my muscles. Raven grinned wickedly. That's fantastic. Why, Warren stopped himself with a blink. Why do I get the feeling you're not into muscular guys with a little bit of extra cushion? Some of them are passable, Raven shrugged. But that's beside the point. The more of you there is to chew through, the longer you can stay out there before it becomes a problem. Warren frowned. I don't like where this plan is going. The light shrank tighter around them, forcing the party to squeeze together. And I do not appreciate being crushed between all of you, Lewis grunted out. We can trade places, Warren offered, partially because of his brilliant plan, and mostly because he wouldn't mind being closer to Ani in the slightest. Though Raven might stab me. I don't know with what, but she probably will. So you can carry all of us? Andy asked. You know me too well, Warren said. Raven shook her head. Not with your condition, Warren. I'm not risking my life on a gamble that your cancer won't get us all killed. Warren opened his mouth to argue, then shut it promptly. Raven had a point. While Warren didn't feel another episode coming upon him, there was no telling when one might rear its ugly head. Sometimes the coughing fits, sweats, and shortness of breath built up slowly, a creeping death he could resist before it overwhelmed him. Other times, his episodes struck like lightning. They already almost got me killed on the road, he thought. Okay, you have a point, Warren grudgingly admitted. I'll heal whatever damage you take. Just get out there already. Raven nodded as the party crab-walked awkwardly at an increasingly hurried pace. We can trade places with you when it gets too much, starting with Andy, then Ani, and finally me. Why not Lewis? Warren protested as the light shrank further. He already felt the damn bugs nibbling at his cheeks. Ani shot Warren a confused glance. Why would you risk our only healer? Warren gave her an awkward smile. You know what? I realized how stupid that was after it left my mouth. Andy snorted. It's his amazing 5 understanding score. Warren squinted at Andy, but as the lights sped up again, he decided it was time to quit screwing around. All right, let's do this. He peeled away from the tightly packed party. He regretted his life choices immediately. The swarm of insects hiding in the void engulfed his body from head to toe. True to Lewis's theory, which Warren was seriously starting to doubt was just a theory, the bugs strayed away from his eyes. He wondered if it had to do with the light reflecting off his eyes. Warren didn't dare tear his gaze away from it in case he was right. Just like what happened with his initial test, the bugs got to work gnawing on his clothing, flesh. Not even his hair was spared. I swear to God, if these little bastards make me bald, I'm going to add their species to the extinct animals list, he growled inwardly. Then I'll add whatever sick bastard thought this was a fun idea for a game right after. Warren growled low to himself. The pin-pricking sensation engulfing his body was unpleasant, to say the least. It was something he could tolerate for a time without too much complaint, but it didn't stay that way for long. The unpleasant gnawing slowly built into actual pain. Thousands of millions of annoying little mosquito bites began to sting at his body, building swiftly into paper-cut territory and increasing the longer he stayed in. This better be worth it. Without Warren in the group, the others had enough space to stand just inches away from each other. They picked up the pace of their hurried run-walk thing they were doing with the limited space they had. Just in time, too. The light began moving in increasingly erratic patterns, not only zigzagging forward, but whirling about in circles and S-curves. The light shrank and expanded as it did, making keeping up with it a bigger pain for everyone involved. Warren had to admit, kicking him out into the darkness was the way to go, for sure. If he'd been carrying the bulk of the party, he was certain he would lose his balance and wind up throwing them all into the void. And that's without my cancer stomping in to say hello, he thought with a pained smile. The more the erratic light danced about in the void, the less it looked like it was set on an erratic path, but controlled by someone. Someone who was either drunk out of their mind or a sadistic freak. Ani yelped as the light suddenly shrank, then shifted forward, leaving her in the void for a second before she could scamper back into the light. Andy tried backing her up with a blast of magic missile. The ball of mana sailed through the darkness, but there wasn't a magical detonation or any embers from the bugs igniting. "Don't waste your mana," Lewis said. "If you could have harmed these creatures, your first blast would have made it obvious." Andy frowned. "So what, I can't even shoot Warren with them? He's crawling with them." "I'd rather you not shoot me," Warren replied over party chat with a thought. He feared opening his mouth would allow the swarm within him. It was concerning enough to have them lingering so close to his nostrils and ears. The sickening vibrations of their tiny bodies and flutter of their wings was unsettling enough. "Please and thank you." "We can't just leave you out there like this," Andy insisted. Warren did his best to keep up when a splash of color in the corner of his vision caught his attention. His health had dropped into the yellow. It deteriorated faster than before, just as the pain amplified. The biting swarm felt like daggers sawing into his body, and the hot blood he felt spilling from his countless wounds definitely cemented that sensation. "He will not die out there," Lewis said. "I will not allow him to die." Without Warren making a request, a wave of white light washed over him. Lewis used Healing Word on him. The soothing sensation of the light lasted for all of 2 seconds as his health jumped back up to green. Warren had hoped the brief flash of light would also rid him of the bugs. It didn't. For a brief, horrific second, he saw them. The monsters were barely the size of flies, with 3 bulbous eyes on either side of their skulls. Do bugs even have skulls? The creatures' heads were a strange, blade-shaped thing that stood vertically, full of teeth. Tentacle-like feelers extended out from the back, more than capable of reaching beyond their bodies. The 6 legs of the tiny bugs were sharp, bladed things, longer than their already long bodies. Their wings were long and in sets of 4 like a dragonfly's, though covered by a shell like the ones on beetles. But what Warren found most concerning of all was their color. They were as black as the void around them. It's no wonder we can't see them. With the flash of light gone, so went his uncomfortable second of staring at the tiny monsters eating him alive. He didn't even catch their name. "Void locusts," Trebek answered helpfully. "They come from a world shrouded in eternal darkness orbiting a black hole." "Oh, that's very helpful information right now, Trebek, thank you," Warren replied with a mountain of sarcasm and barely contained pain. "You're very welcome, Warren," Trebek beamed. "Just for that, I'll give you a little more." "Please don't," Warren grunted. "Killing void locusts is easier said than done. They require a bright white light with a specific wavelength of ultraviolet light to ignite them, much like the one your friends are following." "So if we slaughter them we get a mountain of experience points?" Warren asked. "That might actually make my suffering worth a damn." "Sadly, no," Trebek replied. "Void locusts are regarded such a small threat, they do not even have an experience value. Short of slaughtering every single member of the swarm in one go, you will not receive any experience points. Even if you did achieve that, you are better off hunting plop rings to increase your levels." Warren let out a long, drawn-out growling groan. "I hate this place." His health had already returned back to the yellow and quickly dropped into orange. Guys, I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer here, but I'm kinda sorta dying." Warren's health dropped into the red. "Really uncomfortably fast." The paper doll flashed in warning. Lewis thrust his hand out at Warren, simultaneously healing him and dragging him into the dancing light. "Andy, go!" Andy balled his hands into fists. He swallowed hard and stepped out into the darkness. "Ow! Ow! What the... Holy... Ow!" The swarm over Warren's body burned away like blazing plastic wrap was torn off his body. He opened his mouth wide for a long, gasping breath. "I swear I will never take existing for granted ever again." "Even with your cancer's coughing fits?" Raven asked dryly. Warren paused for a second. "Yeah, actually. I'll take those coughing fits over literally being eaten alive a billion tiny bites at a time." Andy coughed and hacked. "Andy, what's wrong?" Ani asked with a desperate tilt to her voice. Warren's eyes widened. "You opened your mouth, didn't you?" Andy couldn't answer. He dropped to all fours, retching. The light sped off away from Andy, leaving him in all-consuming darkness. "Son of a bitch," Warren hissed. He threw himself back into the void. He might not be able to see Andy, but that didn't stop the green outline of his body from showing up in the dark, nor his map marker from telling him exactly where his friend was. Just like he could see Andy's health bars sinking faster than the Titanic. "Warren, wait!" Ani and Lewis pleaded. Their hands brushed over the back of his tattered coveralls, nowhere near enough to get a grip on him. The pain began anew, as it always did, an unsettling gnawing slowly building into pinpricks. But as Warren reached Andy's prone form and the light sped away, he realized an agonizingly painful fact. The farther he was away from the light, the faster his health dropped. Warren jerked Andy up and over his shoulder like a sack of cement and sprinted back toward the light. "Don't worry, buddy. I got you. I got you," he sent over party chat to avoid his same fate. Andy's health dropped deep into the red just as Warren's crashed into the deep orange. Twin bursts of white light engulfed them. Lewis was doing his best to keep them topped off. While Warren didn't doubt Lewis had the mana for it, especially since he could see his blue bar sitting at 75%, he wasn't sure how much longer they would be in range for healing. It wasn't that the light was outrunning them. Warren could keep up with it all day and night. The problem was the swarm of void locusts on their bodies. The mass of them was unreal. Not only did they make moving physically harder than it needed to be, but they actually weighed him down. His full sprint was more of a hasty, drunken run that worsened as his damage spiked over and over again. "I'm going back for them," Raven said. "What? No, I can't heal all three of you," Lewis protested. "Stealth will keep me safe from the swarm," Raven declared with all the certainty in the world. She blinked out of sight. Only the green outline on Warren's HUD and her green dot on the minimap served as any indicator of where she was. Raven's stealth lasted for all of 2 seconds. As soon as she entered the void, the swarm began its assault on her. It turned out taking any damage at all would bring a rogue out of stealth mode. That's handy to know for later, Warren thought. Now, if we could get out of here alive, that'd be dope. "Okay, I guess I can't go help," Raven hissed. She swiftly returned to the speeding light. Ani perked up. "I have an idea." "Please tell me it doesn't involve blowing them up," Raven said. Ani's shoulders slumped. "Maybe blowing them up a little?" she offered in a small voice. Lewis shook his head. "You might kill them with the damage spike, and you will certainly slow them down too much to keep up with us." "Then what do we do?" Ani demanded. "We can't just leave them there." "No, we can't," Lewis said. "Raven, what do you think your odds are of subduing Warren?" Raven furrowed her brow. "An inexperienced fighter like him? Easy." "And while he's berserking?" Lewis asked. Raven's brow pinched tighter together. I don't even know how much stronger that will make him." "A good bit," Lewis said. "Still have your pebbles?" Raven nodded. Throw one right at his face when he activates it, Lewis instructed.
Lewis, Warren called out through party chat. I'm not gonna like this plan, am I?
You do this or you both die, Lewis said. No exceptions. Warren seriously did not want to lose any of his 5 lives if he could help it, but he didn't want to be responsible for the deaths of any of his friends either. Even Raven. She's a tiny terror, but she's our tiny terror, Warren thought. He considered reading up on what Berserker's Rage actually did, but when the swarm of bugs effectively lacerated his right thigh, Warren decided now was not the time to add looking before jumping to his MO. Warren activated Berserker's Rage. Flames erupted from his body as pure, unfiltered, unreasonable rage and hatred surged from the core of his very being like a volcano erupting at the end of days. Red tinged his vision. His veins streaked across his eyes, pulsing in fiery reds and oranges. His muscles bulged with strength Warren had never experienced, as veins he didn't know existed beneath his flesh made themselves visible briefly through the swarm of locusts. Warren roared out with a bestial fury so powerful the locusts scattered off him and Andy's body. "Hit him, now!" Lewis ordered. Raven sprinted forward, following the speeding light's path. She jumped into the air, whirling about as she hurled a pebble like a bullet right at Warren's brow. The rock bounced off his head, jerking it back. Warren's blazing gaze fixated on Raven. Even as the void locust swarm swiftly moved back to engulf him, Warren stomped his foot down and let out another bestial roar. The bugs scattered. Warren stormed after Raven and the others in the light, moving with speed and fury he'd never known. His hand coiled tight around Andy's ankle, prepared to use him like a human club. "No, no, no, I don't want this," Warren pleaded with his body, but it would not comply. Berserker's Rage was in control. He was a passenger in his own body. Ani gulped.
Guys, Warren looks really upset."
"Oh, that can't be good," Raven said. "It really isn't," Lewis agreed. He quickly sent another wave of healing into Warren and Andy before whirling around and sprinting as fast as the light allowed. "Run, run, run, run!" Warren chased his party, his every footstep sounding more like a stampeding rhino chasing its victim across an underground parking lot. What was once a gap between them nearing 30 meters quickly closed to 10. In just a few seconds, he would be upon his allies. The weird kid who knew too much, the edgy chick who pushed all of his buttons without a care in the world, and his crush/spirit animal, Ani. In just a few seconds, he would be on top of them and clubbing them all to death with Andy's body. "Don't you do it! Don't you fucking do it!" Warren demanded of his body, and once again went ignored. The swarm of void locusts weren't deterred from their meal. They piled on once more, faster and more vicious than ever. Warren felt them sawing into his flesh, tearing him up faster than they ever had. Yet there was no pain, only growing fury, rage, and power. He sped forward even as his body fell apart around him, even as the mass of hungry, killer insects managed to slow down even his enraged, murderous charge. Lewis healed Warren and Andy again. "This is not good. This is really not good."
"This was your stupid idea," Raven shouted. "Guys, the light is slowing down,"
Ani squealed in fright. The light was slowing down, slowing to a stop. Past the beam of light, the end of the hall came into being as new lights revealed the stage exit. A towering, impressive set of doors with a horned alien skull that definitely screamed boss fight. But that was hardly anyone's concern. Lewis and the others scrambled into the safety of the light and spread out. Warren charged through the light, igniting the tide of bugs swarming over him and Andy. His gaze drilled into Raven as he charged after her. Andy coughed and sputtered, opening his mouth wide to let the bugs inside him burn away. Warren, stop!" he begged. Warren wished he could. But his body was out of control. He swung Andy around by the ankle like a club, trying to crush Raven. Raven ducked, weaved, and flipped out of his way. "When did you get this fast?" she demanded. "We need to get Andy out of his grasp," Lewis said. "No shit," Warren thought, a sentiment Raven echoed vocally. "Ani, get a bomb ready," Raven ordered. "What?" Ani balked. Raven gritted her teeth, skipping back as Warren all but broke Andy's back on the stone floor, trying to crush her. "Just do it!" Lewis poured his healing magic on Andy, keeping him alive and suffering through his berserking friend's fury. Conscious was a generous term to describe Andy. His eyes were barely open. "Damn it! Someone stop me!" Warren pleaded. Raven dove for Warren's arm. Warren raised it into the air, taking Andy along for the ride as he snarled. In the same motion, Raven threw her body into a spin, trying to break Warren's arm. It didn't quite work. Warren's arm twisted, but his powerful muscles prevented her from getting the torsion needed to do any serious damage. Raven's nails digging into his arms certainly helped in her intended goal. The raging Warren threw Andy across the arena like a rag doll. Lewis healed Andy again. His mana bar dropped to its last 10%. "I cannot keep healing like this," he warned. Raven released Warren's arm as he tried to shake her free. She rolled across the stone flooring, barely managing to end up on her feet. "Then we need to end this now. Ani, hit him!" "But—" Warren unleashed another earth-shaking roar. "Now!" Raven demanded. Ani gulped. "Sorry, Warren." She hurled her bomb across the air, clipping Warren on the chest. The detonation shrouded him in smoke and fire. He crashed to the floor hard. Something broke, and Warren wasn't sure if it was bone or stone. Warren grimaced internally as he couldn't even control his own face. That was definitely not bone. His body flashed deep in the red, but his internals were only a bit roughed up, and his bones didn't so much as bruise. As the smoke cleared, Warren staggered to his feet. Raven glared at him. "Lewis, spike." "But—" "Lewis, spike," Raven repeated with a frustrated edge to her words. Lewis reached under his coat and tossed her one of the mana spikes they'd collected earlier. Raven charged Warren as he roared his fury at her. She pushed through the earth-shaking roar before he could respond, thanks to her enhanced speed. Raven used the mana crystal spike like a dagger, ripping out the back of Warren's calves and hamstrings, sending him crashing to the floor. As he fell, Raven pounced on him, knees first, driving his skull into the stone floor. Just like that, Warren was out like a light. Chapter 19. Warren. Flashes of consciousness assaulted Warren, the dragging stonework beneath his feet, the distant voices of his friends, the screeching snaps of beasts' maws, and there wasn't a damn thing Warren could do about it. Consciousness, as it turned out, was rather difficult to fully regain when you could barely breathe. His cancer had decided to pay him another visit at the worst possible time. His body burned from inside. Sweat dripped off his brow to the stone floor in thick, heavy beads. Warren was lucky to draw in much more than a rasping breath between weak, wheezing coughing fits. All the while, his friends were fighting something. Between drifting in and out of consciousness, he heard the horrific screeches, the heavy skittering of feet, the snapping of claws or fangs. He wasn't really sure. All he knew for sure was that he was alone, and the 4 dots of his party were engaging 5 red dots at the corner of his vision. Warren faded out once more with a wheeze. When he regained consciousness, the green dots of his party were scattered. Only 1 red dot remained, and it sped right for his downed form. He tried to shift himself to his knees, to at least pretend he could actually fight back. All Warren managed was lifting his head and staring bleary-eyed at an overgrown bug monster. It looked like the void locust's bigger, uglier, six-legged, wingless, and much more colorful cousin, and it had its disgusting eyes fixated on eating him.
"You could at least let me die on my feet, you ugly son of a—"
A bunny-shaped bomb drilled into the side of the bug's head with enough force to send it lurching to the side. It detonated, and Warren went crashing back across the room before losing consciousness once more. When he awoke later, his chest felt light, his body cool, and his lungs, though exhausted, drew in air with ease. He found himself staring at a ceiling like one might find in a fancy apartment or hotel room. His health was in the green. His cancer wasn't acting up anymore, and the blinking light in the corner of his vision demanded his immediate attention. He pulled them up, wondering what exactly he'd missed. "You have been knocked unconscious."
Duh,
Warren thought.
"Stage cleared. 50 XP received. Bonus rewards received for first clear. Bonus rewards received for being the first among your species to clear the stage. Congratulations, contestant. You have improved your skills. Toughness +1. Rage control +1.
He thought back to what happened before everything went fuzzy. He remembered following a light in the darkness, then a wild rage spreading through him. There was no controlling that rage. Warren grimaced, remembering how he'd attacked Raven, swinging Andy around like a club and nearly killing him. He'd struggled against his body for control, but he hadn't been able to so much as twitch an eyebrow, let alone stop himself from trying to kill his friends in that state.
The effort was still made at a considerable enough degree to warrant a level, Trebek explained. While not at all perfect, this should allow you a slight degree of guidance to your rage.
Warren didn't respond. He merely seethed at what he'd done and moved through the notifications.
Tower of Trials, Stage 5, Infested Crypt. Clear the crypt of all enemies to advance. You have slain 5 Skitterling Warrior, Level 2. 5 times 50 XP received.
But I didn't help kill anything, Warren thought.
Though it looks like I took some damage.
No, but you were still a part of the party involved in the killing, Trebek said. Just as you received experience points for being dragged through the stages while unconscious. Admittedly, the bonus rewards would have been better if you were able to fight, but at least none of you lost any lives. Not that it didn't come close several times. Warren nodded slowly and moved through the rest of his notifications.
Stage cleared. 50 XP received. Bonus rewards received for first clear. Bonus rewards received for being the first among your species to clear the stage.
Warren wasn't expecting another message outside of level-ups, but one appeared regardless.
Congratulations on clearing the first round of the tower, contestant. The challenges ahead only increase as you climb ever higher, but so do the rewards. Keep pressing forward, and before you know it, it will be 10, then 15 floors before you reach your next checkpoint. Do you wish to continue the climb? Yes or no? No user input detected. Vote nullified. Your party has chosen to enter the checkpoint, transferring in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initiating transfer to Checkpoint 1.
Warren pushed himself to sit up, finding himself alone in a surprisingly high-class-looking room. Alone except for the sleeping Ani sitting in a corner seat.
She must have been worried,
Warren smiled. The blinking notifications in the corner of his vision didn't stop, and he had to open them up before they gave him a headache.
Congratulations, contestant. You and your party are the highest performing among your entire species. You were the first and only party to complete the first round of the tower. As such, you have received bonus rewards. Unfortunately, neither your party nor your species has managed to fare too well in the tower. The next best performing humans only cleared Stage 3. How did the other races perform?
On average, they reached stage 7 of the tower before meeting their end, with the top team reaching the 10th floor. And who, you might be asking yourself, made it that far? Why, the crowd favorite of the games, of course. The Volians, under cursed swordsman Nai-Ilo. Warren clenched his jaw. He didn't expect humanity to do fantastic in the games, but to come in dead last? To have not a single soul outside of their party break through the 3rd stage? He couldn't believe it. A storm brewed inside Warren. If humanity was this terrible at competing, how did any of them have a hope of saving their species?
Forget the species. How are we going to save Buck or Melody?
He drew in a deep breath through clenched teeth.
Whining about it won't do anything to solve the problem. Throwing a tantrum won't help either. We just handle this one step at a time. One balls-to-the-wall step at a time, but still, one step at a time.
He pulled up the next notification. Congratulations, contestant. You have reached level 4. +5 attribute points. +5 skill points. Warren checked how much experience he had to reach the next level. Experience, 150 of 250.
The extra 50 points I came into the games with puts me 50 points ahead of everyone else, so the others must be level 4 too, he figured. I might not be the strongest in my party, but I'm definitely in the lead.
Warren dumped his 5 attribute points into strength, bringing it up to a grand total of 30. It brought him up to being able to wield an ultra greatsword, though he wasn't sure how good of an idea it was to let him swing one of those around if he lost control of himself again. As much as he wanted to increase his combat abilities, there was only one responsible thing to be done with his skill points. He threw them all into rage control.
I can't afford to risk killing my friends again. I'll focus on this skill with my points for now, until I'm not a threat to Andy and the others. If that's even possible.
It is quite possible indeed, Trebek confirmed. However, the point investment will be heavy. At your current level, your Berserker's Rage allows you to point at a target and have your body assault it. Unfortunately, if your rage is still going after all threats have been eliminated, well, I'm sure you can guess what happens.
Can I fight it for control? Warren asked.
Trebek nodded in the corner of Warren's vision. You can, yes. The more you struggle against your rage, the faster you will level up rage control. The more you use Berserker's Rage, the more you will understand how that ability works as well, granting you not only more power but a more direct means to assert yourself over the rage beast you become when using the ability.
Warren nodded. Good enough for me.
He pushed to his feet and walked over to Ani.
Hey, sleepyhead. You with me in there?
He waved a hand over her face. Ani didn't respond. Warren poked at one of her cheeks.
Wakey, wakey.
Ani's eyes fluttered open. She stared around in a daze before her gaze fell on him.
Warren!
She practically jumped out of her seat and tackled him.
Me,
he replied. With his enhanced strength, Ani's attempt at tackling him was about as effective as throwing a rag doll at a wall and expecting it to crumble.
I was so worried about you, she said, dangling off his neck. You got all big and angry, and Raven had to try not to kill you, and then the bug monsters kept trying to eat you, and then I blew you up again.
Ani rambled off at such high speed it was hard to keep up.
Maybe I really do need to put some points into understanding, Warren mused.
Ani paused for a breath and squeezed around his neck.
And I'm so sorry I almost killed you again and that we couldn't help fix you.
Ani actually managed to slow down, her big green eyes fixed on Warren's, tears welling up in her vision.
But you're all right now, right?
Warren wasn't sure why she was tearing up, but he didn't want to be a dick about it. He smiled.
I'm fine. Why, I barely felt that explosion, or the gnawing. So don't go tearing up on me, all right?
He leaned in to whisper in her ear conspiratorially.
Between you and me, I think Raven would kill us if she saw us crying.
Ani let go of his neck and laughed.
She wouldn't do that. Raven wouldn't be happy to see it, but she wouldn't hurt us. She was the one who dragged you through the gates, And the one who did the most to keep the bugs off you without—"
She paused and laughed nervously. She pushed her index fingers together a few times.
"Without accidentally almost sorta killing you."
Warren blinked. Really? I figured she wouldn't care about me after all the trouble I've been. Ani shook her head.
"She's actually really nice. She's just bad at showing it, or doesn't like to show it. I'm not sure which. Raven's hard to get a good read on."
Warren prodded Ani's stomach. Even for that gut of yours? Ani nodded.
"Yeah. So you trust me, right? About my gut?"
Warren rubbed at the back of his neck. It's a little hard to believe, but you haven't been wrong yet, so why not? Ani beamed brightly at him. Warren figured Ani had had a hell of a time making friends wherever she was from. As friendly as she was, he didn't think most people would take too kindly to that gut of hers calling out people before they could prove themselves to be one thing or another. Her bubbly personality probably grated on some people too. But she seemed cool to Warren, even if what first caught his eye about her was something that would have certainly earned him a dropkick to the face if he ever revealed it. He patted Ani's head, or rather the big floppy hat of hers. "So, how long have I been out?"
"About 3 hours," Ani answered. "The others are out in the living room, if you want to see them."
Warren grimaced. That was a lot of time wasted.
"Apparently time moves slower here, so it's no big deal," Ani said. 3 hours on Earth is apparently only 1 here, and it passes differently on other worlds, too. But that's fine, because apparently there's a whole week of downtime in between tower runs."
Warren blinked. A whole week? Ani nodded.
"The Empire is a big place, and they try not to have anyone miss out on anything, so they give us big rest periods. But that doesn't stop people from making multiple attempts at a round in the tower. You just aren't allowed to start a new one once you decide to stop at a checkpoint until the rest period is up."
Huh. Warren stroked his chin. That sounds kind of complicated, but sure, I guess. I just hope the rest of our people back at camp don't decide to burn up all their lives on the first round. Ani frowned.
"Some already have. Of the thousands who came in with us, we already lost 500. You can pull it up in the system."
Warren grimaced and did just that.
Leaderboards. 1. Volians, 1,987 of 2,000. Highest stage cleared, 9. 2. Bruteros, 1,265 of 2,000. Highest stage cleared, 7. 3. Renin, 1,623 of 2,000. Highest stage cleared, 7. 4. Inni, 1,799 of 2,000. Highest stage cleared, 5. 5. Humans, 1,107 of 2,000. Highest stage cleared, 5.
Damn, we are getting smoked out there, Warren said.
"Yeah," Ani agreed. "You can pull up individual leaderboards as well if you like, but it doesn't look good for us."
Warren shook his head. I don't need that kind of negativity in my life. Let's go check in on the others. Ani smiled warmly and led him out to a quaint little living space. It had a living room complete with a couch and TV, a kitchen, and a dining area that looked more like a sloppy workshop. Lewis, Andy, and Raven sat huddled together around the mana spikes they'd collected from the tower run, and a strange device at the center of the table. It looked like a miniature pyramid of gold with its peak splayed out. From it hovered a blue shimmering gemstone. Warren couldn't help himself. He pointed at the device. What's that?" "A veil shroud," Lewis answered. "A gift from my people so I may obscure our presence. These living quarters are about the only place we are afforded any privacy in these games, and where I can safely deploy this device to make absolutely certain no one is watching us." Warren blinked. "Your people? Not our people?" He eyed the oddly dressed man up and down. "Because last I checked, you look human, and I don't think we have an XCOM group running around shooting aliens in the dark." Lewis gave a faint smile. "We've been waiting for you to wake up before discussing that very topic." Raven leaned back, propping her boots up on the table with her arms crossed over her chest. "And for you to apologize for that goddamned mess you got us into." Warren nodded tightly. Yeah, that was my bad. I mean, I didn't think Berserker's rage would be that angry or berserk, but..." He turned to Andy. "I was just trying to save your life, man. I didn't mean to almost kill you. And I definitely didn't mean to try killing you, Raven." Andy smiled up at Warren. "No worries, Warren. I honestly don't remember much of what happened with those bug things trying to eat me. You knocking me out was doing me a favor to escape that nightmare." Raven shot Andy a glare. "But I do mind you trying to kill us, Warren. That ability of yours is useful, but it makes you a liability to our entire party, to our entire species. We are the top-performing team humanity has, and the last thing we need is for you to start killing us off because you have no control over yourself. It's bad enough you're nothing but dead weight when the cancer of yours kicks in." She fixed her glare firmly on Warren. "We don't need this to happen again, understand?" Ani frowned. "Raven, you don't have to be so mean to him. We all made it out." "Barely made it out," Raven corrected. "If we didn't have those crystals on hand, there's no way I could have knocked Warren out. I only spared him because there was no point wasting a life, not out of some act of misplaced kindness." Ani turned to Warren. "She's just really bad about saying she's glad you're okay, but don't do that berserk thing again." Raven's glare turned to Ani. Warren put up his hands. "Message received. For what it's worth, I'm glad all of you are all right. And I'm sorry, genuinely and truly sorry I tried to hurt you, even if I wasn't in control at all. But I'm taking steps to work on that." "Such as?" Raven asked. "Leveling up rage control," Warren said. "It does what the name says, but apparently I have to level up Berserker's rage to gain even more control over it, so I'm going to have to use it in order to learn to fight while my rage is active." Raven scowled. She opened her mouth, likely to spit venom, when Andy interrupted. "How about you save that ability for a last resort?" Andy offered. "You can still work on other skills and abilities. I'm sure there's plenty more than just being angry at things in that class." "I sure hope so," Warren admitted. If Raven had anything to add to that, she didn't share it with the rest of them. Warren pulled up a chair for himself and another for Ani. "So, what's all this?" Andy gestured at the crystals. "This stuff, that we are definitely not talking about outside of this room ever, is the start of a communications device. One we can use to call back to Earth." Warren pointed at Lewis. "Isn't that what you were freaking out about, because someone was going to kill us?" "The game masters," Lewis said. "Technology like that is contraband in the games, but we can keep it hidden in our room. The trick is finishing the device. We need some components, but we can worry about those later. How are you feeling?" "My cancer's not throwing a temper tantrum, if that's what you're getting at," Warren answered. "Good. I need to look into your condition, see if there's anything we could do about it," Lewis said. "If you can learn to harness your Berserker's rage, that makes you our team's most valuable asset. And that's before factoring in your perks. But none of it matters if your cancer kills you." Warren shrugged. Story of my life. I'm not going to stress about it." The honest answer earned him the concerned stares of everyone at the table. Even Raven broke character to show the briefest flash of worry for Warren. But there was one concern he didn't share with the others, one only his best friend knew about. "Hopefully Andy and Melody make it through this mess. Someone has to look after Buck when I'm gone." "Sure." Lewis finally broke the awkward silence. He stared at his hands, or rather his wrist, before regaining his composure. "There is something I need to talk to all of you about." It was pretty obvious to Warren that Lewis and everyone else wanted to move away from the subject of his cancer. His attitude toward it probably didn't make them any more comfortable with it. Warren wasn't going to start worrying about it now, though. "The whole, way more than you should thing?" Warren asked. "Which means you're part of some super-secret government organization. Or you're the most boring-looking alien I've seen so far." Lewis chuckled. "Your second guess is the correct one, though this is still a disguise for me." He gestured at his face. "Normally, I have a cerulean complexion, black eyes and glowing golden irises. My hair is the only natural thing about me." The others looked to Lewis in shock and surprise, except Raven, who seemed about as unimpressed with their new alien friend as if a bird had decided to crap on her boots. Warren burst out laughing. Lewis furrowed his brow. "This is no laughing matter, Warren. I truly am an alien, a prince, in fact, from House Onsari, one of the great houses of the Empire." Warren coughed and wheezed, not because his disease was acting up, but because his spit had decided to take a trip down the wrong pipe. "What is so funny?" Lewis demanded. Warren finally managed to get a hold of himself and breathed. "I'm just laughing about the fact that there are actual alien races that take design cues from Star Trek, literally the worst sci-fi series known to man when it comes to making aliens." Lewis blinked. "I do not follow. Basically, they take a human, paint them a different color, maybe plaster on some ridges, and wham!" Warren spread out his arms in exaggerated jazz hands. "Alien species." Lewis stared down at the table, then glanced around at the others for an explanation. "Just look at the 5 races gathered here for the games," Warren said. "Other than being bipedal, they look nothing alike. They're all genuinely alien to each other, versus," he gestured at Lewis, "a blue human. That's what I find funny." Lewis let out an amused huff, growing into a chuckle. "I suppose when you put it like that, it is rather funny." He brought his wrist up to check a watch that wasn't there. Warren didn't think much of it at first, but 3 times was one too many. "You all right there, Lewis? Got somewhere to be?" Lewis blinked at Warren, then realization dawned on his face. "Right. You don't know about the jabber." He pointed at the golden device on the table. "This device prevents the Empire from witnessing anything we do within the room, so long as it remains active. It only works for 10 minutes at a time, and we're down to our last 3. "That's not good," Warren commented. "But wait, won't Trebek notice?" Lewis grimaced. "Not as long as the jammer is active. However, Trebek is a smart AI. He will notice something is going on, and I'm uncertain if the AI will be on our side. Just like I can't use this device too often without raising suspicion." Warren nodded. It all made sense. The games were big enough to where one party could slip under the radar now and then, but the second they made a regular thing of it, someone was bound to notice sooner rather than later. "How often can we use this?" "I would prefer no more than once a day," Lewis said. "But I suspect today is going to be a 2, maybe 3-use kind of day. That's as far as I'm willing to push our luck." "Cool then. I'm all out of questions," Warren said. Lewis chuckled. "Already? We still have some time." Warren shrugged. "Unless you want to out yourself to the Empire as an overgrown smurf." "Smurf?" Lewis asked. Raven interrupted before they could go any further. "And now that Warren's done wasting everyone's time, you're going to explain why an alien prince has decided to team up with a bunch of humans." Lewis cleared his throat. "Right, of course. It's simple, really. House Onsari is seeking new allies within the Empire. Doing so is easier said than done when dealing with the established races and houses, considering each one is working on grand schemes to backstab one another and jockey for the Emperor's favor. So rather than look within the Empire, we decided the best approach was to earn the trust of fresh blood." "Like uplifting a species?" Andy suggested. Lewis nodded. Something like that, yes, but not to have you be subservient to us. We would rather be equals, like a federation of sorts.
Raven eyed Lewis suspiciously.
Hard to be equals when dealing with a race that can barely leave its own atmosphere. True, Lewis admitted, especially one who has never encountered mana in the first place. But you have two key factors above all the other races which attracted me to your species. First, and most obvious, is your tenacity. Across all of human history, against all manner of overwhelming odds, you managed to overcome challenges and become better for it.
Warren chuckled. Oh yeah, because we've been so good at that in recent history. And don't even get me started on our politicians.
Ani prodded Warren's arm.
This is a little bigger than that, Warren.
Yeah, I know, Warren mumbled. But you know how things work with us. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. We are definitely in the weak men creating hard times stage of human existence right now.
And yet you will come out stronger than ever for it, Lewis said. Your history has showed as much. At least, I believe you would have, had the Empire not interfered.
Andy leaned across the table.
But why not try to work with the established races and houses? That has to be better than starting from nothing with us. Of course you don't know. Lewis ran a hand through his hair. You've only just come into the Empire. Why would you? He exhaled. We don't have time to go into full detail, but the short version is there are 5 great houses, all vying for one of 2 things: the favor of the Emperor or the Empire itself. None of them are willing to share, so, as you can imagine, forming alliances is a gamble at best. As for the other races, they're happy to just be, or are trying to earn the favor of the houses or the Empire.
Warren pursed his lips. That sounds like a pretty messed up situation for any race to live under.
It used to be worse, Lewis began. The Empire would simply show up to worlds and start harvesting them without so much as a hello. That was distasteful to the people, hence the games.
Andy furrowed his brow.
This is better?
Warren rubbed at the back of his neck.
I appreciate the fighting chance and all, but if you're just gonna shoot me in the face, I'd rather get that done and over with, you know?
Lewis lowered his gaze to the invisible watch.
This is hardly better. The Empire takes care not to allow any of the new races to become too powerful. Those who tried rebelling lacked the numbers to pose a serious threat. That's why they keep contestants to no more than 2,000 per race. Those who win are given riches and kept passive by being given more leash than those who manage to save themselves. Sometimes they discuss rebelling, but to my knowledge there has never been a victorious race to attempt a rebellion.
Andy leaned back against his seat.
There is so much to unpack here we just don't have time for.
Lewis glanced at the invisible watch again with a tight nod.
1 minute. What's the second reason you wanted us? Raven pressed.
Lewis smiled.
Right, of course. The second reason is that you humans are the one species more likely to form alliances. While you have no shortage of conflict amongst yourselves, you often find ways to put your differences aside and work with others for a greater goal, especially the ones of the American Empire.
That does definitely sound like us, Andy said. And outside of Raven, I think we're all American.
Warren shrugged.
I don't know. That seems a little too optimistic. We backstab and screw each other over all the time. Hell, my life has been nothing but getting screwed over since childhood.
Raven nodded. My world has been nothing but kill or be killed. The rest of the population may get to live lives full of delusions and pathetic fantasies, but I have seen the monsters they hide beneath the surface.
Ani pulled her lips into a tight line and nodded softly. Her voice lacked any of her usual bubbly optimism.
Yeah, people can be pretty terrible. But even the most broken people can turn out to be the strongest.
Warren blinked. Okay.
I know someone hurt Raven, but you too, Ani? Ani blinked and shook her head.
Me? No, of course not.
Warren squinted at her. You're a terrible liar, but I like you, so I won't pry. Ani blushed and hid her face behind her oversized hoodie. I definitely didn't mean it like that, but I'll take the win. Warren mused, fighting his urge to waggle his eyebrows and press the issue. His gaze shifted to Raven.
My personal history is none of your business, Warren.
Raven cut him off before he could speak.
Now back to the issue at hand. What do we do with the alien?
He has a name, you know, Warren said, deciding he also didn't want to pry into Raven's life. She'd come around eventually, or she wouldn't.
Beside the point,
Raven shot back. Andy looked between all of them. I have no problems keeping Lewis around. He's a healer, and we definitely need one of those. Plus, he knows things we don't. Warren nodded. He can be the ace we keep up our sleeves. Speaking of knowing things, are you actually supposed to be here? Lewis gave a nervous smile. No, I'm not. You already know why I'm here and how my situation might be troublesome if anyone outside our group, especially anyone within the Empire, were to find out, so I would appreciate you keeping quiet about my identity. I don't even know what your real name is, and I don't care to know it, Warren said. Better keep it that way so I don't slip up and spill it. Lewis smiled broadly. Thank you, Warren. While I'm being honest here, I may as well explain to you that the reason you can't get a read on me is because of the way my people level up. We use a different approach than the system. Ani gasped. Really? How does that work? Lewis rubbed at the back of his neck. I am afraid explaining it would take a great deal of time, but rest assured I am far stronger than I look. I do have to keep my power hidden if I am to remain incognito, however, and it would do you no favors to be carried through the games. Raven shrugged. We would earn experience points, sure, but we wouldn't learn how to take on the tower's challenges if you carried us, she pointed at Lewis. But you will tell us what it is your people do. If there is an edge to be gained by using it, I want it. Understood? Lewis gulped and nodded. Of course, Raven. We can discuss it more later. For now, we need to help Andy with his communication device. The gem floating above the golden pyramid device blinked red. Lewis held up a finger to shush them. The group quieted as the pyramid pulled the gem within itself and the blue light in the room vanished. There was a long, awkward pause during which no one had any idea what to say. Luckily, Andy came in for the save. So, are you guys excited for the academy classes in a couple of hours? No, Warren replied. We're going shopping. Then maybe I can pretend to be interested in being a student again. Chapter 20. Warren. Shopping time! Ani cheered with a jump as they left the dorm building. Well, building wasn't quite the right word for it. For the sake of navigating the checkpoint, the dorm did have a fairly cozy-looking brick structure made of stone and wood, but the whole building was a facade. The doors leading in and out of the dormitory were another area transition between the checkpoint's central hub and their rooms, which traveled with them from one checkpoint to the next. Apparently, that was how all the sections of the checkpoint worked. But damn if this place isn't nice looking, Warren thought as they meandered across town. Their current checkpoint had taken on the appearance of a small medieval village. And I could not be more thankful that it isn't another abyss of white, and more white. Cobblestone, roads, grass, trees, sunshine. There were even little carts and wooden fences to sell the look, with plenty of buildings where aliens gathered. As far as Warren could tell, the buildings serving food, drink, and entertainment were all actually in the checkpoint with them. But there were 4 large structures which stood out above the rest. First was the dormitory, or rather the inn they'd just come from. Second was the entrance to the tower, which climbed into the heavens and totally didn't fit in with any of the medieval village decor around them. Next was a building his HUD marked as the Academy, which was the second biggest building in the place and one of the few made of stone. Compared to everything else, the Academy looked like a manor with its 5 floors and vast spanning wings. Last but not least of all was a building with a sign that simply read, Market. It wasn't an overly impressive building. Sure, it stood out with its 2-story size and how much ground it took up, but it could have easily fit in with any of the other buildings. So, all of these buildings, the important ones, have portals going to other places? Warren asked. Lewis nodded. They do go into different pockets of the game world, yes. Think of them like pocket dimensions. Warren raised a concerned brow at Lewis. What? They explained it as such when we arrived, Lewis said. You were just unconscious for that part of the tutorial. Oh, okay then, Warren said. Anything else I should know about this place? Like, can we kill each other here? The system won't allow you to harm another contestant in the checkpoints, Raven answered. That was my first question. Ani nodded. That includes stealing and other stuff. Lewis pointed out the jailhouse on the outskirts of town. Contestants who keep pushing their luck end up locked up and potentially executed for being a nuisance. It doesn't actually kill them until they've used up all their lives, but the threat is very real. This Empire sounds like the nicest people, Warren muttered. They take the integrity of the games very seriously, Lewis warned. Warren nodded. Fine, I won't start anything if I can help it. But don't expect me not to finish it if someone starts. He pointed at the market doors as they reached it. Anyway, this is where we need to go, right? Ani darted ahead and threw the door open. Yeah! Inside was a swirling blue gate, which Ani threw herself through without hesitation. Warren looked anxiously at Lewis and the others. There isn't any chance going through one of these portals could go wrong, is there? Not at all, Lewis assured him and stepped through. Raven shot Warren a taunting smirk. We've been traveling through portals since we arrived, and now you're afraid of them? Where did your balls go, Warren? She vanished before he could shoot a reply back. Warren muttered a dozen obscenities under his breath. Andy pushed Warren forward. Come on, Warren. We don't have too much time before the Academy starts up, and I don't want to miss it. Warren laughed and allowed Andy to push him along. You would want to go to class, nerd. They went through the portal with a surprising lack of any sensation. His hairs briefly stood on end, and there was less than a second of vertigo, but that was it. Far more shocking than teleporting was the vast expanse of different shops sprawling before them, or the fact they were quite literally in a space station. Warren's gaze followed the ringed structure as it bent up and over, revealing the shielded surface above them and the rest of the station's large ring. Beyond the station, a colorful red, yellow, and purple nebula seemed to float on an unseen current outside. Warren's jaw hit the floor, and it remained there for a good minute. Andy kept pushing him along. Come on, Warren, we have places to be. You can drool over the scenery later. Hey, hold on. You are being way too cool about this, Warren protested. He scooped up Andy by the back of his lab coat and held him up like a pup who'd been chewing up the furniture. Andy would love this kind of thing. Who are you, and what have you done with my astronomy nerd? Andy just kind of dangled there in Warren's grasp, giving him a slightly amused grin. Dude, you were out for hours. We've been all over this place already, and it turns out time passes even slower here than in the main checkpoint. Apparently, some people have a really hard time making decisions. Warren blinked. So, you've been here for hours? Andy laughed. Almost a day. I even took a nap here. We mapped out the place to figure out what sectors sold what, but decided we should wait for you before buying anything. You guys got paid? Warren asked in disbelief, and set Andy down. Andy placed his hands on his hips. We earned plenty of rewards from our tower run, or did you forget about those? If you two ladies could hurry this along, I would appreciate it greatly. Raven called back to them from almost a block away. Coming, Warren called back to her and hurried along after them. He turned back to Andy. Yeah, actually, I kinda totally did forget about them. Well, go look at them, Andy insisted. Warren was going to, but he was too busy ogling the crowded streets full of aliens. Most of the ones moving from store to store were the 5 races competing in the games, so it was a safe bet to assume they were contestants. The storekeepers were a different matter entirely. Some looked like the Emperor's race, the Ha'akuan, or the blue-skinned Ansari Lewis belonged to, and other alien races Warren had no idea what to even begin to call. But there were also Renin, Volians, and even humans among the storekeepers. Why would the competing races have any stores here? Warren wondered. That doesn't make any sense. It was only when one of the Inni storekeepers flickered in a series of blue, hexagon-shaped particles into a towering Bruterus that Warren realized what was going on. Some of the aliens were shape-shifting in order to make their customers more comfortable with them. No, not shape-shifting, Trebek replied. They are using holographic projectors to change their appearance. Shifter races have been outlawed from the Empire for at least 2 millennia now. They were found to be quite troublesome with their ability to impersonate others. When Emperor Zelieos rose to power, we had them all purged from the Empire when the different shifter species continued to cause problems. That sounds pretty brutal, Warren said. Why not just get rid of the bad ones impersonating people? The Empire does not take half measures, Warren, Trebek answered rather pointedly. A holographic projector is easy to detect, but a race that can fundamentally change its very being, the Emperor could not allow them to stand. Good to know, Warren said. Warren went ahead and opened up his reward notification. Congratulations, contestant. For surviving the past round, you have received the following rewards. Completion reward, 5,000 credits. Fastest completion among humans, 10,000 credits. Top performers among humans, 10,000 credits. Underdog award, 15% discount from any purchase at a store in the market. Fan favorite award, 25% discount on any one berserker weapon or armor set. Warren gasped. Underdog award? Fan favorite award? We have fans? Andy nodded. Apparently being the worst performing species gets you that underdog award. It's supposed to help us less if we actually manage to complete a stage. The fan favorite is decided entirely by people watching the games. Andy started counting them off on his hand. There's one for who they think will win the games as a whole, one for the favorite individual among the races, one for an umbrella of classes, one for whose party performance they liked best during the round, and one for the crowd favorite. Warren nodded along. And which one is this? Crowd favorite, Andy said. You missed the highlight reel, but basically the Empire loved watching you hacking and wheezing your way to victory. Warren scowled. Fantastic. I'm the laughingstock of the whole damn galaxy. Andy laughed. Hey, at least you managed to get yourself a nice discount. Warren seethed. Yeah, smartass. Fuck you very much too. Andy grinned. Hey, lighten up. Your fans are probably watching you right now. You wouldn't want to upset them after they did you a favor, would you? Warren gasped. They're watching us right now? When else are they watching? All the time, Andy answered. It's pretty creepy to think that countless alien eyes are watching us sleep. Warren shook his head. Can I even take a leak in private? Nope. Of course the aliens would be degenerates, Warren muttered. Screw it. I didn't come into this giving a damn about what anyone thought of me. Why start giving a damn now? Andy laughed. That might be part of your charm for the fans. Come on, the weapons and armor stores are this way. The party roamed through the market streets to the outfitting district. It contained all the weapons and armor any class might need during their time in the games. As it turned out, the district took up a rather sizable part of the station's ring. They had weapon and armor shops for every class imaginable, with shops ranging from those aiming to serve a broad clientele to highly specific niche stores catering to one class and one class only. The first of these stores to catch Warren's eye was the Cursed Swordsman shop. It looked about as edgy as the name implied, with its dark, ominous color scheme that would have made the goth kids at Hot Topic proud. Pulsating violet lights showed off the goods on display at the window, goods that very much looked like they were staring right back at him. Warren dragged Andy to a stop. "Okay, am I crazy, or is that sword staring right at me?" Andy blinked. No, that sword definitely has eyes," he shuddered. "And it's looking right at us." "I don't like this store," Warren replied. "Me neither," Andy agreed. Ani whistled sharply. "Guys, you're going to get lost!" Warren and Andy scrambled after her, mostly to get away from the creepy sword watching them. Raven had her hands on her hips when they caught up to them. "All right, you two. Since neither of you can help but slow us down, this is what we're going to do. Ani, Lewis, and I are going to buy our gear. You two clowns can handle your special project and whatever distractions you have on your own." Warren frowned at her. "Hey, it's not every day you catch a sword giving you the stink eye." Andy nodded. "He's really not kidding. Neither is it exactly common to be roaming around an alien space station in who knows where," Raven said. "But we aren't here to play tourist. We are here to up our chances of surviving the games. Now focus. Especially you, Andy. You have a job to do." Andy nodded. "Yeah." "What job?" Warren asked. "You know which one," Andy said, and split off from the group. "I really don't," Warren insisted. Andy stared at him with mild frustration. "Oh, that job," Warren said. "The special job. The job we aren't supposed to talk about. The secret job." Andy groaned. Warren laughed. "I'm just screwing with you. Come on, where are we going?" Andy led the way through the district. "The shop we're looking for is an electronics store just on the edge of the outfitting district when we enter the crafter area." "Crafter area?" Warren asked. "These games aren't lacking for RPG elements, are they?" Andy chuckled. "No, they are not. You can loot, buy, win, or craft your way to a better chance of making it out of here alive." "Well, I'm not going to craft anything," Warren said. Andy raised a brow. "Why not? You're probably the handiest one out of all of us. If anyone would slap something together, it's you." Warren shrugged. "True, but I don't know the first thing about crafting anything useful like weapons or armor." "There's a skill trainer district where you can pay for skill points," Andy said. "They're expensive, starting at 5,000 credits per level for the first 5 levels. Then they go up to 10. Warren sucked in a breath through his teeth. "Yeah, let's not do that." "Hey, isn't this your shop, Warren?" Andy pointed at a shop as they made their way through the district. Warren was immediately not impressed. The armor on display was the typical berserker flair. A big manly skirt of plates and leathers, some big boots for caving-in asses, and a leather strap across the chest, and some shoulder pads for defense. On the spinning display next to the armor were a pair of angry single-headed axes with spikes at the end. They looked chipped at the edges, but Warren was pretty sure that was just for the look, rather than actual damage on the product. He couldn't bring himself to even bother looking at the equipment stats. Gross. Andy blinked. "You don't want berserker gear? One of your rewards was for berserker equipment, wasn't it?" "Yeah, but if the rest of the shop is like those things, I don't want any of it," Warren said. "I want a nice, heavy suit of plate I can really move in, and the biggest damn sword I can get my hands on. I doubt we're going to find it in there." "So, like that store?" Andy pointed out another. Warren gasped so hard he practically squealed. Rakalthi's House of Blades was the store's name, and the display case outside told Warren everything he needed to know about the store. It was dedicated entirely to ultra greatswords. On the left was a giant slab of metal bigger than he was. There was no crossguard, just a big-ass blade and a grip to swing it around. On the right was an odd-looking blade where the tip ended in a crescent rather than the usual pointed tip. The bulk of the blade looked like it had been made from volcanic rock, molten fissures veining down its length, pulsing with reddish light. None of those were the center of Warren's attention, though. The sword at the center stole his breath away from the moment he saw it. It was a giant chainsaw with an angry-looking reinforced body, a handguard, and an alien skull for a pummel that looked somewhere between a vampire and a four-eyed wolf.
Blood Reaver, grade 10, strength required 45, recommended ultra greatsword skill 25, damage 3,250 to 5,000, enchantments, armor buster, blood frenzy, flesh terror, life drain.
Warren had no idea what any of those enchantments did, but he figured he could make a very educated guess. Or you could always ask me, Trebek offered. Before Warren could ask, Andy tapped his shoulder. Warren also realized he'd smushed his face up against the glass like a fat kid being offered free rein over a candy store. What? Warren asked. Andy pointed down at the plaque beneath the sword. Blood Reaver could be his for the low, low price of 1 million credits. Warren was no math whiz, but he was pretty sure 25 grand wasn't even scratching the paint on that price tag. Oh, he said with all the disappointment of a kid having his hopes crushed on Christmas. He peeled himself off the glass and wiped the drool off his chin. I didn't want that sword anyway, he muttered, and walked off in a random direction, hoping it was the right way while making a note of the shop. Andy cupped his mouth with his hands. We're heading this way, Warren. Warren spun on a heel and kept on walking the right way. I knew that. I was just testing you. Andy rolled his eyes. Sure you did. It took them a few more minutes of roaming around and Andy course-correcting Warren before they arrived at the electronics store. Warren didn't catch the name as they went inside. The alien shopkeeper looked like a stick bug, and his wares were all manner of circuit boards, capacitors, and tools for tinkering with such devices. Welcome to my humble store, humans, he buzzed cheerily. At least to Warren's ear it sounded cheerful. How may I be of service? Andy smiled, walking right up to the man-lady bug thing. Again, Warren had no idea. I could clear all of this up in a second, Trebek offered. It's funnier this way, Warren said. I'm looking for a set of tools that might help in the construction of electronics, Andy said. You know, start with basic stuff like radios to level up my skill, and maybe some boards if I could afford them, Mrs. Stickums, she answered. Warren clenched his throat shut, letting out a strangled breath. His eyes bulged, fighting for dear life to contain his laughter. Is he all right? The stickbug alien asked. I'm fine, Warren wheezed. Don't mind me. The shopkeeper shrugged and turned her attention back to Andy. I could start you off with a set of novice tools for 2,500. They work great on and off the field, but I could get you an electronics workbench for 5,000 at the novice level, she offered. Of course, if you want something that will go the extra mile, we can go one level higher to an apprentice's table for only 15,000. Warren composed himself. Those prices sound steep. To you humans they would be, Mrs. Stickums said. I know you poor dears wound up being the runt of the litter this cycle, but I watched you two complete the round with flying colors. I'm certain if the, Warren fellow, you, the big one, wasn't unconscious, you could have made it another 2 floors at least. Warren wasn't sure how to take the comment. Humanity was sucking hard at the games, but it wasn't like he went unconscious on purpose. Still, it was nice to hear someone recognize their plight and offer some praise, even if they were a part of the Empire who wanted to suck the Earth dry of its resources, including its human ones. "Thanks?"
"Any time, dear," Mrs. Stickums said. "So, what will it be, Andy?"
Andy stroked his chin.
"This higher-level table won't be a problem if I don't have the skills for it, will it?" "Not at all," Mrs. Stickums replied. "In fact, the greater variety of tools will help your chances of success, and successes level up your skills faster than failures."
"That's kind of backwards to how we see things on Earth," Warren said. "One of my mentors told me to fail early, fail hard, and fail often to really learn."
Mrs. Stickums laughed. "They sound like a strange one, but it might explain why your people are performing so poorly in the games."
Warren opened his mouth, then shut it before he got them kicked out of the store, or worse, a massive price spike.
"Then I'll take the table," Andy said.
There was an awkward second between Andy and the alien where seemingly nothing happened. Then, Mrs. Stickums pulled out a capsule about half the size of Andy's palm.
"Thank you for your business, human."
Mrs. Stickums handed the capsule over.
"Take this to your housing unit. You should have a crafting section allotted to you and all contestants. A small one that can support 2 or 3 stations, if I remember correctly. Pick a slot and throw the crafting table there, but whatever you do, do not click the plunger up top."
She pointed at the plunger with a cap covering it at the top of the capsule.
"That will deploy the table prematurely, and you do not want that."
Warren snorted. "No, you definitely do not want to deploy things prematurely." Andy rolled his eyes at Warren.
"Thanks, Mrs. Stickums."
He pocketed the capsule. "I still have 10,000 left."
"You should spend that on yourself, dear,"
Mrs. Stickums said.
"The floors will get more difficult from here. That 10,000 won't get you much, but it will be enough to give you a solid footing."
Andy frowned.
"But I need the parts to put the station to work, don't I?"
Mrs. Stickums nodded.
"You do. And if you picked up such an expensive station, you should probably pick up solid components and an instruction manual. Radios are the easiest thing to make. I can slip you a manual on the house, because I like rooting for the underdog, but the parts I can't discount. So do you want simple parts, advanced parts, or our special stock?"
"What's the difference?" Andy asked.
Mrs. Stickums smiled. "Basic components are just that, basic. They get the job done, and you should be able to afford enough to make a lot of gadgets before you run out of materials. Advanced ones cost more, but obviously you can make better equipment. For your radio project, they should have a far greater advantage to sending and receiving signals, along with broader range."
The alien woman slipped a hand beneath the counter and hit a button. The shutters slammed shut, doors locked down tight, and all the lights went out. A blue, shimmering glow danced over the walls of the store. "Pretty," Warren commented.
"What's all this about?" Andy asked.
Mrs. Stickums chittered with amusement.
"To keep prying eyes away. Our special stock is only for the most discerning customers. If you can keep a secret, I can too. But these goods come at a price."
Andy, was this what Lewis sent you to get?" Warren asked over a private message.
"He was pretty specific about asking for the special inventory," Andy replied. "I've been dancing around it to not come off as suspicious. I think it's working."
He nodded at the woman and said,
"Sure. Special things have special prices. But what exactly is special about these?"
Mrs. Stickums nodded.
"Just remember, you didn't hear about any of this from us. You so much as squeak about this to anyone outside these walls, and you're banned from the store. And don't forget, us traders have long memories and wide networks. Understood?"
Andy nodded. Warren chuckled.
Good to know black markets exist in space, too.
Glad we understand each other, Mrs. Stickum said. These special items of ours, they aren't strictly legal. They have the capability of generating encrypted messages that can go under the radar, if you know what I'm saying.
I don't, Andy said. Warren sighed. It means we're being watched at all times, not just by the fans. This stuff is going to keep people from being nosy.
Mrs. Stickums nodded. You follow the instructions correctly, and this'll look like a basic communicator for use in the battle world stage of the games. They'll think you're planning way ahead, so unless someone is very specifically spying on you, no one is going to notice anything. What you do with it, of course, is up to you.
Wow, that sounds great, actually, Andy said. How much is the price for this, though?
For just one device's worth, 10,000 credits, Mrs. Stickums said.
Andy glanced back at Warren. Warren glared at him. Don't look at me like that.
Like what? Andy asked.
Don't give me that innocent BS, Andy, Warren said. That's the same damn puppy-eyed look you gave me whenever you needed my broke ass to cover your lunch.
Andy turned up his hands. Hey, PhDs are expensive. And so is this. Come on, man, help me out here.
You have your own credits, Warren countered.
Andy nodded. And if you don't pay for this, I'm just going to beg you for money for buying gear.
Warren glowered at Andy. He knew it was for a communication device to talk to Earth, to Melody specifically. It was a nifty gadget to have, sure, but he didn't see how it would be worth the money. They could buy so many other things with that money, after all. But I wouldn't mind checking in on Buck. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward. Fine. I'll buy you the damn parts, but you owe me big time. He turned to the alien. How do we do this trading thing? A prompt appeared on Warren's vision.
Special order box. Cost 10,000 credits. Yes or no?
Goodbye, sweet, sweet money, Warren grieved. I hardly knew you. He hit yes on the purchase. Mrs. Stickums slid a black box across the counter.
A pleasure doing business with you two. Now remember, this conversation, this sale, never happened.
Warren handed the case over to Andy. I don't know what you're talking about. He winked at the storekeeper, even if he hurt internally from all the money he'd just spent.
What do you mean you don't?
Warren held up a hand. I was saying I get it. And the wink is that you know that I know that you know, but we aren't talking about anything suspicious, understand?
Mrs. Stickums chittered quietly. You humans have strange mannerisms. I think I will enjoy watching you.
She slipped a hand under the counter and hit the button again. Andy bowed his head at the bug and left the store with Warren.
So, ready to buy some gear?
Warren muttered under his breath. We better have enough for damn gear. Chapter 21. Melody. The hours dragged out to days without any success to Ramirez's experiments. Melody wished she could do something, anything, to help, but they weren't working on anything she had expertise in or any working knowledge. It was a terrible feeling. She'd spent so much time working to earn and pay for her PhD, and here she was, the most educated person in the room, and the most useless one. She had to admit she found it extremely ironic. Melody and her friends had cracked more than a few jokes at the expense of people who went into the military not being the sharpest tools in the shed. And just look at how useful that degree's proving now. There had to be something she could do. Maybe if we can talk to Andy, he can think of something with all of this alien tech. Or maybe the general is hanging on to something he hasn't shared yet. Buck looked up to her like he knew she was planning something. The dog hopped up, planting his forelegs on her lap and poking his snout against her cheek. Melody cracked a smile and rubbed at Buck's ear. She took a cautious look around to make sure no one was looking before whispering, "What do you think, Buck? Should we go pay a visit to the general's office?"
Buck let out a quiet little bark.
Good boy.
She placed a quick kiss on Buck's head and headed out of the command center. Everyone was so deep into their work they barely noticed her slipping away. The trip to the general's impromptu office wasn't a long one from the command center. It was just a few halls down, where one of the professor's larger offices had suddenly become vacant with his induction into the games. Melody paused at the door, then looked to Buck.
Best behavior, pup, got that?
Buck just smiled up at her, wagging his tail. She shook her head, groaning inwardly at herself.
Why do I even pretend this adorable furball can understand me?
Melody knocked on the door.
General Merrick? Sir? It's Melody.
Come in, Miss Reynolds,
Merrick called. Melody slipped inside. The office hadn't really changed much since the last time she was in it. The shelves full of astronomy books remained intact. The photos of the professor's family were still up, along with some framed photos of distant nebulas. About the only thing that had changed was the desk. The ancient beige computer the former occupant of this office insisted on using at all times had been replaced with probably the most heavy-duty laptop Melody had ever seen. Originally, she'd thought it was just a military suitcase for guns or something, but it was just one of the many portable computers the Space Force had brought with them. The drab olive behemoth on the general's desk, with a whopping 3 monitors, was one of the larger ones Melody had seen. Merrick raised an inquisitive eye from behind his laptop.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Melody wasn't sure how to voice her question, or if it was even a fair one.
I've come this far, why stop now?
She thought, and drew a breath.
Sir, I'm not sure what I can do to help with the mission. I feel like I'm just taking up space in the command center someone else could be using for, I don't know, anything more important than what I'm doing right now.
Merrick nodded.
I understand. However, you do serve a purpose on our team here. 2, actually.
He met Melody's gaze.
First and foremost, you are our primary avenue of communication to Mr. Snow. When we establish communications with him, he will find it easier to talk with you than the rest of us. Of course, if we can find a way to watch him specifically, you might be able to offer some insight into his decision-making processes. Something we can hopefully influence if things start taking a turn for the worse.
Melody pulled her lips into a tight line.
They're just keeping me here as insurance for Andy.
Second, you're the only trained astronomer on hand, Merrick said. I know the hours you've spent gazing into the great beyond seem like a waste of time compared to everything going on around you, but your observatory was the first to notice the alien obelisk. Whether you realize it or not, you are our early warning system if the aliens decide to drop any surprises on top of us again.
Melody gave a slow nod. She hadn't exactly been doing that job too much for fear of missing out on any updates about Andy.
I sure hope I didn't miss anything coming in through the atmosphere.
I know it isn't terribly exciting, especially in the quiet between storms, Merrick continued. But that's just how things are in the military. There's a lot of hurry up and wait, especially when dealing with an enemy we don't understand, nor have the luxury of running recon on.
Then, is there anything else I should know about?
Melody asked. Merrick raised a brow.
Things to watch out for in space. Alien technologies that could be helping me scan the stars for aliens. Anything classified that might be helpful to us?
Melody rattled off, desperately wanting to be more useful. Merrick leaned back in his seat.
Do you really think we have the luxury of keeping secrets from you in our situation, Miss Reynolds? The existence of aliens was one of our closely guarded secrets since the Roswell incident. Then one day they show up and show themselves to the world, right under our noses, no less.
Melody pursed her lips in thought.
So, there is no secret alien technology that can help us?
Not that we haven't tried already, Merrick said. The Greys, what we call the aliens we recovered from the Roswell crash, seem to have been an entirely different species than anything we've seen from this empire. There was no trace of a system like what was granted to Mr. Snow and the others. Honestly, outside of their physical appearance,
They weren't all that different from humanity. They had arms and legs, used tools, and if the armaments we found on them were any indication, they preferred ray guns to swords or magic.
Melody's eyes slowly widened.
The Empire wasn't first contact? There were other civilizations before them?
She quickly tamped down her surprise.
Why is this surprising, Melody? The Empire just rounded up 5 races for a damn space tournament. There had to have been other races out there before the Empire, and many more the Empire doesn't even know about.
The Greys didn't even have stealth technology to the degree this Empire possesses, Merrick continued. Back in the 40s, we were able to pick their saucers up on radar and every other sensor system we had available back then. We had no idea what they were, but we could track them. The obelisks, however, are invisible to anything but the naked eye. I imagine that is a limitation of their stealth technology. I can't think of any reason why they wouldn't paint their scout probes black and have them be completely undetectable.
Melody nodded.
Then there isn't anything else I can do to help? Nothing else I should be doing?
Not at the moment, Miss Reynolds, Merrick said. Not until Ramirez finishes his project.
Ramirez burst through the door.
Sir, we have a situation.
Speak of the devil, Merrick commented. Report.
Ramirez stood to attention.
We're receiving reports claiming sea creatures are assaulting vessels around the world, sir.
Merrick furrowed his brow.
Sea creatures? There are obelisks in the oceans?
Yes, sir,
Ramirez confirmed.
But that doesn't make any sense, Merrick said. These obelisks were meant to recruit humans into the games, were they not?
As far as we're aware,
Ramirez said.
Melody gulped. Did I miss new obelisks coming down?
Guilt tugged at her. She curled her fingers into fists.
No, couldn't be. There are other observatories keeping an eye on the skies.
That's not the worst of it, sir, Ramirez continued. Merrick scowled.
How can the situation get any worse than it already is? An oil rig in the Atlantic just went down, Ramirez said. There's nothing but debris and oil left of the structure.
Merrick's brow tightened.
What the hell could do that kind of damage?
Whatever it is, sir, the last few sightings of a large unknown creature had it headed toward the west, Ramirez said. No one has managed to get eyes on it just yet. Sonar pings estimate the creature is roughly 30 meters in size.
Only estimate? Merrick asked.
Ramirez nodded.
Whatever it is, it flees whenever strong enough sonar pings it.
Merrick stroked his jaw.
What sort of creature flees from sonar?
Melody stared at her feet.
Squid, maybe. I had a friend studying marine biology tell me about how some whales use their sonar to stun giant squids.
Merrick gave a nod.
That may be true, but enhanced by these alien obelisks, there's no telling what sort of threat we're dealing with here. Ramirez, share our theory with the Navy on the off chance they haven't figured this out already.
Ramirez threw up a salute.
Yes, sir.
Melody shifted her gaze to Merrick.
Do you think they can handle these monsters?
Merrick leaned back in his seat.
For all our sakes, I hope so.
Chapter 22. Warren. They headed back to the outfitting sector after picking up all of Andy's parts for his little project. Warren stared up at space through the shielded roof. After a few minutes, his stomach decided to twist into pretzels at the disorienting nature of walking on the inside of a ring. As much as he could understand what he was looking at, his body was having a hard time wrapping its brain around it. He shook his head and glanced around at the other aliens, frowning at what he saw. Renin, Inni, Volians, all of the alien species were looking positively decked out in equipment. From knightly armor to fancy robes. From rather snazzy-looking swords to one crazy Volian packing a pair of gold and diamond-encrusted Desert Eagle-looking guns. While Warren wondered how different getting shot was in the system compared to their prior reality, he couldn't help seething with jealousy. Not only had none of the rest of humanity made it to this point,
but the aliens around them had likely earned far better rewards for advancing beyond the first 5 levels. And they definitely didn't have to waste a good chunk of their money on a stupid project we don't even know will work.
"It's over here, Warren," Andy said. "That store you wanted to look at."
Recalthi's House of Blades looked considerably less appealing after burning nearly half his money on stuff that wasn't even going to help him advance in the games. Warren grunted. "Yeah, that's the one for my swords. Let's see if I can afford anything after your robbery of the First National Bank of Warren."
"Oh, come on, it wasn't that bad," Andy insisted.
"You tell yourself that when we find something I desperately want and can't have because of you," Warren grumbled and stepped inside the store. The shopkeeper was one of the blue-skinned human-looking aliens, an Ansari, tall, broad, powerfully built, and with a chrome dome so well-polished he could blind an army if the sun hit his head just right. What he lacked for hair on top of his head, he more than made up for with a perfectly groomed handlebar mustache. The alien turned a dial on his wrist, and his skin color went from blue to a deep brown, matching his new eyes. About the only thing he kept was the white mustache on his face. "Welcome, contestants, to Recalthi's House of Blades," he announced with his arms spread wide. "I am Recalthi. How may I be of service to—" He paused to size them up. "To you, Mr. Warren?" Warren smiled. "It's pretty obvious who's got the big guns around here, huh?" Recalthi grinned. "We, Ansari, do not need the system to discern a valued customer, but it certainly takes the effort out of having to get a feel for them. Though anyone with eyes can see you are the only one who could even lift an ultra-greatsword, Mr. Warren." Warren flexed his muscles, nearly ripping them right out of his tattered coveralls. "Damn right." Andy chuckled. "Try to keep your clothes on, Warren." Warren squinted at Andy, then turned back to the shopkeeper. "So, I bet you can guess why we're here? A powerful body and growing skills without a weapon are of no use to anyone, let alone a struggling race such as yours, correct?" Recalthi asked. "That's right," Warren said. Recalthi nodded. "Before I guide you to an appropriate weapon, I must ask, what made you choose the Ultra Greatsword? It is a large, unwieldy weapon, one which most contestants shun as nothing more than a sign of compensation for something." Andy snickered. Warren lightly punched his arm. "Why, I rarely see customers thanks to the nature of these weapons," Recalthi said. "That must make keeping the doors open difficult," Warren said. Recalthi shrugged. "My goods are priced to match the quality of my blades. Business is slow, but it is lucrative. Now, my question, Mr. Warren?" Warren crossed his arms over his chest. "First, because bigger is always better. That's just a fact of life, like the grass being green. On Earth, anyway. Second, I didn't want to play a cookie-cutter berserker. In our world's fiction, there's always a half-naked screaming lunatic with axes. I wanted to be different. It doesn't get any more different than a giant sword. And, bonus reason, since most people avoid these weapons, I bet no one's going to see it coming."
"Warren, you could literally see one of these swords from space," Andy said.
He waved off Andy. "Details." Recalthi nodded along. "Ah, I can see you are a man of culture as well, Mr. Warren. You not only wish to create a spectacle upon the grand stage of the games, but you wish to have an edge unlike any who would stand before you." "Literally," Warren agreed. "Blood Reaver is the perfect weapon for you," Recalthi said. "Sadly, you are neither capable of wielding nor affording that particular masterpiece of mine. But worry not. I have options for my more frugal customers beginning their journey of ultra-greatsword mastery." Warren held up a finger. "Before you give me any numbers, I still need to buy armor after this. Any idea how much a cheap set would run me?" "It depends, but a full set of the cheapest armor worthy of a warrior such as you would run you 5,000 credits," Recalthi answered. Warren saved that number in the back of his mind. He would have to decide if he wanted to use his discount on armor or his sword. Because I sure as hell do not want to waste my time at the berserker shop. Now come, I will show you my finest blades for novices. Recalthi led them through the back into another portal. The shop was quite literally bigger on the inside. Racks filled the floor and walls with massive swords. Outside of the central part of the room, which looked to be a sparring ring, the place was practically wall-to-wall with blades. Recalthi led them past some truly exotic weapons. One looked like a dragon's jaw ripped off its skull and sharpened into a blade. Another looked like something a demon lord would wield. All of them far exceeded Warren's budget. "Here we are, Mr. Warren." Recalthi gestured grandly at the weapons. "The 3 cheapest blades in my stock." One was quite literally a giant wooden sword. Training blade, grade 0, strength required 25, damage 50 to 100, enchantments, guiding hand, reinforced structure. Trebek decided to translate the enchantments for Warren before he could blow the AI off again. "These enchantments increase the speed at which you build up your ultra greatsword skill and ensure the weapon does not break as easily." "I kind of figured, but good to know," Warren replied. "That's a lot of wood to swing around," Andy said. "But is it any good as a weapon?" Warren tried not to laugh, his lips quirking up into the slightest smile as he turned to Recalthi. "Far better than any other training blade, and even some basic blades," Recalthi explained. He picked up the weapon in one hand with ease and held it out to Warren. "It is made of a dense wood in order to closely replicate the weight of a true ultra greatsword and increase its durability. Of course, it is only wood, so the weapon is enchanted to ensure long-lasting customer satisfaction." Warren pursed his lips tightly, fighting down a laugh. He did not want to piss off the owner of his new favorite store. "Of course, there is also the benefit of faster skill increases at a 50% rate," Recalthi continued. "No one is as generous as me when it comes to spreading the fine art of ultra greatsword use." Warren nodded, exhaling out his laughter before it burst from his chest. "That's pretty great. How much will this one run me?" Recalthi beamed, his mustache practically trying to curl up and swallow his nose. "For you, my friend, only 5,000 credits." Warren wasn't sure if the man was jerking his chain, so he glanced past him to the rack. The weapon was 8,000 credits normally. This guy really must want to get off on a good foot with his first customer in who knows how long. Throw in my discount, and we can definitely work something out. "Very nice," Warren said. He carefully took the wooden blade from Recalthi and gasped, his arms nearly giving out under the sudden weight. "Holy crap! This is heavier than it looks, and it's already heavy-looking." Andy held out his hands. "Let me try." Recalthi quickly raised a hand to stop him. No, little man. You lack the strength to wield such a weapon. I will not have you hurting yourself in my store or damaging my floor or wares." Andy frowned. "Okay, fine." Warren hefted the weapon up a few times, then gave it a couple of slow, careful swings. He could definitely feel the weapon wanting to take him along for a ride if he wasn't careful about his footing. Any swing he made with it would also be a massive commitment. Unlike a more agile longsword, he was going to need far more strength before he could even hope to pull a feint on someone. "Your first time holding one is always unforgettable," Recalthi grinned from ear to ear. "But it pales in comparison to your first battle. Trust me, my friend, if you learn to master such a magnificent weapon, the Empire will sing your name for generations to come." "I can believe it." Warren handed the sword back. "What are the next two?" The second sword was a rather plain thing. It was just a basic, relatively rectangular blade drawn up to a sharpened tip. Even the crossguard was little more than a brick. Compared to the training sword, the blade was about half as wide, but it made up for its girth with a little more reach. Warren roughly eyeballed it to about 8 inches wide and maybe 60 long. It wasn't quite as big as the ones he saw out front, but it definitely made a longsword look like a toothpick.
Ultra Greatsword. Grade 1. Strength required 30. Recommended Ultra Greatsword skill 5. Damage 150 to 200. Enchantments none.
This one was clearly the basic bitch of the Ultra Greatsword world. Still, it was a metal weapon, and he doubted the numbers and damage really described how devastating the real blade was compared to the training one. One was a sharpened club, after all, while the sword was, well, if it weighs more than the training sword, good luck surviving the cutting edge of this thing or the blunt force trauma coming along for the ride. Choo-choo, motherfuck. This is the most basic model, Recalthi said. Yours for 10,000. A fantastic starter weapon for those seeking to do a great deal of damage on the battlefield. Though if you wish to progress quickly, obviously the trading sword is the better option. Warren nodded. I'll keep that in mind, but I'm not here for a training montage. I'm here to win the games. Then perhaps this blade may be of interest to you.
Recalthi gestured at the third and final blade.
It was a single-edged behemoth, just about as tall as he was, and nearly a foot across. Its guard was more refined than the brick on the basic sword. It extended out halfway over the grip into a handguard.
Duelist's Ultra Greatsword. Grade 2. Strength required 30. Recommended Ultra Greatsword skill 10. Damage 350 to 500. Enchantments. Guard breaker. Exhausting blows.
And these do what exactly, Trebek? Warren asked. Guard breaker assists in breaking an enemy's guard, Trebek began. Which you would think is rather redundant, considering you would be swinging a giant slab of metal at them. The same goes for exhausting blows. Mind you, the exhaustion is applied whether or not an opponent blocks the attack. This weapon would be fantastic against particularly troublesome opponents in the field who enjoy hiding behind a shield. How much? Warren asked, practically salivating at the weapon. Recalthi grinned. Normally this would go for 20,000. Warren glared at Andy. Andy threw his arms up in appeasement. For you, I could do 15, Recalthi continued. And I would not begrudge you if you used a discount to lower the cost. The Empire covers the difference, after all. Warren stroked his chin. Any chance you might be willing to take a berserker discount? Recalthi chuckled. Sadly, that is a very specific coupon, which works on berserker-specific items. As this blade suggests, it is made with a duelist in mind. An exceedingly rare kind of duelist, but a warrior who specializes in destroying single enemies regardless. And you don't have any of those that would wind up around the 10 to 15,000 mark with a quarter discount? Warren asked hopefully. Recalthi shook his head. I'm afraid the cheapest ultra greatsword I have with a berserker in mind would land around 100,000 with that discount. Warren couldn't help pouting. None of the 3 weapons were his ideal choice, but the duelist blade stood out as the clear winner above all the others. With his general use discount, he'd knock about $2.25 off the asking price, which wouldn't leave much for armor. If he went with the basic sword, he could still afford something nice to wear, even if he didn't use the discount. Of course, he could always play the long game and get the training sword. What are you thinking, Warren? Andy asked. The training sword seems like the best play here. Warren gave him the side eye. If someone hadn't eaten up half my money on a pet project, we wouldn't be having this discussion. Andy smiled wryly. Sorry, Warren, but yeah, we needed that stuff. Whatever, I'm over it. He rattled off, clearly not over it. Recalthi cleared his throat. So what will it be, Mr. Warren? Warren held up his finger, opened his mouth to make the sensible choice, then shut it. Fuck it. You only live once, right? 5 times in your case, but I understand your meaning, Recalthi chuckled. Andy frowned. Oh, no. A wicked grin tugged at Warren's lips. "Give me the big one. And here's my discount, too." Warren clicked confirm so fast the prompt barely had time to blur into view. His credits had dwindled to a measly 2,000, but it was all worth it. Recalthi pulled the biggest of the three swords, the Duelist Ultra Greatsword, and presented it to Warren. "Here you are, Mr. Warren. May it serve you well in the games." Warren was ready for the weight of the weapon this time, but it was still heavier than the training sword. He tested the weight a bit and grinned. "Can I try it out?" Recalthi gestured to the sparring ring in the center. "By all means, swing away." Warren headed over to the center of the ring while the others gathered around to watch. He took a few random swings with the blade. The mass of the weapon swung him along with it. Recalthi coughed for his attention. "Might I suggest focusing on the proper stance and wielding of the weapon, Mr. Warren? The skill you leveled up should naturally grant you the knowledge, but the mind and body still require a bit of focus to draw it out initially." "Oh, really? Okay." Warren focused on the knowledge he'd gained from leveling up the skill and exhaled. Knowledge of basic stances flooded into his mind, of basic fighting techniques with such a ridiculously large blade, and even stories of a few notable warriors who used such weapons. The Butcher of Aurelia was one such warrior among them. Warren had suspected a wielder of such large blades to be built like a tank, but he had a surprisingly athletic physique and wielded his enormous blade with a single hand most times, along with a suit of bladed, form-fitting plate fitting his name. Warren wasn't looking for a role model to look up to, but he definitely found one by accident. With his stance broadened and his arms relaxed, Warren took a swing. From the basic knowledge he received, he found the trick to using the weapon wasn't to fight the weight, but rather go with it. He needed to harness the momentum of the weapon. With that in mind, his swing arced clean through the air, right up until he tried to change direction with the follow-up blow. The weight knocked him off balance, sending him stumbling away, but he managed to shoulder the blade. "It is a difficult weapon to master, isn't it?" Recalthi asked with a wry smile. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a trio of training dummies. "By all means, try it on an actual opponent." Warren shifted his grip on the blade, keeping one hand high underneath the guard while the other sat low by the pommel. The first training dummy came at him too quick for Warren. He swung his sword clean over the dummy's shoulder and caught a fist to the face for his trouble. He expected pain, bleeding, but he barely felt the force pushing him back. The fist was about as painful as getting smashed by a pillow. "There is a good bit of wind-up to the weapon, Mr. Warren," Recalthi cautioned. "Anticipate your opponent's movements before you swing." Andy glanced at Recalthi. "Won't they just step out of the way?" "Nobody expects a blade so large to move so quick," Recalthi said. Warren pulled his face away from the training dummy's fist, which reset back to its starting position. "Let's do that again, but this time I'm winning." The dummy came at Warren again. This time, Warren was ready for its speed. He started swinging the blade, but again, the dummy came too quickly. Warren juked to the side, catching the dummy's arm over his shoulder, and just before he could fully commit to the swing. Warren smirked, angling the pommel of his sword at the dummy's face and smashing it through. The dummy crumpled into a heap of blue particles before the next two came after Warren. "Oh, crap," he said, and hopped back as far as he could, only to find the training ring had a conveniently placed invisible wall he'd missed. The two dummies threw their fists together at his face. Warren sidestepped, then slammed his shoulder into one opponent. The dummy crashed onto its back, while the other punched the invisible wall. Warren used the momentum from his sudden tackle to throw himself into a spinning slash. The edge of the blade didn't quite connect right, but that didn't matter. It bit deep into the dummy's side while caving in what would have been the rib cage on a human from the sheer force of it all. Warren drove the blade through until he slammed the dummy into the floor, wedging his sword into it. "I'm so glad the floor is made of some fancy alien space wizardry, because I cannot afford the repair bill on this," Warren thought. Movement tugged his attention to the rear. The other dummy staggered to its feet. "Oh, no, you don't," Warren said as he tore his sword out of the floor and brought it down like a hammer on the dummy with far too much force. The dummy split in two. His sword buried itself in the training ring's floor, and Warren flew off his feet before coming back down. Definitely need to mind the weight, Warren thought, though there was no wiping the broad, toothy, delighted grin off his face. He was looking forward to learning to master this ridiculous type of blade. "How do you feel about the weapon now?" Recalthi asked. Warren didn't hesitate to answer. "I love it." Recalthi raised a brow. "Oh? And here I was preparing to grant you a refund and point you to the nearest skill reset agent." "You have those?" Andy asked. Recalthi nodded. "First time is free for the first quarter of the tower. After that, the price climbs with the number of skills you gain through levels. Naturally developed skills cannot be reset." "Well, I don't regret my choice at all," Warren beamed. "I'm going to mess people up with this thing." Recalthi grinned. "Then I look forward to your continued business, Mr. Warren." "Oh, you can bet I'll be back for that blood reaver," Warren declared. "Now, where do I get some plate armor?" Chapter 23. Warren. As it turned out, plate armor was not cheap. The specific kind of high-mobility plate armor Warren sought above all else was even less so. He needed at least 10,000 for the cheapest set of heavy armor, and thanks to a certain someone, Warren was out of luck. "I said I was sorry," Andy said for the millionth time. Warren muttered more and more curses under his breath. He could at least have been looking awesome had it not been for Andy's pet project. Now he was only mostly awesome. He roamed the streets with his enormous sword resting on his shoulder and the magnetic sling Recalthi had provided free of charge to carry the weapon. The crowds of alien contestants parted like the ocean at the very sight of him and his ridiculous weapon. Even the mighty Bruderus cleared the way for Warren, looking at him like a madman for carrying such a weapon. And he absolutely was. Mad, at least. "Let's go to the damn berserker shop and see what they have for me there," Warren seethed under his breath. "That way I at least don't look like a homeless man." Andy nodded. "Right, of course. The berserker shop is right over here." Warren carefully squeezed through the front door with his giant sword to see another alien quickly shift into a human. This one looked the part of a cookie-cutter barbarian. He gave a wide-eyed stare at Warren and his sword, his jaw hanging open and trembling. "You can drool over my enormous sword later," Warren barked. "Show me your cheapest armors that cover most of the body, now." The alien, posing as a blonde berserker, nodded. Right away, sir." He led them to the back through a door similar to Recalthi's and showed off the goods. Warren continued to not be impressed by his class's desire to literally have everything hanging out there. Even the high-end equipment was basically some flavor of manly man skirt or loincloth, nothing for the chest, and big boots with maybe some armor for the arms and shoulders. Warren appreciated the big boots and bigger pieces of armor for his arms, but that was about it. He hated everything about the rest of the berserker getup. "You're not looking too happy, Warren," Andy whispered. Warren gave Andy the biggest, toothiest, most furious smile he had in him. "I don't know what you mean, my dear, sweet friend," he spoke through his teeth. "I'm only having to dress exactly how I don't want because someone wanted to get into crafting." Warren genuinely wanted to throw the truth out, but he didn't want to get his friend killed. He only wanted to make it exceedingly clear that Andy owed him. "I'll make it up to you, Warren, I promise," Andy said. Warren drew in a long, deep breath, then slumped his shoulders, finally releasing that anger burning in the pit of his stomach. With friends like these, who needs berserker's rage? He mused. "These here are our cheapest wares." The berserker shopkeeper gestured at the mannequins. Warren's scowl could have turned the floor beneath the displays into a crater. His three choices were Conan the Barbarian's long disowned cousin who'd decided to pursue a career as a male stripper rather than the family tradition of kicking ass and taking names, that dude wearing leathers from the village people but somehow more naked, or, and this was by far the best option, the local homeless man who forgot shirts were a thing. At least that last option has pants. Really itchy-looking pants and uncomfortable-looking fur boots. But at least I won't look like a stripper, Warren thought. He shifted his gaze to the clearly shaking shopkeeper. You know, for someone running the berserker shop, you are really doing a fantastic job of pissing yourself. The shopkeeper gulped. Warren straightened and stared down his nose at the shopkeeper with all the anger and frustration he'd been throwing at Andy for taking his money. Seriously, how does anyone take you seriously?
Most of my customers aren't nearly as terrifying as you, sir,
the shopkeeper blurted out. Warren smirked. Good. Then maybe you can offer me an extra discount, or something else. The shopkeeper shook his head.
No discounts from me. I can't afford to do unofficial discounts. But maybe I could offer you more specialty wares?
Warren leaned so close to the shopkeeper's face, their noses almost touched. Go on. Warren, this isn't doing you any favors, Andy warned. He held out a finger to keep Andy quiet, then narrowed his gaze on the alien masquerading as a human. The shopkeeper gulped dryly.
I could have custom-made wares for you, sir. You are clearly a man of fine, discerning tastes.
Warren pulled back, his scowl evaporating. You can do that? The shopkeeper nodded vehemently.
Of course, of course. One time we had a particularly odd berserker who wished to dress like...
He rocked his head from side to side, then shrugged.
You humans would call him a priest. As you can see from our wares, this is a most unusual request. So if you could please not murder me, it would be my utmost pleasure to serve you, Mr. Warren.
Warren quirked a brow. That didn't sound totally awkward in the slightest, he thought sarcastically to himself. Fine. What's your name?
Vesteri?
The name sounded a little too refined for someone running a berserker shop, but Warren wasn't going to make an issue of it. All right, Vesteri, Warren said. I don't want any of this stuff, if I'm being perfectly honest. I want plate armor, head-to-toe coverage, heavy protection but high mobility. Think you can do that? Vesteri quivered in his boots.
Such a request would be most expensive, sir.
After actually taking the time to listen to his voice, Warren found the gruff, manly man, clearly altered voice of the alien to be absolutely comical when put in contrast with his timid mannerisms. Because, Warren pressed.
Because plate armor is normally expensive on its own,
Vesteri began, visibly relaxing as his focus shifted to work, rather than the giant madman with an equally giant sword resting on his shoulder.
Designing one which allows for full mobility while maximizing defense, and I assume pleasing to the eye.
Very important, yes, Warren confirmed. Vesteri nodded.
Will take a good bit of credits to make, especially ones with the berserker style of combat in mind and any enchantments that might go with it. So I am afraid any and all such requests would have to be custom ordered.
Warren stroked his chin. All right, fair enough. He was considerably calmer now that someone was at least working with him. Do you guys have some sort of web app or something I can custom order from? Vesteri smiled awkwardly.
Of course. You only need to search us up on the system and place an order. You may even provide designs of the look and feel you're going for with your gear, or use one of our many different tools to generate something.
And the discount I have still works through custom orders? Warren asked. It doesn't expire, does it?
Yes and no, Vesteri answered. The discount is yours until you use it.
Guess I'm hanging on to it until my first big purchase then, Warren said. You know what, Visteri? I like you. You're funny with the whole berserker shaking in his boots thing. It's probably not great for business, but I appreciate that you're willing to work with my mad-as-hell ass. So maybe you can still make some money today. Warren pointed at the pants and boots. How much? Visteri quirked a brow and gave a twisted smile.
Thank you, sir? He shook his head. That particular set there is worth 5,000 credits. The next 2 sets on the left are 2,000 credits respectively.
Warren's scowl returned at full force. Great. So his choices were Conan the Stripper or the village people's far too eager band member they had to cut out to keep things family-friendly. Both sets of armor basically had the same stats, no enchantments, and the only real difference between them was the look. Andy chuckled softly. At least Ani and Raven will enjoy the view no matter what you pick. Har har, Warren said. 5 points of defense is not worth my pride. I'll save the money for something bigger. He glanced down to Visteri. How long do custom orders usually take? Visteri glanced down at his feet, counting things off in his hand.
Depending on the complexity, up to 3 days of work within the checkpoint, sir. Of course, if you were able to provide some materials, the cost or production time could be reduced.
Warren pursed his lips. Nice to know. We can loot stuff in the tower and get stuff made here. We just need to deliver.
That's right,
Visteri confirmed. All right, Visteri, pleasure to meet you, Warren said. Sorry about being an ass. I've just had a less-than-ideal day with the whole, he gestured at himself, clothing situation. I'll be seeing you again soon, I hope. Visteri gulped.
No rush, sir. Our doors are always open.
Warren led Andy out of the shop. He did not sound excited about seeing you again, Andy warned. Warren shrugged. He'll warm up to me once the money starts flowing. It's not like I tried to kill him. I just looked like I was going to. You did, Andy agreed. Hey, I apologized, Warren countered. Because that worked so well for me, Andy huffed. Warren shrugged. Yeah, well, maybe think twice before helping yourself to my wallet. I asked for permission. Warren pressed a hand to his chest. And I, your dearest and bestest friend in the whole world, universe, graciously granted you way too damn much of my own money. Now stop griping about it, and let's get you to the maid's shop. Andy shook his head. His face was somewhere between annoyed, frustrated, and trying not to laugh. You're something else, Warren. Warren grinned. I love me too, buddy. I love me too.